Chapter 101. Obviously, Altair is a good blackmail target. Backed by two forces, the bright and the dark, she possesses many magical resources, and these conditions are precisely what Loya does not possess. Otherwise, Loya would not have considered working with Altair in the first place rather than rejecting it outright. But Loya is not completely helpless. Since Altair wanted the empty magic ball, Loya naturally wanted to make good use of it and squeeze it. Just like before, I can set the time permission. During this time, you can control the empty magic ball at will. If the time limit is exceeded, the empty magic ball will be locked and cannot be used. Of course, if you have enough lost magic, there is no problem in renting it for 100 years. After all, there are only 4 books in a year and 400 books in 100 years. Well, it's a good deal. Is 900 cost-effective? Cheap shit. Even if the value of the empty magic ball is high, it cannot be worth 400 lost magics. Moreover, the reason why lost magic is called lost magic is that it is completely lost, and such magic can be called lost magic. 400 kinds of lost magic. Even if the books in the hearts of the Magic Council and the demons are emptied, there are not so many books combined. For a time, Altair's previous image of Loya collapsed in an instant. It cannot be denied that in the underground auction, Loya did not hesitate to rescue himself, and Altair felt a little touched. Especially when it is time to defeat 2 people at the same time. The image of a strong man was born. It can be transformed into a despicable and shameless, insidious villain in a blink of an eye. The sudden change made Altair really uncomfortable. However, the temptation of the empty magic ball was something she could not refuse. If she gave up like this, she would be somewhat unwilling in her heart. At least try to compromise. Loya's ability to take advantage of the situation, she has seen it before, and she sucks blood without hesitation when given the opportunity. So, Altair said as much as he could with a smile. Your Excellency Loya, you are joking. For 100 lost magic books, how can I get them out? Don't forget that. There is nothing else to say goodbye. I have to find the Dragon Slayer crystal buried in the ground. Without waiting for Altair to finish speaking, Loya turned his head directly, not giving a chance to react at all. Altair was dumbfounded. What is this? Wasn't it very eager just now? Why did he give up so simply? Could it be that the other party actually doesn't care at all? Altair's heart was pounding. Having been in the dark world for many years, she met all kinds of people and used the magic she mastered to make people play with applause. Even so, she had never seen someone as weird as Loya who didn't play cards at all. Altair doesn't know. She was in Loya's calculations from the beginning. Altair approached Loya with a purpose, but so did Loya. The 2 sides calculated each other. Altair longed for Loya's support, and Loya longed for magic, and both sides had their own cards. From the board, there is no doubt that Loya is bigger. Although he may not be able to obtain lost magic, but his strength is so strong that he still has other ways to collect magic, but it will take a little more time. On the other hand, Altair needs not only his support, but also his magic tool. This is what she needs when she is still weak. When he was underground, Loya could actually use ordinary magic stones to send out the opponent's safe area. But instead of doing it, he chose to borrow the empty magic ball in order to let Altair feel the power of the magic tool. A master of magic tools who can create magic tools whose power is comparable to that of the Holy 10 Powers. Its identity value is far beyond anyone, including the king. In front of Loya, Altair didn't have the ability to sway at all. Therefore, Altair's words from the beginning changed from cooperation to intercession, and the status of the 2 sides was instantly opened. In fact, even if Altair took it and didn't return it, Loya was worried. He himself has enough confidence in the magic tool. The empty magic ball has been branded by multiple layers of magic circles, and the complexity is far more than before. It is the masterpiece of Loya. What's more, it is still made of dragon horns, with a lot of magic circles attached, which completely activates the characteristics of dragon horns, and its defensive power is amazing. Even as strong as Loya can't penetrate. Loya was the winner from start to finish. There was not much time left for Altair to think. The battle was over and the others rushed over. During the time of discussion, many people have approached here, not to mention the inconvenience, but it is obviously inappropriate to discuss these matters. It will take a long time to wait until the next time. Comparable to the strength of the Holy 10. In deep thought, Altair clenched his fists and finally put them down slowly and said, "Loya, Your Excellency, I think we can discuss it again. Tread." The moving steps stopped. The corners of his face were also slightly raised. "The battle is over." The Knights of the Magic Council entered to clean up the battle. Loya and others also evacuated. Seriously injured Zakir was taken to the hospital for treatment. As for Serena herself, the figure disappeared after the battle. Due to the timely retreat and the action of the president of the public guild, there were no casualties in this battle, but the remaining problems caused some people an incomparable headache. The senior members of the Magic Council have completely turned into a pot of porridge because of this. Among them, about the core characters of the incident, Loya talked endlessly about how to deal with the incident. Boom! This Loya is simply lawless. The hair of the third seat in the House of Representatives is like a pair of cat ears, Michelo said in a deep voice. Mass hands-on in Cities 3.3. He also shot and injured the Magic Council's people. It was the first time he had met such a daring person. There is not only one person who also supports this view. It's really too presumptuous. You must know that this is the center of the mainland, the holy land of the magic world, and wantonly force the city to take a big shot. Even if his talent is strong, he doesn't need to punish him. Among the top members, the only female Belluno said coldly. Her remarks aroused the agreement of another MP, Reggie. Wait, I definitely need some consideration with this disposition. At this time, Ajima stood up and said, "As far as I know, Loya didn't take the initiative. Serena caused the whole thing. It would be unfair to put the blame on one person." Chapter 102. Yajma, don't overly favor them just because you are from the Fairy Tale Guild. Mikilo responded in a deep voice. You are a member of the Magic Council, and all departures and plans are from the Magic Council. Michelo's words were sinister in their intentions. At the same time, deliberately suppressing the Fairy Tale Guild, he turned Yajima's position into selfishness and worsened the situation, but Yajima was not so easy to bully. I'm not out of selfishness, but from the evidence that the whole thing started from Serena, is it possible that passive defense is also wrong? Humph. But that's not the reason to take action in the central city. Michelo snorted coldly, but did not refute, and turned to other things. As Yajima said, the people who escaped from the auction hall witnessed the whole process of the situation. Even he could not distort this fact, but he did not intend to let it go easily. With the passage of time, Natsu, Gray, etc. have gradually grown up, but the style of 23 who has done evil has also begun to emerge. Many people in the council see people who don't like fairies. However, although I am an outsider, there are a few things I want to say. Just as the deputies were arguing, a huge figure outside the gate walked in slowly with a scepter in hand. With his appearance, the entire councilor hall suddenly quieted down, because it was none other than Warad himself. I know that you have always been unkind to the Fairy Tale Guild, but I also understand what happened, and it's not the child's fault. I'm old, and I quit the guild for many years, but if you have to punish that child, then the so-called title will be returned to you. Monument. A badge symbolizing the pinnacle of the continent of Ishgar fell to the ground. The crisp voice continued to echo in the silent hall, and all the counselors' pupils shrank sharply. At this moment, the voice of advocating punishment completely disappeared. There are only those old and firm eyes. At the same time, after the battle, Loya did not leave directly, but rested at the accommodation arranged by the Magic Council. At this time, he and Altair were somewhere, and they were having a heated discussion. It took a few words and finally ended with Altair going out in embarrassment, but Loya smiled smugly. The empty magic ball was lent to Altair in exchange for a copy of Lost Magic within a year, 3 copies less than the original plan. But this is also impossible. Lost Magic is too rare to collect a few with Altair's ability. 4 books a year is completely unrealistic. Otherwise, Lost Magic would not be called Lost Magic. 1 book is better than nothing at all. Thinking of free Lost Magic, Loya also showed a smile on his face, picked up a glass of fruit wine, and drank it. Comfortable. Makarov pushed in the door and happened to see it. What are you thinking, kid? You shouldn't be scheming again. I just saw the girl from the Magic Council run out in shame. You shouldn't be indecent. Puff. Loya, who was drinking, was suddenly eaten by Makarov's words. Cough, cough. Old man, please don't frame me indiscriminately. You can eat rice, but you can't talk nonsense. We're just doing some deals, nothing else. There's nothing else. Why are you so guilty? Makarov said with a look of disgust, but he didn't get into the matter. Young people's affairs. Young people solve it by themselves. When he is old, he can't manage so much. After the joke was over, Makarov slowly turned serious and said, "By the way, in the next period of time, you should be more peaceful and stop causing trouble." Loya's face was different. "Yesterday, what happened?" "The members of the Magic Council discussed the results of your disposal. Lord Warrod came forward to protect you as the King of Heaven. This time you don't have to take any responsibility," Makarov said in a deep voice. Loya's eyes widened. Master Warrod did such a thing? Hearing this, Makarov gave him a vicious look. "Otherwise, why do you think you can stay here so well now? Do you really think that your strength has become stronger now, and the Magic Council can't help you? Destroy the central city where the Magic Council is located, and there is nothing to do. You are the first. Magic Council, located at the top of the continent. It controls more than 400 wizards' guilds. Even if the strength of the internal personnel is low, there are still enough cards in the end. Otherwise, how can they shock many wizard guilds and various kingdoms?" Makarov was very fortunate that this time it was the king of his own guild who arrived. If other heavenly kings came, they would not pay attention to so much affection and directly subdue Loya on the spot. Although Loya has been recognized by the King of Heaven, the old-fashioned Makarov can still see that Loya has just entered that realm. There is still a long way to go before reaching the top. But having said that, Loya's performance far exceeded Makarov's expectations. Defeat Saint Ten Jose, the first person under the king known as Ishgar, and even the Magic Council reserve geniuses were all defeated. There is no doubt that from this moment the name of Loya will be resounding throughout the Ishgar continent. Looking back, Makarov never thought of bringing back 900 little boys who had been hiding in the guild's underground library to study magic, and they had grown to this point in a blink of an eye. So powerful that he can't help but feel old. Maybe you can consider changing positions all of a sudden and have a good rest and enjoyment. Loya is a good choice. The strength is strong, and the brain is not bad. It is a good choice. Of course, the temperament still needs to be well polished. Laziness, accompanying, etc. are all polished off. It doesn't take too long, just a few years at most. Thinking about his future retirement life, Makarov instantly fell into a beautiful fantasy. But just when Makarov sighed, he found Loya got up and was about to go out. "Boy, where are you going?" After saying that, Makarov saw Loya speak uprightly. "Of course I'll help Mr. Warrod. I caused this incident myself, but I can't let him take the blame for me. Besides, I'm not wrong at all. I'm going to go to the counselor to settle the account. Come back to me." Out of breath, Makarov stepped forward and grabbed Loya. 1 second he sighed that Loya had grown up, and the next second he was worried. "Why don't you go to heaven to settle accounts with MPs? You have such a smart mind. Why don't you understand the truth at all?" Just then, a voice came from outside the door. "Okay, it's just a small matter. It's all settled." Chapter 103. Master Warrod. Lord Warrod. As soon as Warrod came in, both Loya and Makarov said immediately with surprises on their faces, "You're back. What did the Magic Council say?" Makarov asked quickly. "Master Warrod, did those old guys bully you or something? If so, let's beat them together," Loya said viciously. The large and small responses made Warrod shake his head and chuckle. "Don't make a fuss. Don't forget that I am a heavenly king. Even the president of the council has to give some face. This is the end of the matter." "That's good." Hearing this, Makarov felt a little relieved. Although I knew that Warrod came forward and could solve it smoothly without any accident, I still had some small worries in my heart. In this regard, Loya asked curiously, "By the way, how did you threaten them, Mr. Warrod?" According to Loya's knowledge, Mr. Yajima is the only one among the many counselors, and the rest are not so good at talking. "It's nothing. Just let them make a choice and give up the title of Heavenly King if they don't agree to me," Warrod said lightly. "Abandoning the title of king? Lord Warrod, you?" Makarov's eyes widened. And compared to him, Loya's reaction wasn't much better. The title of King Ishgar is the pinnacle in the true sense. It is not something that can be obtained casually. It is the glory that many mages long for. He didn't expect that old man Warrod would easily give up such glory for himself. This is not only as simple as abandoning the glory, but also a challenge to the Magic Council. Master Warrod, don't worry, they won't dare to do anything to me. With a sallow palm resting lightly on Loya's head, Warrod laughed. If you can't even protect your own family, then what's the use of such a title? This is the original intention of us guys to create the guild for a long time. What's more, the guild has been silent for so many years, and it is rare that a rare seedling has appeared after guild arts. How can I do nothing? Lord Warrod. Makarov's eyes were filled with emotion when he saw the people of the previous generation still staunchly guarding the guild. Loya did not speak, and his heart was also touched. There was an elder who resisted the entire Magic Council for himself. No matter how casual he was, he still couldn't calm down. But just when Loya wanted to say something, the next second, Ward's words froze the emotion on Loya's face. Don't worry about this until it's completely over. The Magic Council can give up the punishment during the negotiation, but because you defeated 2 Sub-10, a new star of the Magic Council, and made a scene in the central city this time, the Magic Council lost a lot of face. President Crawford has asked you to serve as 10 Wizard Saints, and at the same time serve on the Magic Council, in order to restore the Magic Council's prestige. No way! Makarov and Loya cried out. At the same time, they made a sound and showed a shocked expression at the same time, but the starting points of the two were completely different. One is shocked, the other is desperate. Makarov was shocked by the Magic Council's disposition. This is not a punishment, it is a reward. In the previous words, he would not be surprised. Loya, who defeated Jose, completely became the Holy 10. At that time, he still had some small expectations in his heart, but everything was completely shattered when Loya swept the central city. I thought there was no hope at all, but I didn't expect it to be the same in the end. At this time, even Makarov not only lamented Loya's shit luck, but Loya didn't think so. The 10 Wizard Saints are a total drudgery, often fighting against the Dark Guild, no different from the Magic Council's shield, let alone serving on the Magic Council. It's no different from a nightmare. He just wanted to learn magic quietly, and he had no other thoughts at all. So Loya's big, pitiful eyes flashed, and he pulled Warrod and said, Mr. Warrod, can you discuss with them? Or if you don't punish me, I don't care about the 10th and the post. I have a mental illness and can only stay in the guild, and I can't go anywhere. Is there such a thing? Warrod froze for a moment. He has heard of practicing magic, and he has gone crazy, but he has never heard of mental illness. And judging from previous battles, Loya doesn't look like someone with a mental illness. Warrod doesn't know, doesn't mean Makarov is the same. Master Warrod, ignore this guy, he's just lazy. If he hadn't forced him to come this time, he might still be hiding in the guild and won't go out. He doesn't want the title of Holy 10. He simply doesn't want to do things. It's better to just give him one thing to do, to save him from doing bad things every day. Makarov unceremoniously exposed Loya's hypocritical face. Don't even want the title of Holy 10? Warrod was stunned at first when he heard the words, and then he felt more and more incredible about Loya. The fact that he can abandon the title is that he has lived for more than 100 years, and he has completely seen everything, and nothing can shake him. But Loya was only a teenager. At the time of his youth, he did not have the slightest desire for the honor that ordinary people could not expect. In addition, there is no arrogance of the strong, and everything he does is arbitrary, which is completely different from the impression of fairies in his heart. Think of this. Warrod gradually understood why Loya was so young, but possessed such great strength. Don't be moved by external things. Just go with the nature. Isn't that exactly what a wizard should have? But this mentality doesn't matter if it's an ordinary mage, but Loya can't. From the previous conversation, Nuaz, although Makarov didn't say anything directly, Warrod could also feel that Makarov clearly intended to cultivate Loya as his heir. Really good temperament in terms of character. At this time, Loya only wanted to get out of trouble, but did not know the true thoughts of the two. If he learns what Makarov and Warrod are thinking, he immediately runs away. He simply wanted to study magic and enjoy the happiness brought by magic comprehension, but he didn't intend to pay attention to so many troubles. Warrod Loya still had a sad face, raised his brows slightly, and said more and more seductively, You don't have to be so depressed. The council won't eat you. At most you need your help sometimes, and it will trouble you, and it may not be called several times in a few years. Look at me. Even if I'm the king of heaven, don't I live very comfortably? What's more, if you enter the Magic Council, you are also eligible to select magic from the Magic Council. Ming. Chapter 104. Magic Council's Collection. When it comes to magic, Loya changed from her previous dejected look. Her dark eyes shone with light. Yes, there are not some good books in it. I have borrowed some books, and there are quite a few rare magics in them. The premise is that they must be from the Magic Council. If you are not willing to accept the title of Holy Ten, you will not be able to enter. Warod said, slightly implying. And at the moment when the voice fell, Loya said righteously, "How is it possible? Who will I bear the title of Holy Ten?" Who just refused? Makarov sneered. However, in this case, it is impossible to get Loya's thick skin. It's just that I was confused for a while, injured during the battle, and my mind didn't clear up. How about you say you have a mental illness? How is it possible for a small illness to affect me? It is my duty to maintain peace in the magic world, and magic is not my original intention at all. Sure. Good guy. Not to mention Makarov, who is most familiar with Loya. Even Warod was shocked by Loya's brazenness. Obviously, he went to the magic book collection, but he denied it with upright reasons. He had never seen such a person. In an instant, he suddenly felt a little worried about the Magic Council. I don't know if this option is good or bad. Never mind. Everything that should be done has been done, and the rest has nothing to do with him. I'll stay soon and leave first. The explanation was over, and Warod left. This action was meant to solve the problem. If it weren't for a series of troubles that suddenly appeared after the battle, he would have been on his way back. Before leaving, he did not forget to tell Loya, "Loya, you are the most talented person I have ever seen, but even so, it still takes effort. Continue to move forward towards your magic way. In the future, you will definitely see a wider world." "I see, old man." Loya nodded. "Don't say too much, he will do the same." Although he stayed in a small library, his heart was never bound by a small space, nor would he be shaken by other things. "That's good, goodbye." Watching Loya's firm gaze, Warod nodded in satisfaction. Monument. The cane fell to the ground with a crisp sound. A huge vine emerged from under his feet, directly supporting Warod. In less than a few seconds, the vines grew wildly. In just 1 second, Warod's figure disappeared into the distant sky, at a speed no less than Loya's space magic. Seeing this, Loya secretly clicked her tongue and regretted secretly in her heart. Such a powerful magic should not be given up easily, and everything has to be honed. Maybe Warod will teach himself. But it's too late now. The next day, word of Loya taking over as the 10 Wizard Saints spread quickly. Originally, there was a succession ceremony, but Loya dismissed it for the reason of trouble, took over the Holy 10 badge, and hung up the name to complete the ceremony. And just after the ceremony, Loya immediately requested to enter the Magic Council's magic library to learn magic. Due to Loya's powerful strength and the status of the Holy 10, the senior members of the Magic Council agreed to the request. Because now Loya of 10 Wizard Saints is indeed qualified to enter, so he arranged for someone to lead Loya into the magic book library. The leader was unexpectedly an acquaintance, Altair. "You are really haunted." As soon as Loya spoke, a vein or two appeared on Altair's white forehead. What is a ghost that does not disperse? It made her look like a S***T, deliberately pestering Loya. However, considering that Loya is a 10 Wizard Saints, his status is detached, and he wants to ask each other. Altair can only put down his air and laugh. "Loya, sir, you are really joking. The magic library itself, CDD, is also one of the properties of the Magic Council, and it is also within the scope of my management." "I see." Loya dragged her chin with her hand and continued. "If that's the case, looking at the people we are so familiar with, and the people I have rescued you, can I get an extra piece of magic?" "No. According to the regulations, you can only choose a rare type of magic." Altair refused without hesitation and added another sentence. "There are no exceptions to this." "So strict." Loya's eyes were slightly different. Altair nodded. "The Magic Council manages the entire magic world of Ishgar, and there are countless mages under its command. The reason is very straightforward, and Loya understands it, but there is still a small disappointment in his heart. That's the case, but there are a lot of books in the house, so don't be dazzled by Lord Loya." As Loya was thinking, Altair suddenly reminded. Hearing this, Loya also said disdainfully, "Kenwayan? What is Kenwayan? I have read a lot of magic books. What else can make me see Huayan?" "Really? In this case, nature is the best." Altair smiled mysteriously, his eyes full of laughter. Loya still scorns it. Develop a super brain for learning magic. Over the years, he has been collecting magic continuously, and he has read nearly 100,000 magic books, so many that the entire underground library can't be filled. No matter how many magic books there are, it can't affect him. With this idea in mind, after a while, the two quickly came to the magic library. As soon as I arrived, Loya was instantly shocked. "Too big. Too big. It's too big." Climb the long stairs. Looking up, you can see a magnificent palace. The size of the palace is several times that of the Cardia Cathedral in Magnolia Town. Countless finely carved minarets on both sides of the church are stacked on top of each other, as if walking into an ancient temple, sacred and majestic. After entering, the collection of books inside is even more frightening. Looking around, there are books everywhere. Most of them are books that Loya has never seen before, so he can't wait to put all the books here in the underground library. Looking at Loya's shocked body, Altair, who rarely managed to get back to the game, by Jing's charming face that makes people feel a hint of desire, is also slightly curved. Magic Bookstore, where the Magic Council's collection of magic books is located. Except for a part of the lost magic, here is a collection of almost all the magic of the entire Ishgar continent, with a total collection of more than 3.33 million books. Among them, including rare magic, etc., a real magic library. Chapter 105. 3.33 million books? Loya gasped. You must know that it took him nearly 5 years to read nearly 100,000 books. And in front of the library, there are 3.33 million magic books. Yes, but not all of them are high-level magic. At least 80% of the books are ordinary magic, or very similar magic. That's amazing enough, as expected of the Magic Council. Loya exclaimed. After removing 80% of the books, the remaining 20% still has hundreds of thousands of good magics. There are still many high-level magics, rare magics, and even lost magics. What's more, even if the magic level is lower, it is not necessarily completely invalid. It's a pity. If there can be one or two in the Magic Council, with this terrifying magic resource, how can one or two strong people be born? But the problem is that the Magic Council doesn't have a single person worth training. This is not the grass on the wall, or it is a traitor. A winery is properly set up, and it will make you cry when you see it. Altair is next to him, and he's also a double agent. Of course, it is normal to have such a situation. The Magic Council is a place that pays attention to order. Few of the real magic geniuses like to be bound by rules. The Sorcerer's Guild is the choice of more people. Loya herself was like that. Altair said, Lord Loya, according to the request of the senator, you can choose a magic book in the 3 floors. Magic has no hierarchies, only types. However, in order to make a better distinction, a comprehensive classification is still made, and the upper and lower classes are divided into 3 classes. Each layer corresponds to one of the types of magic. Loya is now 10 wizard saints, and has the qualifications to enter the 3rd tier, which is the highest tier. Hearing this, Loya, who couldn't wait, strode in, followed by Altair. The 1st floor has the most books, mostly ordinary magic. The books on this floor are open to the general staff of the Magic Council, with the largest number of them. Due to Altair's special status, the moment the two entered, they attracted the attention of many people inside. The moment they entered the two, they attracted the attention of many people inside. Isn't this Lord Altair? How did she come to the magic library? And who is the guy next to her? Lord Altair seems to be following him. Shoo! Are you dying? Why are you talking so loudly? You didn't see the Holy 10 badge on the chest. That person is the new 10 wizard saints, who defeated Holy 10 Jose, Holy 10 Serena, and Chickrain, a grown man. What? He is that Shura Loya? Shura Loya? That person is Shura Loya. Isn't he too young? He looks like he's only a teenager. He's younger than us. Is he really that strong? Don't underestimate it. Does Lord Chickrain know? He is still lying in the treatment room, wrapped in bandages and unable to move. His appearance is too miserable. On the way to the second floor, with the movement of the two, everyone's eyes were focused on Loya and Altair. To be precise, it should be on Loya. Although Altair's face is very moving, Loya's mystery and power are even more intriguing. Shura? What the hell is going on? With super strength, the voices of discussion around Loya can be heard clearly, but also confused. From yesterday to now, only one night has passed. Why did such an inexplicable thing happen? And he was inexplicably assigned the title of an Azura. At this time, Loya can feel like a dragon, and everyone around is sheep. Wherever they went, the crowd retreated. He looked at him with a terrified look in his eyes, for fear that he would attack them. And Loya's innocent expression also attracted Altair's alluring white eyes, as if to say, why? Don't you have AB number in your heart? Still, Altair explained with patience. You don't even look at what you have done. You defeated 2 saints and destroyed most of the central city and the magic market. Any one is enough. That battle spread too far, and it happened to be in a densely populated city. Even if there are many presidents of the Sorcerers Guild to stop the spread of the aftermath of the attack, why can't the people in the town see it? For flowers, many witnesses arrive, and Loya faces Serena and Zycrane's savage appearance alone. In the hearts of the entire Ishgar continent, 10 wizard saints is undoubtedly the strongest existence in the hearts of many wizards, not to mention in this central city with an extremely strong magical atmosphere. But who would have thought that one day the 10 wizard saints, who were high in their hearts, would one day be beaten so violently by a young man, and he would be powerless to fight back? A blow traverses the sky. In an instant, the earth is torn apart. Such a scene is a scene from hell. For a while, rumors spread, and some people even described Loya as a demon who would eat people's hearts. At this point, the title of Shura was born. Defamation, slander, totally malicious slander. 00 After Loya heard his rumors, there was an angry expression on his face. He was clearly the one who was hurt, so why was he named Shura? The real murderer is Serena and the others. Who cares about their own business? Magic, can't the council be able to clarify? I'm the most innocent one. Loya looked at Altair. A person's mouth can't change much, but if the Magic Council comes forward, there is still some hope. Such a request, however, was ruthlessly rejected by Altair. I advise you to give up your heart. At this time, it's useless to explain anything. People's subjectivity is easy to accept the first impression, and it's too late to change it. What's more, the current Magic Council is too busy to take care of itself in order to eliminate the negative impact of this battle, and has no time to address your needs. How can this happen? What kind of title is not good? Does it have to be Shura? Loya is very irritable. Obviously, Shura is not a good-natured title. Blue beasts, strongest creatures, accelerator, etc. Aren't they much better than the name Shura? Altair ignored it, and after contacting her several times, he gradually understood Loya's character. Very strong, like magic, very scheming. The most important thing is the side of words. There is no end to the chat. Keep talking. Loya will definitely continue to entangle, so it's better to leave quickly and cut off the idea of continuing to chat. Big. Dump. Chapter 106. This is the 3rd floor. You can choose any magic here. Once you choose it, you can't change it, so it's best to choose carefully. After a while, Altair finally brought Loya to the 3rd floor. In the moment of entering, Loya realizes that she is still too superficial, but simply superficial. The reason why the magic library is called the magic library, does it have to contain magic? No. No way. In addition to magic, there are also very precious books here, all of which Loya has never seen before. A summary of the principles of supermagic, the relative theory of supermagic, the catalog of ancient magic circles, the chapters of the great demon world and monsters, Aslan's human geography, otherworld space speculation, and other special books can be found here. These are not high-level magic, let alone strength magic. Some of them have nothing to do with magic at all, but 900 is extremely rare information, and its value is not much worse than lost magic. A true treasure trove. Any copy is priceless. Looking back, Loya Jing has a good feeling of staying at Magic Council. Obviously, such a situation is impossible. Every book in front of Loya is like a naked beauty, graceful and graceful, exuding infinite temptation. With reluctant eyes, Loya turned his eyes little by little. He is afraid. I was afraid that I would look at it a few more times, so I couldn't hold back my heart and directly snatch it. Also weirdly cute. Loya's tangled appearance. Altair on the side laughed for a while, but he became more and more curious about Loya in his heart. Obviously so strong. He was even called Shura by people from the outside world. At this moment, the appearance shown is the same as that of a child who encounters a toy he likes, but can't get it. As if infected, a smile appeared on Altair's moving face, but the powerful stopping power quickly made her face calm again. But it is undeniable, in the originally quiet and dark heart, there were some waves. Although it was short-lived, it actually happened. Loya is very perceptive, but even he can't know such subtle inner fluctuations. Now he is still struggling with how to choose. Magic, or the principle of magic, or a catalog of magic circles. Every one is what he really wants, but he can only choose one. Loya wants to say he wants it all. With some unwillingness, Loya still made a very cruel choice. For now, he still chooses magic first. Loya patiently selects. Fortunately, there is a detailed classification here. After searching for about half an hour, he finally found a wooden shelf for books of lost magic. As soon as he entered, Loya instantly took a fancy to one of the black magic books placed in the corner. The books are already covered with dust. After gently wiping the dust off the cover with his sleeve, Loya could see the full title of the book. The dark eyes flashed a strange light. Is this god-destroying magic? Altair on the side shouted out the magic in Loya's hands. That's right, the magic book in Loya's hand is the god-destroying magic, and it is also a rare attribute of the sky's god-destroying magic. Sky destruction magic, a type of lost magic, the god-killing magic of the sky attribute, possesses the ability to manipulate the black wind, eats the air to increase the magic power, and has the effect of healing. It is an annihilation magic created by humans based on dragon-slaying magic. Under the condition of equal strength, god-slaying magic restrains dragon-slaying magic of the same attribute. Generally, the natural element released by god-destroying magic is black, and ordinary dragon slayer cannot swallow it at all. Among them, Sharia used the magic of destroying the gods of the sky. Loya didn't expect to find it here. But after thinking about it, Loya also has an answer. The reason why Sharia mastered the magic of destroying the gods was a coincidence that the counselor gave her a book, and the counselor didn't care because it was difficult to learn the magic of killing the gods. But Sharia is beyond ordinary people's talent, and even the congressman did not expect the unexpected success of self-study. Although god-destroying magic was changed from dragon-slaying magic, the difficulty of mastering is not under the dragon slayer magic at all, and it is even much higher. This can be seen from the way of learning. There are only two ways to master dragon slayer magic. One is through the teaching of dragons, or by transplanting dragon slayer magic crystals. Ordinary people can't learn through other methods at all. Loya's gaze also relies on the deconstruction and deduction ability of the system, which is barely grasped. However, god-destroying magic can be mastered through books, and the method is extremely simple. But even so, the number of god-destroying magicians born is extremely rare. According to Loya's memory, there were only 3 god-destroying wizards born in the entire fairy tale world, which is not worth mentioning at all compared to Dragon Slayer. One can imagine how difficult it is. I am afraid that is also because of this. Even if the magic of destroying the gods is very rare, it is still the real reason for the ashes to stay in the corner. Seeing Loya sinking into contemplation, Altair frowned slightly, but chose to speak. Lord Loya, if you can, I don't recommend you to learn this magic. Compared with other magics, this magic is not suitable for you. Loya raised his eyebrows slightly and said strangely, why? Is there anything wrong with the god-destroying magic? Is this doubting you? It is difficult to master the magic of destroying gods, and when you are learning, you need to convert the magic power into a special power again. You have already mastered dragon-killing magic, and the difficulty of learning god-killing magic will increase again, which is more than 100 times that of ordinary people. It may even conflict with the dragon-slaying magic you currently have. Altair isn't exaggerating. Destroying dragons and destroying gods, both kinds of magic belong to the killing magic, but the same type does not mean that they can be compatible with each other. Ordinary magic is considered to be 3.3, but the magic of killing is extremely special. After cultivation, it will change the magic of the human body. Dragon Slayer magic is born out of the power of the dragon. God-destroying magic is born of the power of God, are not compatible with each other. Forcible practice may lead to life-threatening, serious consequences. Although Loya's exploitative actions made her very angry, the two parties are currently working together, and Loya, who has become 10 wizard saints, can help her a lot. Altair isn't foolish enough to prey on partners right now. At least for now, she still needs to gain as much trust from Loya as possible to gain his support. However, just as she finished saying these words, Luo already smiled and said, "Okay, since you said so, then I'll choose this one." Chapter 107. This moment, even the mature Altair was still a little angry with Loya. The chest with a considerable range, the violent ups and downs, is really beautiful. Even though he had explained so many things, he still insisted on choosing the god-destroying magic, and with a high-spirited look on his face, he completely ignored her words. However, out of planning considerations, Altair forced himself to forcibly suppress the anger in his heart and continued to persuade. "Loya, sir, are you sure you don't think about it again? There are many lost magics. There should be more suitable magic for you." "No, I think this is fine." Loya stared at the god-destroying magic of the sky in his hands. The end of Dragon Slayer is dragon transformation. So it also means that after cultivating the ultimate god annihilation, can it be transformed into a god? Loya doesn't know. Therefore, the pinnacle of god-destroying magic has never been touched, but his heart is very much looking forward to it. Loya had to choose, and Altair had no choice but to say helplessly, "There are 23 separate training rooms inside, which can provide time for reading and simulation training, and books need to be returned after reading. Books in the magic library are not allowed to be borrowed. No one can take the magic book out, whether it is Altair himself or the counselor. Otherwise, Altair could directly use the books in the magic library, meeting the requirements mentioned by Loya." Just as Altair was about to lead Loya over, Loya suddenly said from behind, "No need, I'll just watch it here. A mere loss of magic will be over in a few minutes, and it won't even go to a special training room." After hearing Loya's words, Altair's head was filled with question marks almost instantly. What's the meaning? Can you master lost magic in just a few glances? How can this be? Lost magic is called lost magic. In addition to historical reasons, it is largely due to the difficulty of cultivation. How could it be possible to grow with just a few eyes? Altair turned his head to persuade him to say something. When he turned around, he saw Loya sitting cross-legged on the ground, flipping through the thick book. It really does look. Altair was deeply surprised by Loya's reaction, subconsciously frowning slightly, walking slowly to the side, sitting down, etc. She is also aware of the difficulty of lost magic, and the arc of time she uses herself is one of them. In order to completely master this magic, she spent a lot of time. Even if Loya's talent and strength surpassed her, she did not think that Loya could master the lost magic in such a short time. She wanted to see what Loya could do. A few minutes is a short time, but a little long when one is empty and waiting. Unconsciously, Altair's eyes first shifted from other things to Loya. When this guy was quiet, he was surprisingly good-looking. In the silence, Loya returned to what she thought was calm. Junyi's face revealed an unprecedented seriousness. His dark pupils seemed to be able to swallow everything like a black hole, and Altair couldn't help being immersed in it. Loya didn't notice Altair's reaction. At this time, he had completely immersed his spirit in his own world, and after reading it, he said inwardly, "The system starts parsing." The voice fell, and Loya's black eyes showed invisible data, and once again entered a special state. In front of these eyes, everything becomes data. According to the information provided by the magic guidebooks, combined with the existing information, start the data comparison and start the analysis. The analysis is successful. The magic is a killing system, with special effects. Mastering this magic requires 40% of the current mental power and 45% of the magic power. Whether to choose to study. Really, compared with other magics, the divine destruction magic is much more difficult. Don't look at this ratio, and the previous one is not too big a gap, even a lot weaker. However, the premise of the comparison ratio requires the same volume. Loya was only at the 10th level before, but now he has climbed to the level of the king, and the gap is completely different. 40% spiritual power and 45% magic power, enough to prove the difficulty of destroying the gods. No wonder no one cares. The difficulty is really scary. Loya sighed slightly and said immediately, "Learn magic." Start automatic learning now. Select OK. The system immediately gives a feedback sound. Next second, Loya enters a wondrous state. The brain's thinking began to run rapidly, analyzing the magical meaning of the god-destroying magic. At the same time, mental strength and physical strength are also rapidly depleting. Loya's breath is rapidly weakening, but his understanding of magic is growing rapidly. Ding! Learning is over. Have mastered the magic and its magic characteristics, and obtained magic. The magic of destroying the gods in the sky. Sky Destroyer magic. It can manipulate the black wind, and eating the air can increase the magic power and have a healing effect. Cannot be deduced. Brain development, 50%, a 3% increase all at once. Loya's pupils shrank slightly. The further back the development of the superbrain is, the more difficult it will be. After breaking through 40%, it becomes very difficult to improve. Before the birth of the dragon seed, it only increased by 1%. But now it is directly increased by 3%. Of course, this may have something to do with the scarcity of magic. However, with the mastery of the god-destroying magic, Luo 900 was born with a fourth force. In addition to magic power, dragon power, magic power, the fourth unique power, a dark power. The color is dark, not the magic of the dark attribute, but this more special feeling, ranked third from the bottom. After a series of battles, the power of the dragon has evolved and activated the dragon seed, opening the second stage of the power of the dragon, surpassing the magic power in one leap, and it is the largest power in Loya's body. The power of the dragon is the magic power, the third is the power of the gods, and the magic power is the weakest. There is no way. The fundamental source of magic power is the devil. If Loya wants to improve, he needs to find new demons. Although the power of God is as special as the power of dragons, it is still born out of magic. If you cultivate on the basis of the Heavenly King level, how can you be so weak? After this time, it's time to find a way to increase the magic power. It's been a while, and I don't know if Geoda has collected information. Saying this, Loya suddenly recalled Urza and Mira Jane who were still waiting for him in the guild. Especially Mira Jane. He promised to take her to find the devil to receive, and now he is still in the Magic Council. With her character, she was afraid that she might get another round of scorn when she went back. Urza doesn't have to worry about it. But I haven't seen you for a long time, but I miss it a little. After it's over, it's better to end sooner. Chapter 108. Superbrain System. Host. Loya. Brain Development. 50%. Level. King Level Mage. Magic with characteristics. Space Magic. Light Magic. Dragon Slaying Magic. Sky Annihilation Magic. Dark Magic. Other magics. Meditation. Magic Circle Engraving. Chanting Magic. Psychic Magic. Modeling Magic. Phantom Magic. Stun Magic. Ancient Magic Books, etc. Looks like it's time to collect other spells as soon as possible. Loya mused. God-destroying magic is completely unattainable, even rarer than dragon-destroying magic. Therefore, he does not rely on being able to improve the god-destroying magic in a short period of time, which is completely unrealistic, but the magic method is still feasible. But Loya was in no hurry. Even if the above two methods do not work, there are other aspects that he can improve. Space magic. There is space tearing and teleportation magic. Dragon Slayer magic. There are 3 crystals to be absorbed. After these absorptions, not to mention a great degree of brain development progress, but also enough for Loya to study for a long time. Just like now, after mastering the god-destroying magic, his strength has increased again to a certain extent. This change was clearly felt by Altair on the side. What happened to him? Why did he suddenly change to another person? The deduction of the system will bring about great changes. The moment the detached breath descended, Altair's whole body jumped. At that moment, she seemed to feel a terrifying pressure on Loya, a feeling that she only felt on President Hades who taught her. But who is Hades? Guild Master of Grimoire Heart. In today's dark world, the 3 major dark guilds concluded the Balam Alliance Treaty, They are Tartaros, Grimoire Heart, Oration Cease. The three major dark guilds do not invade each other, and each controls its own power. Tartaros is silent, most mysterious, and most peaceful. Oration Cease was just established, and the fundamental reason why it was able to become one of the three major alliances was the transcendent existence of the No President. But even if the strength of the No President is strong, its foundation is still too weak. Therefore, Grimoire Heart should belong to the most powerful guild, and the President Hades is the true overlord of the dark world. In Altaire's mind, there has never been a single wizard who surpassed Hades. Even Warrod, who had previously stopped Loya's shot, was the same. It was a hopelessly powerful, but Loya gave her the same pressure at that moment. No, not exactly stress. Just stress is not enough to describe such a wonderful feeling. It is more of a category beyond one's own imagination, a mysterious state. Is that why he is so powerful? Altair thought so. Out of inner curiosity, she tried to lean over, wanting to observe Loya's state up close. However, what are you doing? Just as Altair was about to approach, Loya suddenly opened his eyes, looking directly into Altair's eyes with a deep and mysterious look. In an instant, Altair took a step and stopped in midair, not closing, not falling, out of an extremely embarrassing state. Her mentality was as calm as hers, and there were violent fluctuations in her heart, but she quickly calmed down. No, nothing, just curious. Real. Loya looked suspiciously. Really? By the way, have you learned the magic of destroying the gods? Altair was a little flustered, and then quickly turned his eyes away and changed the subject. She was afraid of what would be revealed if she continued to investigate further. What Altair doesn't know, though, is that what was in her mind Loya knew long ago, but she was too lazy to pierce the thin layer of paper in the middle. Even if she didn't want to reveal anything, Loya wouldn't be embarrassed. So she took Altair's words and continued. Destroyer magic? I've learned it. Have you learned? Wait, I've learned it. Due to the situation just now, Altair, who was still in an embarrassed state, did not react for a while. Waiting for her to realize the true meaning of Loya's words, her beautiful eyes instantly filled with surprised eyes. You say it again. Did you really learn? In this regard, Loya was speechless for a while, but said patiently, That's right. I have learned the magic of destroying the gods. For the sake of doubt, Loya still released the dark energy that belongs to the magic of destroying gods. Dark and holy. This is the power of God that symbolizes the sky. It's the power of God. Altair was so shocked that he was speechless when he saw the power of God in the hall of Loya. Others may continue to question at this moment, but she will not. She has witnessed the magic power of the God-destroying sorcerer with her own eyes. This is Zancro, one of the seven kin of Purgatory, the same guild as her. The difference is that Zancro controls the magic of fire extinguishing. In fact, even if Altair hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would choose to believe it, because in her opinion, Loya is so strong that there is absolutely no need to deceive herself. But just like that, Altair's heart was shocked. She was sure that only a few minutes had passed, not even 5 minutes. Mastering a very difficult God-destroying magic in such a short period of time is simply unheard of. Why don't you believe it? Do you want to try it out? I can use only God-destroying magic without using other powers. Seeing that Altair was still in a state of shock, Loya smiled slightly. Altair heard the words and subconsciously wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, she still chose to accept it. At first, she also wanted to see how confident Loya was. Second, I just happened to try the empty magic ball she got from Loya. In the days after obtaining the empty magic ball, Altair had not found a suitable opponent, so he had no chance to try, let alone fight, without any scruples. Loya's strength has undoubtedly reached the level of the king, and with him as her opponent, she can have no worries. Okay, then let's go to the martial arts field. Determined battle, the two of them went to the martial arts field. Like the Magic Bookstore, the Magic Council's martial arts field is also exceptionally huge. Huge venue, surprisingly spacious. But there is also the same as in the Magic Book Library, where many knights battled internally, and the time when the two entered attracted everyone's attention. But this time, neither of them paid attention to Ming. Just called the troop commander and cleared the grounds of the First Division. Chapter 109. What's the situation? What are Altair and the new Saints going to do? It seems to be preparing for battle, and the troop commander is ready to clear the field. What? Is Lord Altair going to fight the newly promoted Saint Ten? No, I have to spread the news. This is a big news. Strange, I just saw the two of them staying together in the magic library, and now they are fighting together again. What is the situation between the two of them? Could it be that Shura likes Lord Altair? It's impossible. Altair is my goddess. How could a fairy like that kind of man? Forget it. Clearance time. More and more people around. Some people even called to the outside. So many people's eyes made Loya quite uncomfortable. Can't we change to a place with fewer people? What's the matter? Lord Loya can't let go of his hands and feet in a crowded place. Altair looked at Loya with a happy look as if he had discovered a new world. Eat chicken many times in Loya's hands. Even if it is required by the plan, it is not her character to not fight back at all. As early as the regular meeting of the president, she noticed Loya and knew that he was a person who was afraid of trouble. So the place to fight was deliberately arranged. In a crowded place, I just wanted Loya to feel 900 uncomfortable. Although it may not have much impact, but Loya is not happy. She is happy. Okay, so be it. Loya could naturally see what Altair was thinking. He sighed a little inwardly, and then agreed directly. After a while, the surrounding area is cleared. There were only 2 people left on the broad battlefield, and the surrounding stage was filled with curious spectators, and even a few members of parliament and the guild president who had not left came to join in the fun. Makarov is among them. Did Loya and Altair fight? That's what it meant. Yajima said while sitting casually on a stage somewhere, and beside him was Senator Ogo. As the second seat of the congressman, Crawford left many things to Ogre to handle. He is a rare and fair person among many MPs. Knowing that Loya was in the martial arts field, he came to see it out of curiosity, but he didn't expect Altair to be the opponent, so he said worriedly, "Can Altair win against Loya?" "Don't worry, it's probably to experiment with new magic. It won't be real." Maka, C.D. Rove, who understands Loya's mind best, explained it out loud. La Wenyan said with admiration, "As expected of Lord Loya, no time was wasted. As expected of a man who can become the Holy Ten, it seems that I should also learn from Lord Loya." Ajima, Ogo Makarov, "What's the matter? What are you doing?" The strange eyes made Yala puzzled, subconsciously thinking that she said something wrong. "No, nothing." The 3 old men shook their heads in unison. "No. When even the good guys are in Mori Loya. Or is the simple and honest appearance of the pole just pretending not to work? It is also close to Zhu, who is red, and close to Ink, and is black. This time, among the many wizards, La and Loya have the deepest friendship. It seems to be more careful in the future, otherwise another terrorist may appear." Ajima and Ogo, who are members of parliament, thought to themselves. Jura, on the other hand, entered the blacklist of MPs under unclear circumstances. Start. Just as a few people negotiated, the battle below began. "You go first." Loya stood in the same tunnel. "Then please advise." Altair did not refuse to hear the words. She knew that there was a big gap between herself and Loya, and refusing to take the lead was obviously stupid, and she wasn't that stupid. The next second, directly take out the empty magic ball that Loya gave her. A golden streamer appeared all over her body, reflecting her moving face. Altair is beautiful and extraordinary. Under the magic of the empty magic ball, he looks like a goddess, holy and soul-stirring at the same time. However, the people above noticed that it was not on this one, but instead focused on the 7 light spheres surrounding the body. "Isn't this Loya's empty magic ball?" Makarov cried out directly. He was not the only one who also recognized him, as did Ogo, Ajima, and Mara. In the original magic evaluation, Loya's empty magic ball made a great impression on everyone present, but he didn't expect the distance to fall into Altair's hands. For a time, several people suddenly recalled the rumors they heard on the road when they came here. They, who didn't care at all, suddenly became concerned. What's the situation? Could it be that the two really have that relationship? While pondering, Altair below took the lead. Aurora Fall. Infused with magic power, the empty magic ball flashes with her own magic power under the control of Altair. Bright. In the next second, 7 white beams of light shot out at the same time. Row across the sky, and finally the beam of light condensed a terrifying power, falling towards Loya brazenly. Altair is not weak in nature. Combined with the power of the magic ball in the sky, this blow directly reached the 10th level. In the face of the 7 attacks, Loya did not slack at all, and immediately activated the god-destroying magic of the sky. Since he promised to use only the sky god extinguishing magic, he would never use other powers, and because of the reason he just mastered, the sky god extinguishing magic was undoubtedly too weak compared to other magics. But even so, the magic that is motivated by the strength of the Heavenly King, even if it cannot reach the time, is by no means comparable to others. God's North Wind. Loya raised his palm lightly, and the black divine power turned into plumes from his hands. Every feather exudes a strange and terrifying aura, automatically forming a dark tornado to block and engulf the attack. What? Stop it like that. The whole process, Loya solved it lightly, causing the surrounding exclamations in an instant. They could feel the intensity of Altair's blow just now, and it was no less than Saint Tenjose. But in front of Loya, he lightly raised his hand and separated, and his expression did not change in the slightest. With just this one hand, Loya instantly conquered everyone present. Only Makarov and others did not respond at all. They have long known Loya's strength. If the strength of the King of Heaven can't even stop this blow, it is a real joke. It was the magic that Loya had just released that suddenly attracted their attention. Seemingly dark, but full of holy breath. Such a strange magic. Even the well-informed Makarov did not recognize what kind of magic it was for a while. But Makarov can't see it, and it doesn't mean that the same is true for Ijima and Ogo. Chapter 110. He actually mastered that magic. How is this possible? Ogo and Ijima lost their voices at the same time. Do you know what magic is that? Makarov questioned. Ogo and the two nodded heavily, and immediately said what they had in their hands. Goddess magic, the absolute magic of lost magic. No one in the Magic Council has mastered this magic for 100 years, and it has almost disappeared to this day. If it wasn't for the magic that Loya unleashed was special enough, they wouldn't have been able to recognize it for a while. They all knew that Loya went to the magic library to select magic today, but they did not expect that he would select this special magic and master it. And from the current situation, Loya seems to have achieved a lot. Hearing this, Makarov's reaction was normal. Because he has long known how terrifying Loya's talent is, and words such as genius, freak, etc. are not enough to describe him. It is no different from a pervert. On the other side, the battle continues. Boom, boom, boom. The violent air wave field swayed wildly. After one blow was blocked, Altair did not lose heart and continued to control the empty magic ball to launch an attack. It even contains the Arc of Time magic, which directly evolves hundreds of empty magic balls. Hundreds of empty magic balls appeared at the same time and instantly filled the entire sky. The amazing picture was that the three of Makarov were also stunned, and their hearts were even more horrified. It was the first time they had seen the empty magic ball still being used in this way. The superposition of the 7 empty magic balls is comparable to the Holy 10. Hundreds of empty magic balls are converted into a dozen 10 wizard saints attacking together, which is unimaginable for them. But what they couldn't imagine, Altair restored for them. Boom! The rays of light appeared, and the magic power condensed in the sky. The momentum is not weaker than the star collapse magic of Chi Kilian at the beginning, and it is even far beyond. Godshine, put your fingers together, and with Altair's command, all the condensed magic powers come at the same time. The unimaginable attack blasted the originally flat ground into huge, deep pits, and the huge force made the entire martial arts field shake violently, like an earthquake. However, under such a frenzied bombardment, Loya, who was the target, was not affected at all. Although he can't release other magic, Loya's body is strong and there. The sky's god-destroying magic gives him super mobility, and his speed is increased to an extremely terrifying level. In the intensive attack, it is still like a leisurely walk, shuttle in the light. If he wants to, he can end the battle in an instant, but now he is trying all the mysteries of the god-destroying magic. Boom boom. This battle went on for a long time. It ends with Altair's magic drain. There is no way. The power gap is there. At this time, Her strength was the level of an S-rank magician. Even if the Arc of Time can perfectly match the empty magic ball and unleash multiple holy 10th level attacks, there are some things that cannot be made up for with magic tools. Sure enough, I'm still Loya-sama's opponent. Altair knelt on one knee on the ground. The other hand was breathing heavily against her chest, and there were empty magic balls scattered around her. Now she has no magic power to control these magic tools. Hearing this, Loya also put away his magic power and smiled lightly. No, it's enough to be able to do these things. Your talent level is already in the top 3 among the girls I know. Just the top 3? Altair was very dissenting, and at the same time a little unconvinced. Yes, the 2 people in front of you, regardless of their talent and potential, are extremely outstanding. Loya nodded. This is not a lie, but the truth. Altair's talent isn't bad. The will is even more terrifying to an astonishing degree. When she was young, like Laxus, she could not carry the powerful bloodline inherited from the previous generation, which led to her life-threatening situation. But it was more unfortunate than Laxus, who was sent to the former Magic Development Bureau and became a test product, which led to a series of subsequent tragedies. She did not have the Dragon Slayer magic crystal, but she inhaled it with her strong will and even accepted more magic power. Alone, he captured the entire Magic Development Bureau, more determined than anyone but Loya himself, even Urza. Even Loya had no choice but to sigh at this will. Asked for flowers. But in terms of talent alone, Urza and Mira Jane are both stronger than her. Needless to say, Urza, who has dragon blood, has not awakened Mira Jane yet, but Loya is confident enough to train him to a level that is no weaker than Urza. It is precisely because of this that Loya asked Mira Jane to practice meditation, in order to accumulate and improve her future potential. Altair's 3rd place is a testament to her potential. From your tone, you seem to know them very well. Could it be that both of them are your little girlfriends? I didn't expect to have 2 girls at such a young age. I can't see it. Altair suddenly sounded a little teasing. If you don't have anything, don't guess. 0-0 with such a huge shift. Loya didn't expect Altair to be like this, and subconsciously retorted. But it was this subconscious answer that made Altair more convinced of his guess. As if reacquainting with Loya, the moving eyes are more charming and full of temptation. If there really isn't, why are you denying it so quickly? But also, how many girls don't like a good man like you? If it wasn't for the short acquaintance, I'm afraid I would have fallen in love with you too. Hey, don't talk nonsense, I'm still famous. Hearing Altair say this, Loya panicked. Although there is nothing wrong with him having this idea, it does not mean that he will say it. Now the 2 are still in the martial arts arena, and everyone can hear the conversation between the 2. Once such news spreads, if it reaches the ears of Urza and Mira Jane, it will definitely kill him. Thinking of that kind of Shura field, Loya shivered a few times. It's just that Altair may miss such an opportunity to bully Loya. Don't be nervous. I'm just talking. You don't have to take it seriously. Just as he was talking, Altair slowly walked towards Loya, took his arm directly with a smile on his face, and leaned over gently. Bai Chuan's face flushed slightly from the strenuous exercise. Make her, who is full of temptation, even more attractive. And this scene happened to be seen by the people around, and it caused a wolf howl in an instant. Big. Chapter 111. Wait, what's the situation? Why did Lord Altair hold that man's hand? Could it be that Lord Altair really likes that guy? No, why is that? Obviously, I'm not bad at all. Why would I choose that guy? No, I can't let Lord Altair fall into that person's clutches like this. I must save her. Hey, do you want to form a group? I'm going to secretly kill that guy later and take back Lord Altair. Add me. I would. And I. This moment, the entire martial arts field shook violently because of the roar. Makarov, Ajima, and Ogo, who were sitting on the stage, also looked at each other. Apparently, they didn't expect Altair to be so charismatic. 9-0, actually this is normal. The Knights of the Magic Council have always been male only. Among many males, even if the chivalry rules limit their desires, they cannot be avoided after all. Not to mention an attractive girl like Altair. These knights have no ability to resist, and they have completely fallen. Limit witnessing the goddess in your heart being robbed by an outsider who has just appeared, and it was a demon that destroyed the city. The knights in the entire martial arts field let out an angry howl in an instant. Even when Loya destroyed the city, it wasn't so scary. In fact, let's not talk about them. Loya is also in love. He didn't expect that Altair would turn against the customer, and he suddenly made such a move, which directly made him the public enemy of the entire Magic Council. Loya was about to get away thinking about it, but Altair was ready and leaned in a little faster than him. In an instant, a scorching hot breath with a girl's unique aura rushed towards his face. At this moment, Loya only needs to bow her head a little, and she can see the breathtaking scene of by none at the neckline. Let go. Do you think this is fun? Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude, Loya hurriedly whispered. However, just as he warned, Altair's next actions truly shocked Loya. Seeing her lift up her soul-sucking delicate face, she said pitifully, "What's the matter? Does Lord Chen Loya dislike Altair? If so, why did you give me such a precious magic item? Tear. Good guy, one-hit kill." In an instant, Loya took a breath of cold air. Not only him, but even the others in the audience took a deep breath. Let me just say, the empty magic ball will be in Altair's hands. So it is. Ajima seemed to understand something too. Makarov nodded in agreement and said with a sigh, "I have to say that young people can still play." In order to pursue girls, they even gave away precious space magic tools. For a time, everyone finally understood where the empty magic ball in Altair's hand came from, and why Loya and Altair were so close. This makes it completely clear. Thinking of this, the knights in the audience suddenly understood why Altair would fall in love with Loya. The first shot is to give a S-level secret treasure comparable to the Holy Ten, and if they were replaced, they would not be able to resist such temptation. But saying so, that doesn't mean they will choose to forgive Loya. After all, the hatred for taking his wife is undeniable, and the current situation seems to be that Loya gave the Altair magic tool, captured the beauty's heart, and then abandoned it. Playing with the feelings of the goddess in their hearts like this, how could they agree? In an instant, the angry roar grew louder, and Loya's voice almost resounded through the sky. Seeing this situation, even Makarov and others couldn't help but sighed at Loya's ability to cause trouble. Even in the Magic Council, the power center of the mainland, it didn't stop at all, causing the entire Magic Council to be disturbed twice. It was the first time they met. In other words, Loya didn't want that either. Know that it was all just Altair framing him. And the empty magic ball is just a transaction, not a gift at all. Of course, Loya couldn't say that. After all, things like transactions are private in nature. After it was made public, not only Altair was in trouble, but he himself was also in trouble. Only by pushing straight away, Altair is even more impossible. Don't you see that the people around you are already angry? Now I still push Altair away. Loya hugs the person above and immediately rushes down and kills him. With Loya's strength, he is naturally not afraid of such people, and there are enough reasons to start. But the point is that he has just gotten rid of the crime of destroying the city, and now he is a knight who beats the Magic Council. Even if he has enough reason, the council will not give up easily. At the very least, it's not a problem to wear fairy tale guild shoes on a regular basis. Thinking of this, Loya could only straighten his face. Tianchen said, "Have you had enough trouble? Do you still want an empty magic ball? Don't think I don't know your thoughts. If it wasn't for the sake of watching you help me find lost magic, I wouldn't help you this time." That's right, this battle. It is said that the two sides are on the surface experimental magic, but in fact they are helping Altair to build momentum and show the ability of the empty magic ball. Doing the same, one is to confirm the existence of a link between the two, and the other is to help increase Altair's weight in the hearts of the MPs. In the magical world, the strong can often get more. Altair, who mastered the empty magic ball, has no doubt that he has the strength beyond the ordinary Holy Ten. Not to mention the direct title of 10 Wizard Saints, but it is enough for her to greatly improve her status in the Magic Council. In this way, no matter who has enough benefits. Loya did not punctuate it and followed the trend. Loya knew that Altair's character was outside the darkness, and he was also inclined to escape, but when he suddenly came out, it was obviously something outside the plan 3.3. Loya didn't want to make so many troubles. Lord Loya doesn't seem to like this, so let's forget it. After being warned by Loya, Altair also responded with dissatisfaction, but gently released Loya's arm. At this time, She also knew that it would only become more and more troublesome to continue making trouble, and it would be better if it was enough. Anyway, his goal has been achieved, and even if he lets go now, there is nothing left. From the encounter to the present, she finally took advantage of Loya's hands for the first time. Despite the flirtatious aspects, it doesn't seem entirely unacceptable if the subject is Loya. 2. In the dark corner where no one noticed, a resentful gaze was fixed on the two of them. To be more precise, it should be looking at Loya. Chapter 112. The next day, after a long trip, Loya and Makarov were almost ready to return to Magnolia. Before leaving, the two large-scale magic airships promised by Altair were also presented, and the speed was surprisingly fast. At the moment, two huge magic airships are staying in the square in front of the Magic Council. It was a large magic airship with red as the main tone. The hull is covered with sturdy armor. There is a huge cannon hole in the bow, and the Fairy Tale Guild emblem is inlaid on the left and right sides, which is extraordinarily imposing. The configuration of the other ship is based on luxury, obviously for enjoyment rather than combat. But even so, it's still magnificent. Really, when Makarov saw that it was a magic airship with the Fairy Tale emblem engraved on both sides, his eyes widened and he set off for infinite surprise. When the deal with Altair was made, Loya told him about the order for the large Zeppelin. It's just that he didn't think about it at the time, and he didn't expect it to happen in the end. In fact, not only 23 Makarov was shocked, but Loya was also deeply surprised. So soon, I thought it would take several months to receive the goods. When making requests, Loya made a lot of requests. One is the theme of the Fairy Tale Guild badge, which installs some attack weapons, treatment rooms, training rooms, and large and small facilities. One is Loya's private, and it is more for enjoyment. It is equipped with swimming pool, steam room, open-air big bed, and so on. Completed so quickly, far beyond Loya's expectations. It's still thanks to you, Lord. It's not your words. The congressman is not so good at talking. Isn't Lord Loya going to praise me? A hint of seductiveness appeared on Yeluti's charming face. Her pink tongue licked her red lips, and she raised her hands with infinite charm. Since knowing Loya's weakness, Altair seems to be a different person, and his purpose is self-evident. But even though she knew it, it still made Loya slightly uncomfortable. Missed the sight, Loya said calmly. I see. Thank you. Simple words naturally cannot be easily passed away. Hearing Loya's words, Altair's eyes moved with pity and moved towards Loya. Just like that. When you go back this time, I'm afraid you won't be able to see each other for a long time. Are you planning to say something more? No, Loya said flatly. Altair's character he knew. Once you let go of any gap, you will immediately go up the pole, so you must not reveal any opportunity to continue the offensive. But Altair was also the one who gave up easily, and the two of them stalemate for a while, forming a landscape in the square. Any passing knight would like to go up and slaughter Loya. As for Makarov, he has long been silent on the exclusive airship and cannot extricate himself. Lingering for a long time, Loya put away the other airships and drove the guild's exclusive magic airship into the sky. Standing on the deck, Loya looked down at the man standing in the square, watching his own image, and sighed silently. Condensing magic, a streamer flew out from the fingertips and shot towards Altair. Altair was slightly stunned, but he still subconsciously received a stream of light, and the light dissipated automatically when he started, and a delicate ring inlaid with magic crystal appeared and lay under her hand. For a time, the heart that had been calm like stagnant water was filled with waves. Next second, a soft voice sounded in her mind. This space ring will be given to you. Don't think too much. At the moment when the voice fell, the magic airship has also disappeared, but the voice in his mind has not dissipated for a long time. Unconsciously, the dark world poured into the first rays of light. Looking at the direction of departure, Bai Nun's face slightly raised a charming range, all exuding a captivating charm. It seems that this guy is not as firm as he looks on the surface. Gust of wind. Take the exclusive magic airship for two people to fly through the clouds. The central city below quickly shrinks to the far point and finally disappears. Compared with the small magic airship, the magic airship customized by the Magic Council is more excellent in terms of magic power reserve and speed. The speed of flight is far more than double that of a small magic airship. Originally, it took more than 10 days to arrive, but now it takes about a week to arrive. Loya is also idle during this time. Although Altair can't give lost magic for the time being, it doesn't mean that Loya has no other way to develop his brain. After teaching the old man how to control, Loya handed over the task of controlling the airship to the old man. Changed it to normal. The old man, who was also afraid of trouble, would definitely refuse. But he couldn't resist the temptation of this exclusive magic airship, so he readily agreed. So after explaining everything, Loya entered the training room in the cabin alone. The interior of the training room is perfectly equipped, and it has everything that should be there, including a magic circle that gathers magic power. For the sake of soundness, Loya also set up some magical barriers to isolate her. After feeling that it was almost the same, Loya was relieved and took out 3 crystals that exuded magic power. It is the Dragon Slayer crystal. 1 gold and 2 blue. Among them, the golden ones are obtained by the Chamber of Commerce, and the other blue ones are obtained from the auction house for 900. The 2 in the auction are all wind attributes. The type of attribute of the Chamber of Commerce is the soil attribute. The light is slightly dim, and the value is not as good as the 2 in the auction. It is precisely because of this that Loya is not in a hurry to absorb it after obtaining it. But in any case, it is the Dragon Slayer crystal, and in Loya's view, it can improve his strength to some extent. Loya said lightly, "I don't know how much I can improve, I just hope that I won't be disappointed." In fact, after awakening the dragon seed and opening the second stage of the dragon power in the body stopped transforming and maintained its original state. It seems to have reached a critical point. No matter how much Loya cultivates, he cannot expand further. At present, the power of the dragon has replaced the magic power and has become the largest power in Loya's body. But this alone cannot satisfy Loya. He needs more powerful dragon-killing magic. Many magics have been cultivated to the extreme, and of course they have good abilities. But the difference between Dragon Slayer magic that can transform dragons is like 2 dimensions. Like the body of a mountain and the terrifying magic power, the giant dragon can crush countless magic with a single sweep. 400 years ago, the dragon race dominated the whole world because of this. With such a powerful power, Loya is naturally eager to obtain it. So, in the face of such a deadlock, he turned his attention to the Dragon Slayer crystal. Chapter 113. Dragonization is Loya's goal, but the process doesn't happen overnight. There are several stages of this, until the dragon seed matures. And the way to give birth to the dragon seed is to strengthen one's own strength. But there is a faster way, then bathe in dragon blood. 400 years ago, the black dragon Acnologia was constantly bathing in the blood of giant dragons in the process of killing, thus rapidly transforming into a dragon. This approach obviously won't work in 400 years. After all, there are not so many dragons in this day and age for Loya to slaughter. Then the only way is to absorb the Dragon Slayer crystal. In essence, the Dragon Slayer crystal comes from the dragon and is the product of the essence of the dragon. Compared to the effect of dragon blood, it should not be much weaker. Powerful dragon power spreads out from Loya's palm, covering the 3 Dragon Slayer crystals. It quickly dissolves under the phagocytic properties, submerges into Loya's body, and the moment it enters, a mutation occurs. The dragon seed, who had been in a calm state, burst into infinite vitality, and without waiting for Loya's control, he directly forcibly plundered the 3 dragon powers. During this process, Loya only felt that his body was burning, and a piece of dragon scales covered it again. Along with the absorption process, the number of dragon scales is increasing rapidly. Originally, the second stage of dragon power was activated, and the dragon scales only covered part of it, but now the dragon scales cover almost 1/5 of Loya's body. This feeling continued, and when the Dragon Slayer crystal completely disappeared, the burning sensation subsided. Loya opened his eyes slowly, and he could feel the rising power within him. At the same time, some confusions have been answered. As imagined, other external forces are still needed to quickly increase the power of the dragon. It seems that in addition to looking for demons, the dragon crystal also needs further exploration. Loya looked at the dragon scales in his hands, and thoughtfully, a smile slowly appeared on his face. There is a method, No matter how difficult it is, he can find it. And even if there is no method, with his wisdom, he will create a method. But now that so many dragon-slaying magics are integrated, it should be changed to a name. Loya thought so. Immediately using the authority, the name of the Dragon Slayer magic on the system panel was modified. Dragon magic, used to convert one's own physique into a dragon's physique. It has the characteristics of swallowing multi-attribute materials such as thunder, fire, water, rock, and ice. It can absorb energy of the same attribute, restore physical strength, and enhance strength. Characteristic: Second Stage Dragon Power. Second Stage Dragon Power. Evolve dragon scales, increase magic power, improve physical fitness in all directions, and greatly improve defense power. That's a lot easier. Loya nodded in satisfaction. When he has perfected his Dragon Slayer magic and transformed himself into a dragon, the name of Dragon Slayer is obviously inappropriate. The word dragon magic is more suitable for one's state. After all, he will absorb more dragon-slaying magic in the future, and dragon magic can collectively be called everything. What's more, dragon-slaying magic itself is obtained from dragons, so it is more appropriate to call it dragon magic. After solving the problem of the dragon seed, Loya did not leave the training room. In addition to dragon-slaying magic, he also acquired 2 space magics during this trip. He needs to master these 2 magics and gather them on space magic at the same time. And there are also some new attempts to obtain god-destroying magic. It can be said that on the way back, Loya will not be idle at all. And that's exactly what Loya likes the most. Sure enough, magic is the best. Battle of the Central City. After all, it still undermines the majesty of the Magic Council. After the battle, the legislators deliberately covered up the battle, blurring the incident and interpreting it as a disaster. But as a super city with a population of hundreds or even tens of millions, some things cannot be concealed. Under the influence of magic, Loya resounded throughout the Ishgar continent again, and the limelight even overshadowed his previous defeat of Jose. The entire magic world was in an uproar. The dark world also set off waves. Is that a lie? A teenage boy beats 2 Holy Tens at the same time, true or false? The Holy Ten of the Magic Council was defeated. When did the Holy 10 mages become so worthless? Shura Loya, I remember this person. Isn't he a magic tool master in the Western Kingdom of Fiori? When did the magic tool master have such terrifying combat power? The Fairy Tale Guild now has 2 Holy Tens at once, and it is now the strongest guild that deserves it. X778. That is, before the scandal broke out in the 10 Wizard Saints, the gold content was extremely high. In the era when the Dark Wizards were rampant, the Magic Council basically relied on the name of 10 Wizard Saints to intimidate the major dark guilds, leaving a lot of pressure. Each of the major 10 Wizard Saints has a remarkable record in their hands. If they knew that the 10 Wizard Saints were fighting, the vast majority of the dark guilds would simply choose to surrender, rather than go head-to-head in a foolish way. The entire dark world is also eligible for the 3 major guilds to reach the strength of the Holy 10. Therefore, every 10 Wizard Saints is a big man, which is recognized by the world. In one play, he defeated 2 Holy Tens and took over the title of Holy 10. Almost everyone in the Dark Wizards was in danger. They couldn't stop the 10 Wizard Saints, not to mention those who could easily defeat the 10 Wizard Saints, who would be wiped out without even having a chance to surrender. It's incredible. I didn't expect such a character to appear in the magic world after so many years. South area of Ishgar. Somewhere in a vast sea of trees, this cave is hidden in a dangerous ridge. No one thought that in this sea of trees, one of the Dark World Balam Alliance, the head of Oration Cease. On this day, when Nua's subordinate members of the Dark Guild took this piece of information over the mountains and mountains, they arrived at the headquarters. Brain, who read the news, said excitedly, 10 Wizard Saints Jose, 10 Wizard Saints Serena. These 2 people selected by the Magic Council, and one of them, Serena, who has the power of dragons and is called God, was actually defeated. After defeating the 2, he was recruited by the Magic Council as 10 Wizard Saints. When did those old guys become so talkative? But no matter what, they can't stop us. How about defeating Saint 10? The peak of this continent is higher than anyone can imagine, and he still has a long way to go. Once again, before, I have found the taboo in the legend. After that time, the entire magic world will become a treasure. Go down and speed up the search. Duh. Chapter 114. Magnolia Harbor. Fairy Tale Guild. It took several days for Loya and Makarov to return to the guild in the magic airship. Finally home. As soon as he got close, Loya jumped off the deck and stood in front of the guild gate. This trip to the Magic Council took almost a month. Although it was said that the gains from this trip were not shallow, after all, it was not as good as his own home. Whether it was the environment or the atmosphere, this place could really make him feel at ease. Laxus, let's duel. As soon as the door was opened, a familiar voice came through. Listening to the high fighting spirit that is always burning in the voice, it is only Natsu himself that needn't think much. Looking up, I saw Laxus sitting in front of the bar drinking with a wooden barrel, looking at Natsu leisurely, his eyes full of playfulness. Want a duel? Yes, but you probably won't be able to fight for a while. After being assessed as an S-rank mage, Laxus also gradually integrated into his guild companions. However, due to its strong strength, it is not so fast that it can be fully integrated. After all, Laxus itself is still very cold, and only Natsu, the Iron Henin, will continue to challenge. Damn it, you underestimate me. Being looked down upon like this, Natsu burst out instantly, holding the flame in his hand and rushing out. However, have you forgotten that guilds are not allowed to fight? Suddenly, a huge big hand fell from the sky, and with a slap, Natsu, who jumped in midair, slapped the floor. Ah! Arms folded, Natsu has been embedded in the wooden floor. Okay. The sudden action caught the attention of all the members. Following the direction of the arm's retraction, everyone in the guild immediately found Makarov standing at the door and Loya beckoning to them at the door. Wow, we're back. Hey, the president is back. And Big Brother Loya is back too. Have they returned from the Magic Council? Where? Where? As soon as he said hello, the next second Loya saw a large group of people crowding towards him. The momentum was so great that it almost drowned him completely. Loya's eyes widened instantly, and he subconsciously put his hands in front of him and said defensively, Hey, what are you doing? Don't come here, I don't like men. Don't talk nonsense, we're not talking about this. Don't you understand what we're talking about? It's okay to do such a big thing quietly. Defeat 210 wizard saints and take over the title of saint. If I knew I would go with you. The scene must be very shocking. Loya has also become a Holy 10, so we have 2 Holy 10s in our guild. It's a great feeling. But your title is too strange. How could it become a Jura? The big event of succeeding the Holy 10 has spread throughout the continent. Although the town of Magnolia is not a big city, it has a seaport and convenient transportation. Such shocking news is naturally impossible not to know. When learning this news, the entire guild almost turned the pot, waiting for Loya to come back. So there is this scene. At this moment, everyone was cheering. In the next second, everyone was quiet. I saw that Laxus, who was leaning against the bar a second ago, also walked past the crowd and came to Loya, raising his fist to target Loya. Congratulations, you have become 10 wizard saints, but this does not mean that I will give up. The title of Saint 10 is nothing, and one day I will surpass you. Laxus' heart was undoubtedly complicated when he learned that his opponent, Loya, defeated the Holy 10 and won the title of Holy 10. He has always targeted Loya. Before being persuaded by Loya, he went on crazy missions to surpass him. When he saw his goal and went further and further, his heart was unwilling. However, after being unwilling, more fighting spirit was ignited, and he would no longer be driven by jealousy. Loya also felt this fighting spirit. This is an oath between men. The corners of his mouth twitched, and Loya also raised his fist with a smile. Monument. The fists collided, making a heavy sound. Really? Then you are ready to be left behind for the rest of your life. Laxus said arrogantly. Don't be too frivolous, or you won't know when I surpass it. For flowers. Loya also did not dare to show weakness and said, as long as you have that ability. That's right, Laxus should be like this. He must beat Loya to the ground. Macau said in solidarity. Yes, defeat the great demon King Loya. Max said along with the fun. And me. Natsu, who got up from the ground, also shouted with conviction. Just wait for me. I will definitely surpass the two of you in the future. Gray, the nemesis on the side, smiled and said, Forget it. With your strength, I'm afraid you will fall down just after you take a shot. What? Drooping eyes, are you trying to fight? Why? Are you not convinced by hanging eye? Hit him. Come on. 0-0 The arrogant voices of the two men resounded in the guild, and at the same time pushed the atmosphere even higher. Sorcerers are inherently unruly, and no one obeys anyone. Laxus' words undoubtedly conquered everyone present. Standing at the door, looking at Laxus, who was fully integrated into the group, Makarov also had a gratified smile on his face. So he stood up and shouted, Notice, everyone, hold a celebration banquet tonight. Cheer for the guild. Oh, it's so good. I won't go home tonight if I don't get drunk. Let's party together. The banquet raised the atmosphere to the extreme. Everyone began to prepare various drinks and food for the banquet. During this process, Loya suddenly remembered a very important thing. That is, where are Urza and Mirajane? When he left, Urza was on a mission. After so many days, he should have returned, and Mirajane who stayed in the guild. Not a single figure has been seen so far. Is it in the underground library? Loya frowned slightly and walked towards the back of the wine cabinet. Brother Loya. But just as Loya was about to enter the underground library to have a look, a melodious voice like a lark suddenly sounded from behind. Familiar voices, familiar shouts. Loya heard the owner of the voice in an instant. Lysana. Loya turned her head and saw that the little angel Lysana was standing at the door looking at herself in surprise. Big. Chapter 115. The moment I saw Loya, that pair of cute big eyes instantly burst into infinite surprises. The little legs ran and jumped straight up at the last step, and Loya picked it up with one hand. Isn't this my little angel? Loya kissed Lysana's forehead and turned it around. It's been a long time since he hadn't seen the little angel he missed. Brother Loya, Lysana misses you so much during the few days you're gone. Brother Loya isn't coming back early. Do you not like Lysana anymore? Lysana said pitifully, and the white and tender little hands also hugged Loya's neck, like a little girl who yearns for father's love. Unconsciously, Lysana became more and more clingy in the past few days. Seeing this, Loya also rubbed Lysana's little head with a distressed expression and said, Why? My brother likes Lysana the most. Really? Brother swears, 900. Well, Lysana believes in brother. Innocent Lysana nodded, a smile on her lovely face. But I haven't waited for Loya to say anything. The next second, a very resentful voice came from behind. Don't believe Lysana. This time he went out and had a good time. How could he still remember you? The voice was straightforward, even with a hint of tsundere. In the entire guild, except Mirajane, who else can say such words full of the smell of a defeated dog? Looking up, Mirajane, dressed in a hot dress and with a big ponytail, was standing not far away, looking at Loya with an unhappy face, while making Loya confused. It stands to reason that since she just came back, she shouldn't provoke the other party. Mirajane looked very angry. Naruto, Mirajane has become prettier after a long time no see. But anyway, Loya decided to reconcile the atmosphere first. However, such a simple and superficial move was obviously useless to Mirajane, but instead, his pupils suddenly darkened a lot. He looked even more angry. Wait, could she know something? Like Altair or something? At the beginning, he and Altair broke out some relationships in the Magic Council, saying that it is not necessarily that this news and other news spread together. Yes, that was the only thing that could make her so angry. Thinking about what Loya was about to explain, the next second she heard Mirajane say something full of resentment. Why didn't you come back earlier? Didn't you agree to take me to receive it? Do you know that I've been bored to death in the guild by myself these few days? In an instant, what Loya was about to explain stuck in his throat, unable to move up or down. Scared to death. He also thought that his affairs within the Magic Council had been exposed. Fortunately it wasn't that. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to explain clearly if he really wanted to ask. Loya secretly breathed a sigh of relief and took back what he was about to say. But Loya didn't say it. It didn't mean Mirajane didn't notice. Although Loya concealed it well, the girl's natural special senses caught something in an instant, and her eyes suddenly narrowed. What? It's rare for you to have anything else to hide from me. No, nothing. How is that possible? Loya quickly changed the subject. This time, the regular meeting of the president was over, and I was going to buy some souvenirs and come back. I didn't expect to encounter a madman on the way, and it ended up fighting. I've bought everything you see, Loya said, and took out a few gadgets that she had stored in the space. In fact, these are the items left over from other auction houses that Loya picked up when he recovered the Dragon Slayer crystal. That is, the small props that applied additional magic at the beginning of the game. Loya is going to bring it back for research and reproduction. Seeing this, Mirajane's face looked much better just now. You have a conscience. Saying Mirajane put it away, Sundara's little face also raised a smile. Loya also sighed in relief, because he knew that the fish in the fish pond were stable. Loya, so you are here. But when Loya breathed a sigh of relief, a hot light suddenly fell on him, causing him to stab in the back. Loya feels so good. I just finished comforting Mirajane, but I didn't expect to be hit by my beloved Urza in a turn. Although he also thought that one day he might face such a situation, but he did not expect such a situation to come so quickly, and he just came back completely unprepared. To be honest, if this happened in a previous life, at most it would be a sentence. Only children do multiple choice questions. Saying this sentence, you will get 2 slaps if you die. In this magical world, both of them are powerful female magicians, and they might exchange for a blood hole the size of a bowl. AI, Lusha, it's been a long time. I didn't expect to meet you when I came back. Loya turned stiffly and smiled at Urza, implying that she too had just returned. But such an explanation is obviously not enough to fool the past or underestimate her IQ. I have been in the underground library. After hearing that you came back, you will enter the underground library first. I didn't expect you to be with a woman who likes to show her navel. Even an idiot could hear Urza's resentment. When Mirajane heard this, she sneered on the spot. I'm better than that tough woman. Well, the two of them are considered brilliant. But Mirajane took the fire for me. Loya breathed a sigh of relief. You guys should be arguing. Just treat me like a little transparent. There is a contradiction between Urza and Mirajane in the original book. The fights when I was a child, the open and secret fights now, all kinds of non-compliance. Even now is no exception, and it seems to have become more serious. Even though Urza was already S rank, Mirajane didn't feel like she was inferior to her. Urza, Loya wouldn't like to play with a tough woman, and he gave me a gift. Mirajane patted her waist and laughed coldly when she said this. Really? Urza stared at her with black and white eyes, then said to Loya, Do you like this stinky woman? Loya didn't dare to move. No one looked at it, and said, Actually, I bought gifts for everyone, and... Shut up. The two princesses spoke at the same time. Loya 3.3. Loya understood. The conflict between the two heavenly daughters is so big that it cannot be relieved at all. He's just a sandwiched, humble puppy. In the current situation, it's like the heroine and the second female lead in the bloody plot to grab the hero, and let the hero choose who to go with. This is simply a proposition. No matter how you choose, you will die, and no one is the right choice. Facing the gazes of the two, Loya had a big head. Eat, at this moment, a voice like Tianchen sounded in Loya's arms. Naturally, this voice could not be Loya's. Lysana's in his arms. Lysana, are you hungry? Let's go. Brother, take you to eat something delicious. With that said, Loya rushed out the door with Lysana in her arms. He shouted in dissatisfaction behind the two of them. Stop for me. Duh. Chapter 116. The banquet went on as usual. As usual, Loya would certainly be drinking freely in this happy atmosphere. It's just that from the beginning to the end, two eyes have been watching him. The fragrant wine in his hand has completely lost its appeal, and the rich food on the table has not even moved. To be honest, he would rather fight Serena for 1,000 rounds than go through such pain. This is simply the torment of the soul. Until the end of the banquet, Loya felt uncomfortable. However, is this win or loss really worthless? The answer is definitely no. No response is the result. Counting the time, Loya and Urza have been together the longest, and Urza is obviously more dominant. There is no option in such a situation, and it is clear that Urza loses slightly. Therefore, after the banquet was over, she left without saying a word. Mirajane held Lysana away with a proud look. After Mirajane's back disappeared, Loya, like a stray dog, quickly chased after the guild underground. 23 just entered the underground library, and there was no one in it. But Loya didn't panic and directly opened the room of requirement. That is the place where the two made an agreement, and it is also the most likely place. As predicted, in a spacious hall, Urza's crimson back was sitting in the middle, his fragrant shoulders faintly painted. Urza! Loya rushed up. Urza heard it, ignored it, and turned her head to the side. So Loya took the initiative to lean over. As soon as he passed by, Urza turned his head away immediately, gave him a glamorous profile, and said coldly, "What are you doing? I don't want to talk to you now." Obviously, her lady queen is very angry now, and no one wants to deal with it. But it is obviously inappropriate to do nothing, because that will lead to more serious consequences. The queen's eye circles are red and swollen. There were even a few traces of tears left on the snow-white cheeks, which had clearly cried aggrieved just now. However, on the contrary, the pair of moving eyes became more and more charming. Seeing that she was being driven away, Loya just turned her head and was overjoyed. She felt that she could still be rescued, and said solemnly, "Actually, I really didn't do it on purpose just now. The moment I came back, I really wanted to come to you as soon as possible. Do you think I believe it?" Urza is aggrieved, because in her opinion, Loya and herself are the best partners. But at the critical moment, she did not choose herself. If it wasn't for Loya's always being kind to her and expressing a little bit of liking, she wouldn't be bothered to pay attention to Loya. For a time, Urza's perception of Loya dropped to rock bottom. Perhaps you don't know. In fact, at the beginning of the morning, I promised her to take her to receive it, but for other reasons, this matter has been delayed. So when I came back, she just stood right in front of me. Could it be that Urza wants me to be a man who doesn't believe what I say? And the power she gained was to protect her sister. Urza was about to refute a few words, saying that he couldn't refuse anything, but he finally stopped when he heard it. Lisana she knew. For this Urza also likes it very much. Every time I see it, I can always think of my sister unconsciously. What's more, she sticks to the chivalrous way, let Loya breach the contract or something. She really can't say it when she thinks in a different position. Seeing Urza fall silent, Loya pressed on again and continued to explain. Besides, by helping her put away the demons, I can also get some information about the demons. I want to investigate the origin of the demons and see who left the demons to persecute the villagers. If sincerity can be quantified, the sincerity in Loya's eyes is like a tide, softening Urza's heart a lot. She also knew that Loya was interested in their respective quirks. Really not letting him go to research is more uncomfortable than killing him. And if it was out of righteousness, she wouldn't stop Loya. She still said, "Since you mean this, why don't you make it clear in person at the beginning? I'm not allowing you to perform tasks with her. Make it clear face to face? Wouldn't that just roll over?" Loya muttered to himself. Obviously, this cannot be said directly, and it must be done in a different way. Thinking about it, Loya's face showed violent mood swings, both moved and shocked. "But I don't want to take you to risk. You must know that you are my favorite person." Monument. All of a sudden, Urza's hatred for Loya dissipated, but a blush rose on his face, and he didn't dare to look at Loya's eyes at all. But remembering that Loya made herself cry just now, she snorted and said in a soft tone, "Didn't we agree to be true companions? Since it is a true companion, no matter how dangerous it is, I will accompany you. Get it done." Hearing this, Loya breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, because he knew that after saying such words, Urza's dissatisfaction with himself had completely vanished. In fact, in such an alternative situation, never try to solve the problem. The best way to do this is to think about how to solve the problem. Urza seems to be a strong and domineering woman, and she is smart, but she is often the most cowardly in her heart. As long as you are eloquent, you can make her happy. It's 900 girls who need close friends. Some things that are said on the surface can be said in private. So, at the end of the banquet, Loya immediately rushed over to explain it to Urza. However, these alone are not enough. It must be done in two ways. So, in front of Urza's face, Loya stretched out his hand to embrace Urza's tender waist, his eyes full of tenderness, and said, "It's just because I'm a true companion that I can't bear to put you in danger, but if you're injured, even if it's only a little, I won't forgive myself." Hearing this, Urza's eyes softened a lot immediately. And looking at Loya's hand that turned over his body, a blush appeared on his beautiful face. He just slowly lowered his head and lightly nodded a few times, leaning on Loya's shoulder, immersed in the pink world. However, in the next second, Urza suddenly flashed before his eyes, and his whole body suddenly lightened. The armor on his body was lifted, and he started subconsciously. "What's the matter, my armor? Don't forget, I made your armor for you. If you want to remove it, you must do it." After speaking, Urza saw the faint warmth coming from the front of the Red Sea. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly, and a faint voice came from her ears. "Your first kiss is mine." Chapter 117. Late at night, while Loya and Urza were hiding in the room of requirement. On the other side, inside the Magic Council, Chickrain looked at Altair coldly, his eyes full of ice. "I need a reasonable explanation." Altair didn't say much, but Altair was very clear about the meaning of the words, but she still ignored Chickrain's eyes and said lightly, "It's all about planning. Do you think I'm so fool?" Chickrain sneered. "Just for the plan? You didn't see that guy, but it made me lose face. Don't forget that you and I are from the same place." In a battle, he was stunned by life, and Chickrain almost lost face. How could the arrogant Chickrain allow himself to let go of his dignity and shamelessly cooperate with those who wounded him? Altair replied, "Lord Chickrain, do you think it would be useful to be an enemy of that man? Master of the magic tool, the strength of the king is comparable to that of the king. It is obviously irrational for such a person to be an enemy, and it may even cause the members to be dissatisfied because of deliberate conflicts. In this way, it would be too much of a loss." "That's right, but it's not enough." Just listen to Chickrain reply in a deep voice. "So you are confident enough to ensure that he can cooperate with you? He is a perfectionist. In order to gain magical power, he has sneaked into the Magic Council for many years, and he will never allow any accident to happen. In order to achieve his goal, he needs to become a member of Parliament and enter the top ranks. The only way is to rely on strength, become 10 wizard saints to enhance their own value, and thus enter the top counselors." This time he was violently beaten by Loya, and the news spread throughout the entire Ishgar continent, and his prestige fell directly into underestimation. If he wanted to become the Holy 10, it became extremely difficult to become a member of Parliament in an instant. So, does Lord Chickrain think Loya will be approved by the counselors? Facing Zekrian, who was in a rage, Altair didn't answer his question, but asked instead. After speaking, Altair replied again. "Impossible. After this incident, even if Loya became the Holy 10, she has become a thorn in the eyes of some of those MPs. Because his title was not obtained by himself, but by the pressure of his guild elder, Warad Sequin, to obtain it. It's him." Chickrain's eyes flashed strangely. He fell into a coma and got some news. "I thought that the title of Loya was that the MP looked at its potential, but did not expect it to be such a thing." "Correct." Altair's top-secret face slowly missed Chickrain's figure, walked out the door, and continued to speak while looking out at the darkness outside the window. "We could take advantage of this to space the relationship between Loya and MPs. As long as Loya is 10 wizard saints for one day, these counselors will not forget that Loya got the title of Saint 10 by stepping on their reputation. What's more, our plan will one day be the enemy of Fairy Tale, and we can just use the hatred of the congressman for Loya." After hearing Altair's explanation, Sheiklin's face was still gloomy, but he didn't get treatment like before, and his heart was shaken. After a long silence, the eyes covered by darkness gave Altair a cold look. "It's better that you didn't make the wrong choice. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." In the humiliation and the future plan, Chickrain chose the latter after all, and he must choose the latter. This time, he sneaked into the Magic Council only after completing the plan, and he definitely wouldn't give up so easily because of such a setback, which was exactly what Altair knew. After all, as the manipulator behind the scenes, Altair knew Zekrain's character inside out. Neither Zekrain nor Jalal were but her puppets from beginning to end. "Yes, Lord Chickrain." After speaking, Chickrain turned and left. However, what he didn't notice was that at the moment he turned around, Altair's figure transformed into light spots and disappeared into the air. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in another area. Somewhere in the sky, thousands of miles away, dark clouds shrouded everything. There is only darkness here, and even the bright starlight cannot pass through the thick, dark clouds, and any light will be swallowed up. However, right here, a magic airship with a dark hull wandered in the dark night. There are two figures on the top deck of the black airship. One of them was Altair himself. At the same time that Zikrane should be, she reported the situation to the figure on the main deck at the same time. It was a one-eyed old man in jet black armor, a double-horned helmet, and a black cloak, exuding this extremely terrifying magic power from all over his body. There is only one person in the entire dark world who can make Altair so respected. That's the leader of the Grimoire Heart, Hades. After listening to Altair's report and explaining the whole thing, the old man who had lived for more than 100 years also rarely showed an interested expression. Beat Jose and Serena for a long time. It's the first time I've seen such a guy. Master of the magic tool, surpassing the strength of the Holy Ten, is a bit better than the original Guildarts. In the future, he will never be weaker than anyone, and it is very possible that he will even surpass me. How can this be? Altair heard the words, and the excellent pretty face was full of shock. Who are Hades? Grimoire Heart Boss, the real master of the current dark world. Its strength is unfathomable. It has long surpassed the Holy Ten, and is regarded by many dark magicians as the existence of gods who explore the magic abyss. She never, no doubt, would have thought that people like Hades would recognize Loyas so much, even as a latecomer. Thinking of this, Altair spoke cautiously. Lord Hades, wouldn't it be too exaggerated? That man has barely reached the realm of the king. How can he possibly compare to you? You don't understand, because you learn magic to understand magic for purpose, and he is the one who is really exploring the realm of magic. Facing Altair's question, Hades said lightly. Holding his hands on the seat, he stood up and walked to the edge of the deck, looking down at the dark world under the magic airship, his old eyes flashing with unprecedented light. Looking at the magical world, and even the entire dark world, it has been a long time since such a person has appeared. I didn't expect that kid Makarov to be able to cultivate such a genius. It was a bit out of my expectation. In a few years' time, the entire magical world will be changed because of him. Chapter 118. Hades did not meet Loya, but through the brief description in Altair's mouth, he could feel that the Loya described in that mouth was the same person as him. Truly immersed in the magical world, unaffected by the outside world at all, and one who pursues the end of magic wholeheartedly. This will, even Hades himself is over 100 years old, and when he feels birth, old age, sickness, and death, he wakes up and comprehends the profound meaning of magic. And Loya is only a teenager of the 13th or 14th year. At such an age, he has already reached the same level as him. How could Hades not be shocked? He even thought of someone with such talent. A person who has disappeared into history after a long period of time. His name is almost called a forbidden language by later generations. Black Mage progenitor Zeref. The first black wizard in the history of magic. It descended on the ancient continent 400 years ago, elevating black magic to the extreme, creating countless dark magic and demons at the end of magic, causing Ishgar and even the world to fall into chaos, possessing an almost invincible power to destroy the world. On Loya's body, Hades saw Zeref's figure. If it wasn't for Altair's explanation that Loya 900 is the wizard of the fairy tale guild, he might have mistakenly thought that the black wizard appeared on this continent at one time. F#82 hashtag. Hades made no secret of his praise for Loya. It was precisely because of this that Altair was so shocked that he began to get nervous for some reason. As Hades said, if Loya is so good, because of the different camps of the two sides, it is the best choice to kill her in the cradle as soon as possible, which is the consistent practice of the dark world. Before knowing Loya, Altair, who would do anything to achieve his goal, would choose to execute it without hesitation, but at this moment, she was shaking and hesitating, not knowing what to do. In his mind, the figure of Loya appeared uncontrollably. Altair's heart was numb, but thanks to the darkness, and Hades falling into a weird state, the change in his heart was well concealed. With the mentality of giving it a try, Altair said carefully, "Since then, regarding the transaction, what are you going to do, Mr. Hades? Normally speaking, gifting magic is undoubtedly to fund the enemy, not to mention the gift of lost magic. CD, however, Hades' choice was far beyond Altaire's surprise. Reject? No, not only will I not refuse, but I will give him a hand. Hades shook his head. Altair said strangely, help him. That's right. If he is a person who really pursues magic like you said, even if he doesn't belong to the same faction, how can he help him? Hades looked up slightly. Between the hands, a powerful black energy was released, and a gleam of light appeared in the old eyes. What we are pursuing is the great magic world, weeding out useless people, going back to the era of Zerif. There is only a world of magicians, and it is a world that belongs only to magicians. People like him are the ones who are really suitable to live in the great magic world. Altair, your eyes should not be limited to one person, but the world. Grimoire Heart is different from other dark guilds that know about destruction. Hades has big ambitions. He didn't simply rule everything, but found the end of magic, and that's why he created Grimoire Heart. What's more, if he trades with Loya, he can further improve Altaire's status in the Magic Council and seek more things. So what reason does Hades have to stop him? Then Hades-sama, didn't you say that that person would be a very dangerous existence? Is it really good to let it go like this? Altair probed further. Hades didn't care at all. That is undeniable. This guy is indeed dangerous, but it still takes a while to grow up. At least there is still a long way to go before the real peak. What's more, the country far across the sea is about to move. I am afraid that the war will break out soon. As a saint, it is still one thing for him to survive this war, and we don't need to worry about it. But this time will be your chance to become an MP in one fell swoop. This time, Altair didn't speak, because she heard what Hades said. In the past few years, the Albarez Empire, which was far away on the other side of the ocean, has dominated more than 600 wizards' guilds in many countries at an incredible speed. Its power is rapidly expanding, and it has already surpassed the power controlled by the Magic Council. Between the two sides, a little friction broke out one after another. Cortina, who is far away in the far north, is still in a silent state, and the specific situation cannot be determined. But it is certain that in another 3 or 4 years, a war between the Magic Council and the Albarez Empire is inevitable. This time, the Magic Council temporarily initiated a guild assessment and took the opportunity to select 10 wizard saints in order to prepare in advance for the changing situation. Changed to the previous situation, Altair was facing the situation. Even if she was extremely talented, she would still feel a little uneasy in her heart. The collision between the continents must be beyond her imagination. But now that she has mastered the 7 empty magic balls, the power beyond ordinary saints gives her some confidence in her heart. She won't make a huge contribution, but at least she has the power to protect herself. In addition, Grimoire Heart will also secretly cooperate with itself. Yes, the subordinates will definitely complete the task given by the adults. Hades nodded. Saying this, he suddenly remembered something and looked at Altair. How about Jalal? Jalal is an important pawn for them. Its talent is also a very good genius, and Altair's spy in the Magic Council. When he heard Loya in front, even his missing body was defeated. For the bigger picture, Hades felt it was necessary to ask. Altair answered truthfully. Currently in a state of healing, with Magic Council's ability to recover quickly, I feel hatred for Loya in my heart. But even so, my subordinates are confident enough to control him. That's the best. Let's go. Let's work hard for the arrival of the great magic world. After speaking, Hades' figure then dived into the darkness. All for the great magic world. Facing the disappearing figure, Altair put one hand on his chest and said, his eyes flashed a hint of coldness. Great magical world? It's just empty talk. Neither Z-Crane nor Hades were objects of her use. Chapter 119. The next morning, inside the Fairy Tale Guild, Natsu and Gray rarely fought, but looked at Urza, who was sitting on the bench with his eyes blank, and Shirakawa's face flashed a blush from time to time in shock. Urza, what's wrong? Could it be that he is sick? Natsu asked suspiciously. I don't know. Gray on the side shook his head blankly. Not to mention that it was not long before Natsu joined the guild. It was the first time he saw a situation like Urza. However, the two little kids are ignorant, which does not mean that the two old drivers, Wakaba and Macau, do not understand. He patted Loya's shoulder lightly with the appearance of someone coming over. Okay, Luo, it seems that you are not too timid. Remember to take safety measures. You two are too young. Hearing this, Loya, who was drinking, spewed out at once. Small, who is younger? And do you have a beast like that? Not to mention that Urza is only 13 or 14 years old, and his body has not yet fully developed. What he couldn't do was to take advantage of the hurt in his heart. He just slept with her and didn't do anything else. However, he still underestimated how shy Urza was. After a night of getting along, I felt a little uneasy all day, and when I glanced at Bainina's face, it instantly flushed red, as if there was a trace of steam. In desperation, Loya could only let Urza be quiet and relieved a little. But solving Urza's problems doesn't mean that everything has been solved, and there is a hot gaze watching him behind him. Without further ado, only Mira Jane. Others could see it, and Mira Jane, who was a girl, naturally could see it too. There must be something elusive between Urza and Loya. Thinking of the two secretly doing something behind her back, Mira Jane couldn't wait to rush up and bite Loya hard. Someone is looking for you outside, Loya, saying that there is something important looking for you. But just as Loya was fidgeting, the fat Ritas outside the door suddenly shouted at him. I'm looking for something. Who is it? Distraught Loya wanted to refuse directly, but considering talking about something important, he still held back his character. Ritas shook his head. I don't know him, but he said it was from the Philia business group. The voice was not deliberately lowered, and everyone in the guild could hear it, instantly attracting the attention of many people. Max said differently. Philia merchant? Isn't that Fiore Premier Chamber of Commerce? How did they find Loya? I remember that the Philia merchant group specializes in selling magic tools and magic materials. Are they planning to ask Loya to order magic tools? Even the Philia business group took the initiative to come to the door, and Loya's reputation is too great. For a while, many people in the guild began to envy Loya. In addition to envy, they can understand such a situation. Not to mention that Loya currently has the title of 10 Wizard Saints, and the presence of the Magician Master is enough to let him rampage throughout Ishgar. After a little bit of association, it is not surprising that the Philia business group, which specializes in selling business with magic, has come to Loya. The Philia merchant group? Sitting at the bar drinking, Loya was slightly taken aback when he heard the words. Yes, after coming back. In order to deal with Urza and Mira Jane, he forgot about this and hurried out. Yes, Lord Loya. The messenger, with standard blonde hair like the Hart Philia family, bowed and greeted the moment he saw Loya come out. He was fortunate enough to meet Loya when he was with the Lucky Business Guild, so he recognized it at first sight. Well, what did Jude say? Waving to indicate that the other party doesn't need to be more polite, Loya asked directly. Sir Gyoda has followed your instructions and has collected information from all directions, but the news is special. Please go to the Lucky Business Guild to prevent the information from being leaked. Okay, I see. I'll go over now. It is undoubtedly a very rude thing for an ordinary business group to let a 10 Wizard Saints take the initiative to come to the door. But Loya understands. The word devil is basically a forbidden language in the era and cannot be easily mentioned. If you mention it casually, it will cause huge panic and anxiety among the people, and the Magic Council is trying to eliminate this influence as much as possible. If it is known that the Hart Philia merchant group accepts its entrustment to find the whereabouts of the devil, it will have a serious blow to the prestige of its Chamber of Commerce and the Sorcerer's Guild. Gyoda naturally has to be more cautious, which will inevitably affect his signboard. What's more, Loya doesn't think that Gyoda, who has been in the business world, doesn't know how to behave, so being able to make him so cautious at this time can only mean that he really found something. So he was so cautious. 4 flowers. I'm going out, and I'll be back later. Loya greeted the guild, put her palm on the messenger, and released teleportation magic. In a few breaths, he came to the gate of the Lucky Business Guild. At this moment, Gyoda was already walking left and right at the door, waiting for Loya's arrival. Suddenly, a figure jumped down from him. After realizing that it was Loya, he hurried up to meet him. Lord Loya, you startled me. And congratulations on becoming a promoted 10 Wizard Saints. Sorry that the gift of promotion has not been prepared due to the rush of time. Before Good could finish speaking, Loya went straight to his boring, stinky, and long polite speech. 00 These are all false. and it is enough to help me gather useful information. Yes, but please come in first. Gioda introduced Loya into the box after entering. He directly took out a book in a corner and handed it to Loya while talking. This is what I have collected within the scope of my ability, and there are special notes on it, but there is no news about the Dragon Slayer crystal. Enough. Loya flipped through the books with a satisfied expression on her face. Judah is indeed worthy of Judah, and his business acumen is very developed. Not only does he understand the form of observation, but he is also skilled in collecting and sorting out information. The book in Loya's hand not only marked where the demon's footprints and rumors appeared, but also marked the possibility of the devil's appearance. Obviously, a lot of effort has gone into this. Putting the books together and sending them into the space, Loya looked at Judah and said, "Very well, you did a great job this time. Thank you, Lord Loya, for your compliment." In the face of Loya's praise, Judah was also very honored to bow, and then said cautiously, "By the way, Lord Loya, what you promised earlier. I will naturally do what I promise, and I will give you the things." With a flash of light, several amazing magic tools floated in front of Gioda, 2 more than Yuan originally planned. Big. Chapter 120. Loya generally doesn't treat people who do things for themselves. What's more, Gioda will be very useful to Loya in the future, and he needs to continue to collect information on demons, and the Dragon Slayer crystal is still very useful. Loya naturally focuses on taking care. In fact, even if Loya doesn't give much, the effect is the same. This time Loya got the title of 10 Wizard Saints. He jumped to become the top wizard in the Ishgar continent, and this halo alone is enough to make Jude try his best to curry favor. In the magical world, even though ordinary merchants have money in their hands, their status is better than that of ordinary mages. He is just an ordinary person, and it is simply out of his desire to contact 10 Wizard Saints, and he is also a potential wizard like Loya, and it is not something he can contact. Gioda was very fortunate that his original master, 900, offered a Dragon Slayer crystal in exchange for the opportunity to get close contact with Loya. As long as there is a slight connection with Loya, the future business will be smooth, and no one dares to stop it, and even use the name of the Heartfilia Business Group to expand the industry. The so-called tree is good to enjoy the shade is the truth. In the past, Gioda could not imagine it at all. So even if Loya rejects him this time, he will still work for Loya. On the contrary, he is happy to let Loya reject it. Judging from the previous situation, Gioda gradually found out that Loya is a person who hates trouble and does not like to owe favors. If Loya refuses, he will make Loya owe favors instead. The favor of the 10 Wizard Saints, or the Master of Magic Tools, is more valuable than hundreds of millions of J. After the transaction was over, Loya turned around and left. Before leaving, he did not forget to ask, "Continue the search. During this period, I allow your Heartfilia Business Group to put my name on it. If something happens, you can find my help, and I will help you settle everything." Gioda heard the words with ecstasy on his face, and said with trembling eyes, "Yes, Lord Loya." After the explanation, the magic power flashed. Loya's figure disappeared in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already in the harbor outside the Fairy Tale Guild. Stepping into the guild, Loya called Mirajane directly to enter the underground library. "Everything is ready. It's time to go. Let's go." "You mean the target has been found?" Hearing Loya's words, she, who had been irritable before, suddenly lit up, and her beautiful eyes couldn't hide her inner ecstasy. With continuous practice of meditation, she has long been unable to hold back her eccentric personality, especially when she sees Urza going out to perform tasks every day. She almost goes mad. Looking at the ecstatic Mirajane, Loya also smiled faintly. "What? Don't you like meditation?" "It's not that I don't like it. It's just plain boring. I can't go out after you all go out." Mirajane's face suddenly darkened again as if he had mentioned the previous incident. But the next second I saw Loya's smiling eyes, and Sundara's true color reappeared in an instant. He turned his head with a cold snort and muttered softly, "Anyway, I'm cultivating alone, and no one cares. Don't underestimate the meditation method. It's not as simple as you think. Haven't you found that your own magic can be easily manipulated?" Mirajane looked slightly startled. Although a little reluctant, he still nodded. As Loya said, after practicing meditation by herself, Her control of magic power has been controlled freely, and she will no longer lose control when she encountered the devil overnight. Meditation. The simple entry is indeed the most perfect deduction at present. From Loya's first deduction to numerous subsequent improvements, until now the meditation method is almost perfect, and it fits Mira-Jane the most. Different from Urza's self-awakening, Mira-Jane does not have the blood of dragons in her body, although she has the ability to awaken herself. If you want to make up the gap with Urza, the only way is to integrate a variety of demons, which is tantamount to a great test of your own will and magic power. For a long time, Loya did not teach Mira-Jane magic, in order to wait for her to further hone her will. Including the practice of fusion magic is to prepare for the next reception. Thinking of this, Mira-Jane also realized Loya's good intentions. Her obsession with Loya has completely disappeared, and she turned her head and said in a low voice full of tsundere, "Thank you." Tsundere is Mira-Jane's true color. Loya has long been surprised. "It's good to know. Pack up and we're ready to go. Lysana is already waiting for us at the harbor." Loya strode forward, directly holding Mira-Jane's soft little hand, pulling her waist in the other way and leaning in front of him, and said. Mira-Jane was startled. A look of panic appeared on her face, and 2 blushes appeared on Tsundere's face. She tried to break free, but how could Loya let her do it? "Don't move. I want to release space teleportation. If I move around, it will affect my perception of coordinates." "This is a lie." Then you don't need to hold me, and I didn't ask you to go with me. Because you need me, and I need you." Loya's words are very straightforward, and even some of them are not very pleasant. But the exact concern contained in the tone made Mira-Jane's heart warm. But the next second, she said with some worry, "So, then you leave her alone in the guild?" Pulled by Loya's arms against her arms, Mira-Jane asked curiously, "Urza? Last night. I explained to her that last night. She had already allowed me to travel far with you." Loya replied, "What's more, I set space coordinates on her, and she can come back at any time." Really? Mira-Jane's jealousy didn't go away. 3.3 I know that the 2 of you stay together all night. I'm afraid it's not where to hide and do things. Loya paused, then turned to look at Mira-Jane, silently saying nothing. Loya shivered inwardly, and within a few seconds of looking at each other, Mira-Jane dropped her head, and at this moment there was a slight heat from her earrings. It made her flushed face turn red, even with the roots of her ears. The next second, a voice rang in her ears. "You are also very important to me." Mira-Jane raised her head suddenly, looking at each other in disbelief. But now, Loya has turned her head back. Everything around him began to change, and Loya had already teleported to Magnolia's Harbor Street with her, and continued to walk forward with that warm little hand. And this time, Mira-Jane no longer resisted. Chapter 121. The demonic news given by Jude was scattered all over the place. Some news is even just some legends. One of the letters claimed that an undead demon was rumored to have appeared in the northern part of the continent of Ishgar, most likely the demon from the Book of Zerif. It was originally a product born 400 years ago to create magic that breaks the taboo of life and death. With the passage of time, these demons gradually scattered all over the world of Aslant, wandering constantly, and it was very difficult to find them fixedly. However, in view of Mira-Jane's needs and her own need to break through the magic power, she can only spend more effort. Anyway, the magic airship is there. As long as the location and orientation are set, the only thing left is to wait. Before departure, Loya stopped in a city to purchase a lot of supplies and daily necessities, enough to choose for a long time. The exclusive airship is also equipped with a swimming pool, an open-air luxury bed, and other facilities. The flight is only between the clouds, so you don't have to worry about anyone coming to disturb it. It's so beautiful, Sister Mila, look at it. Traveling through the clouds, and taking such a huge 23 airship for the first time, Lysana kept her excited state almost all the time and ran casually. Seeing this, Mira-Jane's moving face showed a bit of worry. "Be careful, the sky is buzzing here, and running around is very dangerous." "Do not worry." Loya walked out of the cabin with 2 glasses of red wine, looked at Lysana who was running and smiled softly. "A barrier has been set up around, and it will not fall easily. Even if it falls, the magic airship will quickly activate the magic circle of thought power to pull it back." And I'm still here. Lysana won't be in danger anyway, so you can rest assured. You are too spoiled, you will spoil her. So what? Isn't the little angel supposed to be petted? Besides, Lysana is so cute. After he finished speaking, he gave Mira Jane a smug look, as if to say, don't compliment me. This kind of thinking is still useful in Lysana, and using Mira Jane will only get a white eye and a very beautiful profile. The waist-length white hair and the snow-white skin like goat's milk curd made Loya quite moved, and she gently grabbed the soft little hand like a ghost. The soft touch made Loya couldn't help rubbing it a few times, and Mira Jane's face instantly turned red. Although it is a sign of the heart, it is a sudden and bold change because of Lysana's presence. Mira Jane, who did not dare to attract attention, could only whisper, "What are you doing?" "It's nothing, just a little interest." "No, Lysana is here. Wouldn't that be better? She also promised me to be my future bride, and it was the same when I was seen. UB asterisk 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 D. A week later, in the northern region, which is covered with ice and snow all the year round, in a ruined city covered by ice and snow, only a few people stay here to live. In the past, this rarely boomed. The roaring wind and snow swept through everything, but in this uninhabited land, a terrifying explosion sounded, and the airwaves spread, destroying a large number of buildings. Long-time Korea, when dozens of wizards wearing black magic robes sank from the mid-air of the night, their bodies shattered. Trash fish is something that can't be trash. Loya gave a comment in his heart, and after solving it, he turned his head to signal. Come on. Will this be a little too long? Mira Jane took Lysana and walked over slowly. After walking over, Mira Jane glanced at him with some sympathy, and there were a pile of Mage who had been smashed into coke on the ground, and only clothes were left. After they came to this city, in order to gather information, go directly to the Dark Sorcerers Guild hidden in the city. As soon as they opened the room, there was a smoky atmosphere, and when they saw Mira Jane, several mages wanted to take advantage of them, but they were thrown out by Loya, and a fight broke out. Then, it evolved directly into what it is now. Although she was equally indifferent to the wizards of the Dark Guild, Mira Jane felt that it was a bit too much to do so. It's not the same. These guys are all members of the Dark Guild. They are hiding in this icy and snowy place, and their hands are probably stained with a lot of blood, and they are afraid that the council will investigate. Loya didn't care. For the people of the Dark Guild, he would never be soft-hearted, because the hands of such scumbags are basically unclean, and there is no sense of guilt at all when killing them. Who are you? Suddenly, a screeching sound rang out to the right behind Loya and Mira Jane. The two turned to look. I saw that the three people who called Loya in the ice and snow were four people of the same age who were wearing thick clothes and were about their age. How many more? Loya frowned slightly. At this time, the leading white-haired man stepped forward with a deep face, looked at the clothes left at his feet, and said coldly, "The dark wizard over there is our target. Why do you want to kill him? You need to give us an explanation." "Don't worry about them. Let's go." Loya glanced down at the broken clothes at her feet, and didn't care. She directly motioned Mira Jane to leave. Not surprisingly, it should be the person who accepted the entrustment of extermination, and there is nothing to worry about. Mira Jane also nodded and took Lysana along. Seeing this scene, the white-haired man's face darkened suddenly, and he drank coldly. "Don't go." At the same time, between the hands, the blue magic circle that erupted turned into an ice falcon and flew towards Loya and Mira Jane. Clap la la. The endless hunting 913 eagle fluttered its wings, splashed away, and burst at the moment of falling. However, a drop of space magic power radiated out, and everything was frozen, and then reflected back under the vibration of space. Oh! The white-haired man's expression changed, and he reacted quickly to block the attack. However, the companions on the side did not react as he did, and they all got caught and sent out tragic fights. What? Facing this scene, the white-haired man looked in disbelief, and Loya, who was planning to leave directly, also rarely showed a hint of interest. Ice shape magic, and a rare dynamic shape. The space magic was gradually withdrawn into the body. Loya looked at the other side with empty eyes and approached with a stroll. "I think I know who you are." "What a hassle, Lion." That's right. The white-haired man in front of him was none other than Lion. Gray's brother. Only he knows how to use the dynamic shapes that are difficult to master in the shape of ice. As early as during the regular meeting of the president, Ma La said that in order to find a few guild members, she was a few steps late. In the early stage, Lion proved that he had surpassed Ulu, and he was looking for Zai Lion, and now it seems that RA should be for them. So, Dai Lion should be in this area. Duh. Chapter 122. The easiest way for a delinquent teenager is often violence. Using a little trick, after getting the specific location of Dai Lion's pole in a canyon, Loya teleported Lion who had fallen into a coma in his hand. The relationship between the two guilds is not bad. Besides, Jura also gave him magic. For these reasons, Loya doesn't plan to go into details. Turn around and keep going. But just as Loya was about to enter the canyon, a large number of magicians suddenly gathered at the entrance of the canyon. Who are you? One of them yelled. Cover Lysana's eyes. Loya didn't seem to hear, but turned back and said to Mira Jane, and then walked straight ahead. Terrifying magic power is condensed in his body. Go. See, Loya ignores it and is still approaching. Under the strong oppression, several people did not dare to hesitate and released a dark purple magic array. But in the next moment, Loya suddenly disappeared in place, which changed the expression of Uncle Mo, who was attacking originally. What's going on? What's going on here? Where have people gone? In another instant, when Loya, who was still dozens of meters away, appeared again, they were only half a meter away. Quick! It was too late to wait for what they shouted. A terrifying magic force has rapidly expanded and engulfed within their eyes. Puff! Every time the sound of the fist sounded, it meant that at least one person's body was smashed through the wall. A gigantic monster like a mountain was frozen inside the extremely cold ice, and after several years of evolution, it was completely covered by ice and snow. This is the undead demon? Smaller than expected. After taking care of everything, Loya turned his gaze behind him. Are you ready? I'll be released later. Mira Jane nodded. After being confirmed, Loya's eyes turned to look at Dai Lion. There is a barrier in the middle, which must not be absorbed, and the only way is to release it. At this time, Dai Lion was in the absolute freezing of Ulu. Ice Seal, absolutely frozen, permanently freezes the target at the cost of disappearing its own body. Wanting to release Dai Lionra is not as simple as imagined. The only way in the original book is to melt the moondrop. However, Loya has a faster way. That is to transfer its space directly. After years of research, Loya's accomplishments in space magic are undoubtedly beyond anyone's, as long as he wants to transfer objects within a certain range. What's more, Ulu's own strength during his lifetime is almost the level of Saint Tenth. Even if it burns life, compared to Loya who has reached the level of the king, the difference is still too big. This is a dimensional gap. Right. A large amount of blue data appeared in the pitch-black eyeballs. At this time, Loya calculates the value of the surrounding space and the current state of Wearing Lion. It is not difficult to transfer a monster that is comparable to a mountain through absolute ice and clean transfer of the target, and ensure that it does not destroy its life form. The same operation also has the super brain to dare to try it. Not to mention the transfer of others, it is one thing to be able to sneak the space into the interior. After about a few minutes of counting, Loya got his hands on it. Reach out with both hands and dive into space. In Loya's control, the magic power poured into the interior little by little through the space, penetrated into the interior, and after the determination was completed, the power exploded and began to transfer. Large-scale transfer, Loya's magic gushing frantically. At this moment, even the mountain is twisting. Come out to me. Boom! A loud noise appeared. At the moment of breaking free from the bondage, he roared instantly. The roar sounded like a substance, roaring out layer by layer. The entire valley was shaking, and a lot of snow rolled down from above. Roar! At the same time, when he felt the danger, Dai Lion, who broke free, directly clenched his huge fist, and the terrifying force of the bearer smashed it towards Loya. The fist of more than 10 meters swung rapidly, generating a terrifying air pressure, and it has not yet fallen. The big depression under Loya's feet created a deep pit. Danger! Aware of this, Mira Jane also quickly reminded. But even after hearing it, Loya didn't have any intention of dodging, but instead showed a smile. As expected of an undead demon, it's no wonder that Ulu has to pay the price of his life to seal you. The dark magic power spreads, and Loya can feel the oppression that is close to Serena's strength. If he is replaced by Loya, who has not yet changed, he may have to be ready. But the Holy Tin is nothing more than a joke. At the moment when it is about to fall, the power of space spreads out. The demon's fist that suddenly fell seemed to be blocked by a wall of air, and then trembled violently. No matter how hard Xylion pulled, it couldn't fall. Even his body was completely unable to move, and he became a lamb to be slaughtered. Space field, advanced magic born out of the lock of space. Block off a certain range of space and master everything inside it. After the fusion of space tearing and space transfer, Loya's understanding of space magic has once again reached a new level. The space that was originally difficult to control can be easily manipulated in his hands, and even spread out. Within 100 meters, anyone Loya can control it. Unless it is beyond the Holy Tin and reaches the level of the king, it is impossible to break free. Even the King of Heaven can produce short-term offensives and fall into a slow state. It's been a while since Mirajane came to you. The prey enters the hole, and then it is Mirajane's turn to come forward. Now all Loya can do is done, and the rest has to rely on Nordgood herself. Good. Mirajane stepped forward, pressing her inner uneasiness and raising her hand towards Xylion. In the next second, a black vortex appeared in her palm, exuding a powerful attraction, and Xylion's body turned into a stream of light and poured into the vortex. Receiving the process, Xylion tried to resist, but being suppressed by Loya, let alone resisting, even blinking an eye is impossible. In a short time, the body comparable to the mountain disappeared, but Mirajane's breath became stronger and stronger until it reached the 10th level. Dark black magic wrapped around her body. When the darkness disappeared, Mirajane appeared with black scales all over his body and his hands turned into demon claws. The dark purple eyes radiated light, and the eyes flashed with infinite surprise. Loya smiled. Mirajane laughed too. At this moment, the devil Mirajane is born. Chapter 123. How does it feel? Loya asked with a little curiosity. It's indescribable. It's as if there is a huge power in the body, evil and dark, but it can be controlled by me, very easy. That's good. Loya breathed a sigh of relief. Fusion magic requires the fusion of various monsters in order to truly demonstrate the ability of fusion magic. Fusion is pointless if only one demon can be received. Being able to control it freely shows that Mirajane still has great potential, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. And then, of course, it is a happy learning time. Through Mirajane's description, Loya quickly learned a lot of news about the spell, and after getting the news, he quickly activated the system. The system starts parsing. Ding. According to the information provided by Mirajane Strauss, combined with the existing information, start the data comparison and start the analysis. The analysis is successful. The spell is an enhancement system and has special effects. Mastering this spell requires 30% of the current mental power and 60% of the magic power. Whether to choose to study. Learn magic. Loya directly determined. Ding. Start automatic learning now. After a few seconds, the system feedback also came. Ding. Learning is over. Have mastered the 913 spells of the spell, as well as its spell characteristics. Get magic. Regeneration spell. Regeneration, conjuration, acquire the ability to regenerate, except for the heart and brain. When the body is damaged, it can regenerate, as well as auxiliary spells. Can be deduced. Brain development, 51%. Rebirth, the spell is worthy of being praised by many demons, and even the spell is also very imaginative. Regeneration ability is also a good skill, but that's not enough. In addition to the regeneration spell, he also mastered a dark spell. Due to the lack and particularity of the spells mastered, the dark spells have never been used since they were obtained, and now they have the opportunity to deduce them. Not necessarily. It can further improve the shortcomings of the regeneration spell. The deduction mode is on. Deduce the regeneration spell. Ding. Deduction mode is on. Start to detect the energy in the host body. The current energy state is 98%. The energy state is sufficient. Each database is ready. and a reasonable time is estimated to be 5 minutes. Thinking boundaries have been broken through. Boom. The thinking beyond the limit fell on Loya. Invisibly, the world was once again transformed into data, and the fusion between magics was fully deduced. And this time, what Loya wants to deduce is the combination of regeneration spell and dark spell. After waiting for about 10 seconds, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The regeneration spell and the dark spell are successfully merged, and the immortal spell is obtained. Undeath spell, used to convert one's own physique into a demonic physique, gains super speed regeneration ability, speed up one's own regeneration ability, and reshape the body in a very short time. Acquired feature, a period of demonization. Demonization, demonstrate a demonic posture, increase the magic power, improve the physical fitness in all directions, and greatly improve the defense power. Brain development, 52%. A demonization? The moment he heard the news, Loya's face brightened. He knows the ability to demonize, unleash all the magic power, and transform into the demon form of the Book of Zereth. Loya did not activate this ability when he acquired the Satan Demon spell. Unexpectedly, in the fusion of the two spells, it was also activated. However, compared to the power of the dragon, the power of demonization is undoubtedly much weaker, but this undead spell strengthens Loya's trump card to a certain extent. And this is something that dragon power does not possess. Stronger than the flame dragon King Igneal, who also died of a broken body during the battle with Acnologia. The black dragon also has a broken arm and cannot be regenerated, and now Loya has obtained the immortality spell, which can completely avoid this problem. What's more, the spell itself can continue to improve. Compared with dragon slaying magic, the collection of demons is undoubtedly much simpler. The harvest this time is not just the acquisition of spells. After being promoted to the undead spell, the spell power in the body, CE, was further improved, not as fast as the power of the dragon, but it was also further strengthened. It's just, what to do with the ice, whatever, or collect it. After absorbing it, Loya raised his eyes to look at the remaining polar ice, his eyes flashing. Ulu froze Lion at the cost of sacrificing her life. But this does not mean that Ulu has completely died at this time, and her soul still remains in the extreme ice. Because the ice itself is condensed by Ulu's own magic power. If you collect its soul and reshape a carrier, it may not be able to achieve an alternative resurrection. However, in this way it is possible to touch the taboos of life. Loya thought so. It's not out of good intentions, and it's for a purpose. Altair itself had a conflicting accidental misunderstanding. If this misunderstanding is revealed, and he has mastered Ulu's trump card, he will be able to control Altair to collect magic for himself. The idea is beautiful, but the danger is that it may touch the taboo of life and death. The curse of Curse Ramel, which even Zereth couldn't resist, fell into the curse of contradiction. Although he obtained the ability of immortality, life and death were not as good as death. Thinking of this, Loya fell into thought. Untie-dye Lion, what do you guys want to do? Suddenly, a voice came from a distance. At the same time, a dark energy more intense than Jose filled the reluctant space out of thin air. The next moment, the dark energy erupted into a hurricane of ice, entwining. This ice hurricane is extremely powerful. Whether it is power or proficiency, it is not at the same level as the general Holy 10. Humph! Loya let out a cold snort. With a light wave of his right hand, the immortal spell that he had just mastered instantly burst out to meet him, forcibly blocking the hurricane of ice. Darkness and hurricanes are two extremely destructive energies. In an instant, the entire ground, except for the frozen-dye lion, was razed to the ground. Who? Get out, Loya said coldly. It's no wonder that such a powerful force can release Dye Lion. Tell me what purpose you have. The ice hurricane disappeared, and a figure emerged from the wind and snow. It was a middle-aged tough guy with a beard and silver armor and a long robe. Under the short black hair, there is a sharp light, as if as long as he can't answer, he will do it at any time. But it's more scary than appearance. It was the powerful black aura emanating from him. Have a purpose? I'm afraid it's you who really has a purpose. Loya sneered. Many distinct features, let him recognize the middle-aged tough guy in front of him at a glance. One of Tartaro's 9 demon gates, absolute 0 silver. He is also Gray's father. Chapter 124. Silver. He was killed by Dai Lion in his early years, and then Keys manipulated his corpse. After learning how to destroy the demon of ice and becoming one of the 9 demon gates, he has been destroying demons everywhere. According to Loya's memory, although he incarnated as a demon, he would still return to his former hometown to visit the grave of his dead wife. Thinking of these, it is not surprising to meet Ian here, etc. Perhaps it is possible to use the strength of the other party to master the method of destroying demons, but it is not necessarily true. Demon extermination. One of the cohabitation killing systems, using the power of demons, the magic used to destroy demons. God-killing magic is born out of dragon-killing magic. If nothing else, the demon-killing magic is probably born out of dragon-killing magic. At present, Loya masters 2 major killing systems and has the power of demons, as well as the deduction ability endowed by the superbrain. Of course, if it can be completely explained, it can be obtained through the body of silver. It's too complicated to explain, but Loya has a faster way. Besides, he didn't think that Ian, who was full of hostility towards him, would hand over his magic so easily. If you just answer like this, I can only freeze you here. The random answer made Jin's mana even stronger. Apparently, he had murderous intentions, and it started to act in the next second, and the powerful magic burst out in an instant. A purple magic power flashed, and the ice and snow storm emerged, pushing Yin's body to fly at high speed, and came to Loya in an instant. Blade of Ice Demon. The purple polar ice condensed on the silver arms, slashed through the air, and erupted with a terrifying slash. Slash across the ground and tear everything apart. Wherever he passed, the snow on the ground was instantly cut away, leaving a long ravine. In the face of this attack, Loya did not dodge, but said lightly, "Since you have to fight, then I will accompany you, just to try my new power." Silver is unreasonable, Loya knows it very well. A disagreement immediately froze the Purgatory Dragon, and even the giants of the entire Sun Village did not fall. Really would rather kill by mistake than let someone go. People like this don't have much to say. A demonization. Boom. The voice fell, and Loya was quickly covered by darkness. Next second, a dark-scale armor different from the dragon's power covers Loya's whole body. Demon wings grow from the back, exuding a demonic breath. At the same time, Loya also started the deduction state, analyzing the magic of silver. Since the super brain unlocked to 50%, Loya's computing power has been transformed once again, enabling a more detailed and comprehensive analysis to explore the essence of magic. You only need to master some of the principles, and you can use other magic to fill in and replicate them. This is a super learning ability. The principle is to fill the gap. Of course, the premise must be to master enough magic principles. Otherwise, even if the brain's computing power is strong, it will not be able to fill the defects out of thin air. This is also why Luo, with enough confidence, can obtain silver magic by fighting against each other. The dark light condensed directly in his palm. Dark curse light, boom. The rays of light emerged, traversed, and collided with the flying snowflakes and the incoming sharp blades, advancing with more strength, impacting the mountains on both sides. A large amount of snow slopes down from above the canyon. It was as if the water was pouring in frantically, ready to fill the entire canyon. Mira Jane, who was behind Loya, took Lysana away without any hesitation. Originally, she also helped Loya, but because there was Lysana beside her who needed protection, she had no way to take action, and she also believed that Loya had enough strength to deal with the sudden appearance of the strong. During this process, Silver, who planned to keep all of them, also thought about stopping Mira Jane, but at this time, his attention was all held by Loya, and he couldn't move. Strong. This is how Loya made him feel. Especially when Loya became demonized. Yin's eyes darkened instantly. Who are you? Demonize a power that only the higher demons in Xeroph's book possess. How on earth did you get it? Did you think I would tell you? Loya doesn't talk too much. At this time, his only idea was to collect data. Boom. With a loud noise, Loya disappeared from the spot and flashed in front of Jin at the same instant. It caused his pupils to shrink sharply, and the iron fist that bloomed with dark magic power sharply enlarged in his pupils. For flowers. Boom, boom, boom. Riotous conjuration spiral tornado. It erupted again in this canyon full of ice and snow, and the valleys on both sides began to collapse because they could not bear this force. Pulling one hair and moving the whole body, the collapse of the canyon instantly erupted into a snow-capped mountain collapse. The vast scene, even Loya's previous battle in the central town, can't be compared, as if playing a family. In order to deduce the method of destroying demons, Loya must obtain a lot of magic information. Call. A whistling sound followed. Silver's figure flew back and forth from the white snow. He waved his hand and threw the cloak, clearing the space where he was walking, and then dispersed. The heavy sound reverberated constantly in his ears. Looking at the pictures caused by the collapse of the surrounding snow-capped mountains, Yin's face became heavier and heavier. What the hell is going on with this guy? Equipped with demonization, released Dai Lion to pull. If it weren't for the existence of this companion around him and his super high sanity, he might think that Dai Lionra had transformed into a humanoid. But no matter what, Yin knows that if he doesn't show his true skills, he will lose immediately. Boom, boom. The magic within the body pours out madly. The dark power instantly covered up and then backed back into the body, turning into black tattoos wrapped around half of the body. Coming. When he saw the dark tattoo, Loya knew that the other party was about to get serious. Like the power of a dragon, there is a state of liberation in the demon extermination method, and the power of the demon extermination method will be greatly improved after entering this state. Even the excessive use of the power of the dragon will assimilate into a dragon, and the end of the evil is the incarnation of a demon. At this moment, Silver's power instantly surpassed the previous several times, giving Loya a sense of danger. This is a natural restraint against demons. But that's fine too. The stronger the power used by Silver, the more magic information Loya can obtain, the more he can analyze, and the more complete the demon-killing method he obtains. Ice Demon Arrow. A circle of light bloomed in Yin's hand, shaped by countless ice arrows full of killing aura, flying towards the place where Loya was located. The number of ice arrows is dense, almost directly covering the sky above Loya, blocking all retreats. Big. Chapter 125. Silver, as expected of Silver. The real top powerhouse among the 9 ghosts. Running the demon-killing method that naturally restrains demons. For Loya, who has just obtained the spell, it is simply a complete defeat. Changing to the head of the 9 demon gates may not be able to win Silver, but Loya's power is more than that. Then try this power. Can restraint win? No. Natural restraint exists, but when the weaker party gains further strength, the so-called restraint no longer exists. Energy Boundary Breakthrough. Ding. Battle mode is on. Now start to detect the energy in the host. The current energy state is 30%. The energy is average. Every database is ready, and every fighting method is loaded to comprehensively improve the body's various response capabilities and activate the body's 913 body limit. A reasonable time is 3 minutes. The energy boundary has been broken through. The next second, Loya's aura suddenly changed. The already deep darkness manifested itself further in his body. The dark eyes have faded away from all emotions, and that detached aura once again descended on him. What's the situation? Why did the magic power on him skyrocket so much again? The instant change in Loya's aura, Yin also noticed it instantly, and his face instantly became solemn. This kind of feeling can be felt even by the most powerful demon in the 9 demon gates. Just as Silver shook, Loya was already moving. The dark demon's wings fluttered. Loya galloped out. The huge dark magic power condensed in front of him and roared out, piercing everything. All the ice arrows shattered and turned into ice crystals that fell down, before a storm of magic power traversed and shattered further. Boom, boom, boom. Above the snow, the two kept colliding, and the power that erupted became stronger and stronger as time passed. At the same time, more and more magic power is collected. But this is not enough. It will take a few minutes before the collection is completed. Thinking of this, Loya sarcastically said, "Do you only have such a little strength?" If it's just like this, you can't beat me. Monument. With a heavy punch, Loya slammed the silver directly into the ground. The ground below instantly sags into a deep pit tens of meters in size, and the already collapsed snow-capped mountains further expand the tendency of avalanches. The other side, seeing that Loya continued to pursue, he did not dare to slack off. Condensing the demon-killing power in his body in his mouth, he launched a shocking roar at the figure that was approaching rapidly. The excitement of the ice demon. Dark purple tornadoes cut through polar ice and through mountains. However, what was surprising was that Loya not only did not dodge, but instead attacked, with an even more excited expression on his face. However, that's all. What shocked Ian even more was that the extreme ice he spread out also turned into streams of magic power pouring into Loya's body. What's the matter? Jibing was eaten. Don't tell me you're not a devil. Who are you? Staring at this scene, Yin's pupils also showed a shocked expression. In addition to being shocked, he took this opportunity to discover something and see through part of Loya's identity. You must know that in addition to ordinary ice and snow, it also includes the power of the magic spell. Not to mention the absorption of the devil. It is very uncomfortable to be close to him. But even if it is not a demon, the power of jibing is not something that ordinary people can absorb. Needless to say, there is only one that can absorb such power, the same demon-killing magic as silver. With the breakthrough of the energy boundary, as well as the support of various backdata. In the moment just now, Loya successfully deduced the method of destroying demons in battle. Devil destruction method, used to convert one's own physique into a demon physique, which has the characteristic of swallowing the same substance, and can absorb the energy of the same attribute to restore physical strength and enhance strength. Acquired feature, second stage demonization. Demonization, demonstrate a demonic posture, increase magic power, gain super speed regeneration ability, improve physical fitness in an all-round way, and greatly increase defense power. Brain development, 53%. Different from the demon-killing method mastered by Ian, Loya's body has mastered many killing systems, laying a solid foundation. On a huge basis, the evil-destroying incantation method based on the theory of incantation is more pure. After the transformation, everything inherits the magic power and is born. The seed of the devil is born. However, even if there is a change, it will not change the status quo that its power is the weakest among the many powers in Loya's body, and the moment when the demon seed is born is almost pitiful. But Loya is not worried, because the silver in front of him is a good object to absorb demon power. In the face of Yin's question, Loya also answered lightly. When did I say I was a demon? And even if I explained, would you believe you? This time, Silver didn't answer. Indeed, as Loya said, to identify him as a sinner, he would never let Loya go. At least it would be frozen. But the more so, the more curious he is about Loya's identity. Not a demon, but he used the power of a demon, and even received the power to destroy evil. He has never seen such a situation. You seem to be curious about my identity. If you defeat me, I will tell you, and even tell you an additional secret about you. Secret? What secret? Inwei was stunned for a moment before he could react. Loya has already attacked. The body rotates at a high speed, and a black storm condenses from his surroundings, releasing a powerful attraction, attracting the surrounding snow and wind, forming a huge snowstorm tornado. The Devil's Tornado. Originating from the magic of Satan, the hands produce a dark vortex to tear the target. After the improvement of Luo 3.3, the roar principle of dragon-slaying magic was integrated, and the demon roar was wrapped around the body. Under the traction of this wind and snow tornado, the snow-capped mountains that were already in a state of collapse almost came towards him and accumulated their savings. The vast tornado broke through the ice and snow that came from the blast. But that's enough. The key is that under Yin's gaze, the vast snow tornado of the Loya carrier fell towards him, like a mad dragon devouring everything. The momentum is so great that it has completely covered up the avalanche natural disaster. At this moment, Yin did not dare to hold back at all. No matter what Loya's purpose is, the key is to defeat Loya first. He could see that after Loya mastered his magic, he had no intention of letting go. In an instant, The magic in Yin's body surged wildly, releasing his signature stunt, Absolute Zero Silver World. Chapter 126. In an instant, the magic power in the silver body spread out like a tsunami. In an instant, the surrounding area of several kilometers was completely covered, and everything within the reach of the magic power was frozen by purple polar ice. Even the snowflakes floating in the air did not escape the coverage of the magic power and were directly frozen. Silver World. Silver's strongest skill can freeze everything in the world. The Purgatory Dragon Atlas Flame was caught by this move, and he used this move with the strength level of Silver, and its power was no less than Serena. Under this power, the tornado like a giant dragon couldn't break free, and even the gust of wind was frozen, forming an extremely spectacular picture. But not long after Ian showed a happy expression, the next scene instantly made him freeze. Yesterday, the purple ice-covered Loya, who turned into a demon, moved. A crack stretched out, and more followed. The surrounding purple polar ice covers the cracks. Click! With a cracking sound, Loya's figure broke free from Jibing. However, just when Loya was about to continue fighting, he was surprised to find that Ian didn't do anything, but stood there, looked at the other party coldly, and said, "You are the rumored Loya. I didn't expect you to appear in the Northern Territory." Yeah, since it was recognized. After being seen through, Loya was fortunately no longer disguised, and did not continue to move, but lifted the back of the hand covered by the clothes, revealing the black guild icon. "That's right, I'm the sorcerer Loya from the Fairy Tale Guild. Can you tell me how you recognized me?" "Is it hard?" Silver said casually. "Being able to hold such a powerful force at this age, you are the only one in the entire Ishgar continent." Silver has been traveling the world out of hatred. The information obtained for this is also the most extensive, and news like Loya is naturally known. Ian believes that his strength is not inferior to that of the king. But at the moment, being forced to such a point by such a young wizard, it is not difficult to guess Loya's identity after a little thought. However, guessing the identity of Loya does not mean that Ian has completely let down his guard. Just as Loya had guessed earlier, this time Ian returned to the Northern Territory to sweep the grave of his wife. And when he noticed Dai Lionra's existence, he came over and unexpectedly met Loya, who was in the limelight recently. "Say it, what is the purpose of you releasing Dai Lion to pull? Would you believe it if it was just to gather the power of demons?" Loya raised her head and said, "Demon power?" Loya replied, "My companion uses magic to receive and needs to receive a large number of demons, so he came over after learning that there was a demon here." Ian followed Loya's words and said with a shocked expression, "So it is." Silver, who received magic, also knew that he would be able to use monsters as his own strength, but Ian did not think that Loya would be bold enough to let his companions choose to receive Dai Lion directly. Out of good intentions, Jin looked at Loya and said, "Forget it this time. I advise you not to act. The more demon power you get, the more irreversible things may happen. In the battle just now, I can feel that you have hidden other powers and concentrated on cultivating other magics, which may be better for you." Leaving Mirajane aside, the power that Loya has displayed has surpassed the power that ordinary demons can wield. Powerful, like a demon coming straight out of the Book of Zerif, Silver doesn't know how Loya got it, but out of good intentions, it is necessary to remind him. But even though Silver was well-intentioned, Loya didn't answer. "What's the matter? You don't use the power of demons the same way. As far as I know, the only one rumored to be able to use demon power is Tartaro's demon." Speaking of this, Ian also said something different. Obviously did not expect Loya to even know about Tartaros. To know that Tartaros is hardly present in the world. In such a situation, the world almost forgets the existence of Tartaros. In addition to being powerful, Loya in front of him is also very well informed. But it was precisely because of this that he became more and more curious. "Since why didn't you kill me? You can do it with your strength. Don't look at the moment just now. The two sides fought so hard that they didn't want to go up and down. But in fact, Silver has been completely defeated. Silver World. It is his strongest strength and a skill that covers all aspects. Even this blow can't defeat Loya. Silver has no chance of winning, not to mention Loya's own hidden strength. Although death may be possible, it is a relief for Silver, who is under the control of magic." "Kill you?" Not really. Firstly, you are still valuable, and secondly, as Gray's companion, I still can't do the beastly act of mutilating my companion's relatives. Gray, what are you talking about? I don't know the person you're talking about. Ian, who could barely calm down before, heard this sentence, and his face fluctuated a little, but he calmed down again. Really, just as cold and warm-hearted as Gray. The death that could have been calmly ignored 1 second ago, but the next second is a momentary inner fluctuation. As in the original, for limited reasons, to avoid Gray being targeted by Tartaros. When he met Gray, he pretended to claim that he was using 913 Gray's father's remains to regenerate the demon Die Lion. Because he was frozen for 10 years by Ulu's absolutely frozen, his resentment was extremely high. It would be difficult to vent his hatred if he wanted to kill all the people of Ulu's lineage. But the real purpose is really to inspire Gray's fighting spirit and let Gray surpass Die Lion. Loya didn't think that in such a situation, Ian still covered up his past. Is it necessary to cover up? Loya said lightly. On your body. I can feel a similar breath to Gray's on your body, which should be caused by hereditary bloodline. In the magical world, the magical properties of the human body are different. Part of it will be influenced by the environment, and part of it will be influenced by parents. Such as Laxus, Altair are the same. Although the magic used is different from that of his parents, he still mastered the magic among them. However, when it came to this, Jin still had no intention of speaking, and Loya didn't care about it, but continued talking. You don't have to worry about anything. He is a member of our guild and my partner. No matter what, he will not betray him. You can rest assured. And the big reason why I haven't killed you yet is that I still want to make a deal with you. A deal that is beneficial to you and me. Chapter 127. What deal? After being silent for a long time, Jin, who listened to Loya's words, finally spoke up. And Loya said it directly. I need information on Tartaros, as well as information on other demons scattered across the Ishgar continent, and other information on the Dark World. If you can't handle some guys, leave it to me. Ian responded, What's the reason? You just trust me like that. It's very simple. Looking at the seal-wearing lion, it's not difficult to see that you hate demons to the core, not to mention that you are Gray's father. At present, Luo knows very little about the Dark World. To a large extent, it relies on Judah to obtain intelligence information, but sometimes dark channels will come faster than Mingming's collection. Altair is not a good choice, but she is not completely transformed. Loya has not been able to fully believe. Silver is different. He himself was slaughtered and killed by Die Lion. After death, Kira used a spell to resurrect him to work for Tartaros. Such a person himself hated the dark, and when he cooperated with him, Loya trusted him more. As for Geoda's task of concentrating and collecting Dragon Slayer crystals, it's enough. Deal? I'll tell you what you want to know, but after a long silence, Ian chose to agree and then changed the conversation. Nothing else to say, but I need you to protect my fans about Gray, and I don't want him to get involved in this matter. Did you finally admit it? Loya smiled softly. As I said before, I will do the same without you having to say more. After confirming the contact information, Ian left and disappeared into the vast snow. Now he is the man of Tartaros, and he who was resurrected by Kira is still under the control, and if he does not return for a long time, he will attract attention. All he had to do was pass the message on to Loya. In fact, there is an easy way to kill Tartaros directly. Tartaros gathered a large number of demons in Zerif's book, and only swallowing them would definitely increase their strength in an instant. However, if you want to do this, a demon will never be able to bypass it. That's Mardgear. In this world, there are many power boundaries, but most of them have problems such as unclear boundaries. The only realm is a level that no one can deny. That is the realm of kings. Any creature that is crowned with the title of king has reached the ultimate life of their respective races. With a wave of his hand, he can tear the earth apart, and his own strength can even change the natural environment of the 4 directions of the earth. He is truly a powerhouse at the top of the continent. The strength is even higher than that of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. Mardgear, the king of the underworld, is in this list, and his strength can even be head-to-head with the celestial spirit king. Although the current Loya has mastered the method of destroying demons, there is still a certain distance from reaching the top of the Ishgar Heavenly King, not to mention the Hades who surpassed the Heavenly King level and is located at the top of the continent. As Loya said earlier, when the strength is far superior to the opponent, attribute restraint is just a joke. Loya is not yet confident enough to go head-to-head with a demon who has earned the title of king. If you want to fight against him, you must at least once again break through the current level of the demon-killing method and reach the level of complete demonization. 10. The King of Heaven is never Loya's goal, but the king level. And Loya has enough confidence to do it, because at present, he has already thought of a way to quickly increase the level of the demon extermination technique. The battle is over. Who is that person, and why did I feel a strong sense of oppression on him for so long? Mira Jane came with Lysana under the word of Loya's reading perception. Out of curiosity, Mira Jane directly asked Yin's identity as soon as he arrived. But after receiving Dai Lion, she mastered the power of demons and had an instinctive reaction to the demon slayer. It's nothing. It's just a wizard from a guild who received the task of crusade against demons. We robbed the other party's target just now, and now it's all right after explaining it clearly. Looking at Mira Jane with a worried face, Loya reassured her. The Tartaros thing is still too dangerous, and although Mira Jane has acquired the power of Dai Lion, Loya tries not to be involved as much as possible. After all, in cooperation with Tartaros personnel, even if the identity of the other party is innocent, and it is still compelled, the less people know about it, the better. Some dirty things, Loya does enough. All Mira Jane needs to do is receive the demon, fuse the demon, and tell Loya the spell she has mastered. Loya's deliberate protection, can Mira Jane not notice? The answer is definitely no. Even if there is a natural restraint, the sense of oppression that Ian has given her has exceeded that of the guild leader Makarov. Mira Jane has been in contact with the magic world for a short time, but she is also slowly getting in touch with some things and rumors. It's impossible for someone so powerful to be ignorant in the magical world, and with Loya's deliberate avoidance, it's obviously a huge vortex, the kind that cannot be touched by his current strength. Even though Mira Jane is a little strong in her heart, it doesn't mean that she will do anything, and the feeling of being protected by the boy she likes seems to be very good. Mira Jane, so what to do here, or report it to the Magic Council? Silver aside, Mira Jane's eyes turned back to the almost submerged icy canyon. Such a terrifying monster is hidden in the canyon, and there are a large number of dark wizards around. It is not difficult to guess that some people are secretly plotting something here. Don't worry about it. Since they've all been wiped out and buried in ice and snow, the same goes for the people who call the Magic Council. The current Loya is still on a temporary post in the Magic Council. Although it is a virtual post, it is also a member of the Magic Council. All in all, Loya's words are not unreasonable. Of course, that's not the main reason. Both Loya and Mira Jane accepted Dai Lion's pull, and if someone called the Magic Council, except for Mr. Yajima, the rest of the counselors would inevitably be pressed for a while, and Loya would not bother to pay any attention. In addition, this time the ambassadors are also considered to be knowledgeable. Quan should be sold to the other party to save face, and there is no need to make matters worse. This is not a post of much benefit to anyone. Saying that, Loya picked up Lysana's body and put it on her neck to tease the little cutie. Let's go. We have a long journey ahead. Seeing that Loya was about to leave, Mira Jane also rolled her eyes. Chapter 128. Gas Tree Sea, the largest jungle area in southern Ishgar mainland. The dense woods and the vast land look like a sea of trees, hence the name, but there are few people living here in the interior. Wow, it's so big here. When the curious baby Lysana entered this area, she was instantly shocked by everything in front of her. Such a magnificent sight was something she had never seen before, who had been living in a small mountain village. Why are we here? Could it be that there are demons hidden here too? Looking at the vast sea of trees around, Mira Jane also had a curious expression on her face. From the northern territory to the southern territory, and across the entire Ishgar continent in a few days, Mira Jane couldn't think of any other answer except for the existence of demons. Loya, who was lying on the bench, shook his head. This time, it is not to find the devil, but to find the treasure. Treasure? What treasure is Brother Loya? Hearing the word treasure, Lysana climbed up on the reclining chair and jumped on Loya's body to ask. It is an ancient city left over from ancient times. After 400 years, this ancient city has disappeared, but it is certain that this treasure still exists in this sea of trees. Since it exists in the sea of trees, is there no one to search it? 913 Mira Jane was curious. Since it can be determined that there are treasures in the sea of trees, it is impossible to find them normally. The existence of magic can make people have power beyond common sense. Not to mention an ancient city, such a huge thing can't be found. It wouldn't be a treasure if it was that easy to find. Loya rubbed Lysana's soft little cheeks and looked up at Mira Jane. This ancient city has been sealed by one person. Unless you have special abilities, it is impossible to turn the entire sea of gas trees over. Hearing this, Mira Jane showed a shocked expression and lost her voice. One seals a city? How is this possible? What kind of person has such power to seal a city? How vast a city is. If it was a group of people, it would be fine. But the city was sealed with one's own power, and the seal continued for 400 years. How terrifying the strength must be. In fact, Loya is still small. Mira Jane would be even more shocked if Loya broke the news that this person still exists. We're coming soon, see. Passing through the sea of trees, Loya's perspective suddenly stopped in one place. Controlling the hull of the mind force, the magic airship changed direction and moved towards the corner of the sea of trees. As early as the moment he entered the sea of trees, Loya had diffused his magic perception, covering the entire sea of gas trees. The direction he was looking at was heading towards the Narrabite tribe. What is that? Walk to the edge of the magic airship. Right in front of the magic airship, a village suddenly appeared in the dense jungle, a tribe that looked extremely ancient. It's an ancient tribe. The corners of Loya's mouth rose slightly and said, and this village went to the Magic Council to register as a sorcerer's guild not long ago. The Sorcerer's Guild? Hearing this, Mira Jane, who instantly understood the meaning of Loya's words, said, you mean that there is a problem with this guild? Loya nodded. According to my investigation, this village has always existed in the sea of gas trees, and it has existed for longer than the current records. It may be possible to obtain useful information here. What's more, a village that has been in a village for a long time suddenly established a guild. Isn't it worth it? I see. Mira Jane realized. Let's go. Let's go down and have a look. The three of them drove the magic airship quickly towards the bottom. As the distance got closer, the whole picture of the village was finally brought into view. As Loya said, this is an unusually ancient village, backed by a steep mountain, surrounded by tent-like houses built with wooden frames. In front of the village hangs a guild flag. There was a blue cat-shaped coat of arms on the flag, and the people in the village, men and women dressed in strange clothes, walked inside and showed a trace of panic when the magic airship descended. The magic airship descended, and Loya jumped down with Lysana, followed by Mira Jane. As soon as he landed, a shirtless old man with a feathered crown walked out slowly with an old wooden walking stick in his hand. The next one is Robin Liu, the president of the Demon Cat's house, and guest from afar. What is your business here? Nothing, just passing by and stopping here to rest. You are kind. We are fairy tale wizards in the regular guild, and there will be no bad people. Food. We also have preparations, just need a place to stay. Loya revealed the guild badge on the back of his hand. Seeing this, Robin Liu's face was obviously relieved, and he turned to his side to invite the three of them to enter, and the three of them were then taken into a separate tent. Loya, that old man seems a little different. As soon as he entered the tent, Mira Jane said impatiently, Did you notice it? Loya said with a slight smile. Mira Jane nodded slightly. Obviously standing in front of me, I can't feel his existence, and other villagers are the same. With the improvement of strength, Mira Jane's strength has been greatly increased, especially the demon power that is extremely sensitive to life force, and the perception ability has reached an extremely amazing level. Yes, there is progress. It seems that the meditation method has not been practiced in vain. Hearing Mira Jane's words, Loya showed a slight smile, and instead of answering, she praised Mira Jane first. However, Loya's praise did not win Mira Jane's favor, but instead got a beautiful white eye. I'm working hard too, and I've grown up, so I don't need you to coax me. Huh? Really grown up? Come and let me check. Loya's eyes lit up, and she reached out her hand gently, When it was just halfway stretched, it was directly photographed. Seriously, one point, we may not be on the magic airship. Mira Jane said, blushing. It's okay to change it to normal flirting, but now it's on another ground. Don't you worry about being discovered? Unable to succeed, Loya said indifferently. Don't worry, this village is a bit weird, but you can rest assured that I'm here, and after so many days, are you still so worried? I'm not worried about safety, Mira Jane said, turning her face to Tsundere. However, at the moment of turning his head, a small head probing his head at the tent curtain came into view. That is, Chapter 129. It was a kind of very cute little girl about 8 or 9 years old. The long blue hair hangs down, and a pale green dress has several patterns. Yuan's eyes were bright and clear, and Baiji's skin was like a porcelain doll against the delicate facial features. But this pair of small round eyes, after realizing that he was discovered, was a little more flustered at this time. It was discovered. After the peeping look was discovered, the little head immediately retracted. At this time, I saw a white kitten flying over, pointing at Wendy and gently teaching, like a little adult. Stupid, Wendy, didn't I tell you not to have S**X? These things have been discovered. But, Carla, I'm just curious, and I smell the dragon's scent on that brother's body. I want to ask him about it. Then you can't do this either. The patriarch's grandfather called me. I'll go first. After being exposed, the little girl did not hide, but silently listened to the kitten's words, her face downcast. But Wendy didn't move until the kitten left. That is, a soft and cute voice came through. Mira Jane was a little surprised when the little girl suddenly appeared, so this time she really felt the existence of the little girl. It should be a child taken in the village. Loya smiled slightly, said so, but in fact Loya has recognized the identity of the little girl. Wendy, one of the 5 children who passed through the Eclipse Gate. The child taken in by the heavenly dragon Grandine was later rescued by Mystigan of the Otherworld and stayed in the Demon Cat's lodge. The smell just mentioned is most likely to be the aura of dragon slaying magic on your body. Thinking of this, Loya took out some sweets, the light cream and the adorned strawberries. The round eyes shone with golden light just after they were taken out, and the corners of the mouth couldn't help drooling, staring at the cake in Loya's hand. Want to eat? If you like it, give it to you. The gentle voice brought Wendy back to her senses. At some point, Loya took out some cakes and walked out of the tent. Then, what caught my eye was the big white cake as big as Wendy's little head and the faint aroma. Gollum. Smelling the creamy aroma. The cake was very delicious at first sight. Little Wendy swallowed subconsciously, and then looked at Loya with anxiety and anticipation. Can this really be given to me? There is a vast sea of trees and life, rich materials and worry-free life. But how can you see such exquisite food like this? And in Loya's impression, Wendy is a sweet tooth. As soon as the sweet and beautiful things were taken out, her eyes never looked away, and this model of hers aroused Loya's pity. Of course, let's eat. Seeing Wendy, who was a few years younger than Lysana, Loya also stepped forward and rubbed her little head habitually. Realizing that there was something wrong with her behavior, Loya kneaded it and released it, and then pushed the cake in front of Wendy. Thank you. Can I share it with the patriarch, Grandpa? Wendy didn't pay attention to Carl's behavior or her attention to being touched on her head. Instead, she looked at Loya with cute eyes and said in a low voice, Now that the cake has been given to you, you can decide how you want to divide it. If it's not enough, you can ask me for it. Loya smiled lightly. Thanks, Dad. After several confirmations, Wendy was almost speechless with joy, took the cake, and ran towards the depths of the tribe with the white kitten. Don't think too much. It should be to share the food with the patriarch's grandfather in her mouth. Have you been so sensible since childhood? Seeing this scene, Loya smiled faintly. Although he had a hunch in his heart long before he came, but when he really saw this child, he not only expressed emotion, but also a little worried about her in the future. Everything in front of you is nothing but a mirror. At this point, the more engrossed Wendy was, the more sad she became when she knew everything. But even so, this time Loya will take her away. After all, she is also one of the purpose of this trip. In the original work, Wendy was originally a member of the Fairy Tale Guild. The Sky Dragon Slayer has almost extinct healing ability and is a very potential seedling. In addition, Loya also needs the Dragon Slayer magic on her body. 4 flowers. What's more, this is something she needs to experience, and the sooner she experiences it, the less pain she will experience. Thank you, big brother. After a while, Wendy ran back, and the things on the plate were clean, but her face was full of smiles. This is the best thing Wendy has ever eaten. Wendy, is your name Wendy? Loya pretended not to know her name and introduced herself. My name is Loya, a magician. It's amazing, big brother. Are you a dragon? I smell a dragon on your body. Do you know Grandine? Hearing Loya's words, Wendy's eyes flashed again at Loya, her face full of longing. Grandine is my mother. I have been looking for her. Can you tell me if you know? I want to find her, but the patriarch grandpa allows me to go out every time. Although the demon cat's house was created for Wendy, some things still left a mark in his heart, and he still never forgets the dragon who raised him. Robin Lou also felt this. But because Wendy is too young, it is impossible for him to agree, but this does not prevent Wendy from yearning for the outside world. Did you say dragons? I've seen these, but I don't know the Grandine you're talking about. Maybe it's too many. I didn't write down the names. Loya nodded and replied like this. He naturally knew the real answer, but it was just too cruel. But now is not the time to tell her the truth. Plus, he doesn't want to fight girls' fantasies. That's all he could answer. Really? Brother, have you really seen dragons? Wendy's eyes lit up after hearing Loya's answer. Wendy, you're running over again. Before Wendy could continue to ask, an equally cute voice suddenly entered the ears of the two from far and near. After a while, the previous white cat flew back. Didn't I tell you just now? Don't run around. Looking at the flying cat, Wendy trotted over and hugged the flying cat, and immediately introduced to Loya with a smile. Brother Loya, this is my partner Carla, my only friend. Carla, the older brother of Loya, said he saw Long Xiao. Chapter 130. Wendy, there are no dragons in this world. People who say that they see dragons are liars. Isn't that what the patriarch said? As if she was used to it. After Wendy finished speaking, Carla directly denied it, and then turned to Loya and said cautiously, Outsiders, don't think you can fool me if you lied to Wendy. The little cat's eyes are full of alertness, but unfortunately, with its cute appearance, it looks extraordinarily cute without the slightest lethality. Hearing Carla's words, Wendy became anxious and hurriedly explained to him. Sorry, big brother. Carla is like that. She didn't mean it. Don't worry, I don't care. Is this your pet? Can you let me touch it? Loya gave a friendly smile. However, such a smile did not win the favor of September 13th Carla, as if revealing the true character of Tsundere, who saw through Loya. It's useless, you can't lie to me, and without my permission, no one can touch me except Wendy. However, okay, big brother. As soon as the words fell, Carla was betrayed by Wendy without hesitation. I saw Wendy's white and tender hands, handing Carla to Loya unsuspectingly. With the same natural smell, the gift of cake, and Loya's friendly smile, Wendy naturally had some good feelings for Loya. It was this kind of goodwill that made her not resist Loya's touch, and she was more willing to introduce her close companions to Loya. As long as she gets along with her for a while, Roy, who has experience with Mira Jane with crutches, is confident enough to abduct Wendy away. Wendy, how can you do this? Seeing Wendy hand over herself without hesitation, Carla's eyes widened, and she fell into Loya's claws before she could react. It's really surprising. I didn't expect a cat to be able to say ha. Loya pretended to say something different. Of course, I haven't seen it before. Carla, who was ready to struggle subconsciously, heard that Tsundere raised her head and said proudly on her hips. As everyone knows, at this time, he has put down his defenses. It's really strange. Loya held Carla and stroked gently. The soft touch was really good. A few strokes of Loya sent Carla back into Wendy's arms. By the way, when he takes me to find your patriarch grandpa, I was too busy just now to thank him. I will thank him in person for some words. I'm here to do a mission this time, and I need his help. Well, it's all right, big brother. Let's go this way. Completely unguarded, Wendy agreed without hesitation. On the way, Wendy took out some small fruits from her pocket and said with a smile, Big brother, I ate your cake, and I will give you these fruits. If you don't have enough food, I can go and pick more. Although the village is closed and it is not even allowed to go out, Wendy's character is not so dark, but she is kind-hearted and a girl who knows how to be grateful. Young but as sensible as Lysana, which is why Loya likes Wendy. So, Loya rubbed it again, Wendy said with a smile. Thank you, Wendy, then. That's enough. My brother brought a lot of food. Loya waved his hand and took out another piece of cake. What is this? The magic of creating cakes? Wendy and Carla were stunned when the cake appeared out of thin air. Loya explained with a smile. This is space magic, which can be used to store things. If Wendy likes it, my brother can give you one. Really? Wendy's eyes lit up. The spin quickly subsided. But the patriarch's grandfather said that you can't just take things from strangers. It's all right. We're already good friends, aren't we? And I also put some cakes in it that I like about you. Don't you like it? Hearing this, let alone Wendy, even Carla has no resistance. Give, Loya said and gave out a ring. Wendy's age is naturally irreplaceable. He specially used a silver chain to pass it and tied it around Wendy's neck. Wendy's beautiful appearance was instantly liked by Wendy, but she finally accepted it. Came to the largest tent in the village, Grandpa Patriarch. As soon as they entered, the two saw the elderly Robin Lou sitting cross-legged on the ground in the center. Wendy ran over the moment they saw it, and at the same time showed what Loya had just sent. Robin Lou listened to Wendy's meeting tenderly with eyes full of tenderness, and smiled tenderly after listening to Wendy's explanation. Wendy, you go out for a while. I want to chat with this little brother. The sensible Wendy nodded and took Carla out of the door, leaving only two people in the room. You are the creator of Nirvana, Robin Lou. There were only two people left, and Loya was fortunately no longer hiding anything, and said straight to the point. Similarly, Robin Lou didn't have too many surprises, but sighed softly. Sure enough, you are also here for Nirvana. In the past few months, and many dark wizards have sneaked into this world. I thought that I would not find it so quickly, but I didn't expect to be found so quickly, but I don't understand a bit. Why? As a regular guild sorceress, you have to use the power of Nirvana? Looking up at Loya, Robin Lou changed his previous negative state and said, That's a disaster. If you touch it easily, it will lead to a disaster. Don't you understand the truth? At this time, Robin Lou's imposing manner has reached the extreme, and the strength has even surpassed the previous silver, reaching the level of the king. Loya wasn't surprised at all. Robin Lou, the patriarch of the ancient Narrabite tribe, the founder of Nirvana. It is also the only one among the many human races that has survived for more than 400 years with its own strength, and even created a village with its own strength. In this way, the power of 3.3, even Loya can't do it at present. This is enough to prove Robin Lou's strength. It's a pity that this power is left in the wind, and once Robin Lou is forced to act, he will instantly fall into death. But even so, even if he fights to the death, he must stop Nirvana from being infected by outsiders. And the right to choose is left to Loya. However, under this pressure, Loya said calmly and indifferently, I don't want Nirvana. All I need is the darkness in Nirvana. That power can make me stronger. I don't know if this answer is enough. Darkness within Nirvana? Robin Lou had a strange expression on his face and seemed a little puzzled. To this, Loya nodded. This time, in addition to planning to take Wendy, Loya is for the power of Nirvana. Chapter 131. Nirvana, the ancient city created by Robin Lou, is also a forbidden magic. It can absorb the darkness of human nature and prevent the outbreak between people. With the power of Nirvana, the ancient Narrabites survived the dragon's counterattack time and time again. In the end, because Nirvana itself can't bear the growth of darkness in humans' heart, the darkness spreads and triggers the cannibalism of the Narrabites. To this end, Robin Lou will seal it on the post. But Loya is different. He doesn't need the power of Nirvana. Just the inner core is enough. The source of the devil's magic power is the darkness of human nature. All negative emotions can generate resentment mantra. This is why, as early as the turbulent era, the demons continued to harm time, and after the turmoil ended, the demons began to disappear, and there was only a small amount of information. The darkness of human nature is constantly changing with the times. The more peaceful the age, the less magic power is born. But within Nirvana, there is an unimaginable darkness. Loya, who has mastered the demon extinguishing law, can completely absorb this power to strengthen the demon extinguishing spell. This is the real reason why Loya went to the Narrabites. Hearing Loya's words, Robin Liu fell into silence, and after a long time, he dispelled the decline of his body and said indifferently, 23. I can give you what you want, but the premise is that the demon cat's nest will not take action. You need to fight for it by yourself. The advent of Nirvana will create a huge movement, and those hidden in the sea of gas trees will immediately do it. Many of them are not weak and even surpass you. Do you have enough confidence? If I'm not sure, how can I come? Besides, even if I don't do it, they have already come to the door, haven't they? Loya smiled lightly. He knew who Robin Liu was talking about. The person who can be so attached to Nirvana is the brain of Oration Cease. As early as when he started riding the magic airship, Loya had already learned through the mouth of Jin that the base camp of Oration Cease was set here. Such a swaggering intrusion into the sea of gas trees must have attracted the attention of the other party. Boom! As if in response to Loya's words, suddenly, a terrifying tornado struck instantly. The terrifying pressure almost caused the entire ground to vibrate, and within the range of perception, several magical auras broke into the village. Who? What's going on? When the situation suddenly appeared, Mira Jane, who was still resting in the tent, rushed out with Lysana. At this time, the appearance of the tornado almost destroyed everything around. Any bad guys coming? Outside the tent, the young and timid Wendy was also frightened by the situation in front of her. She stayed in the village and never went out to meet her. In a panic, Wendy didn't grab the anchor, and the whole body and Carla flew straight up high, towards the center of the dragon hurricane. Seeing that he was caught in the storm, he grabbed it with one hand. Took her figure in Carla. Big brother. After seeing the figure clearly, Wendy's eyes flashed brightly. Don't be afraid. It's just an ordinary wind magic, and it will be solved soon. Stepping lightly, Loya grabbed Wendy and Carla and came to Mira Jane and said directly, It's too late to explain. Take care of them first. The people inside will be handed over to you, and the people outside the village will be handed over to me. At present, most of the guys who broke into the village are of average strength, and Mira Jane's strength can completely solve it, but the current one is only a part, and more people will come later. Considering that the melee is not easy to shoot, all Loya has to do is to transfer the battlefield to the outside world to facilitate his next shot. I see. Mira Jane didn't ask too much. Obviously, she knew that the current situation was not a good time for business presentations. No wonder at least need to get through. After settling Wendy and Carla, the figure burst out, and this idea was also seen by the attackers. In an instant, a war broke out. However, in front of a Loya whose strength has reached the Heavenly King level, these trash fish are not even qualified to stop him. The terrifying magic power is released, and anyone who tries to get close will be swept away by Loya's determined power, and no one can stand. But, just addressing a group of people, the next group of people rushed over. Loya, who defeated Serena, actually came to the sea of gas trees. It seems that he really found something the arrival of Loya, or the time when he just entered the sea of gas trees. Brain, who is in a cave somewhere in the sea of gas trees, has passed the crystal ball and has been watching. Brain, who is also a king, does not think that Loya's visit to the sea of gas trees is just for fun. If it is not for some purpose, he will come to such a ghost place. The only possibility is Nirvana. Especially seeing Loya enter an unknown village and haven't come out for a long time, it made Brain firm up his inner thoughts. At this time, Brain issued a designation to let go. Whether it's true or not, it's not too late to arrest Loya first, and then interrogate little by little. Loya didn't know. Brain had his eyes on him. But his heart has long been ready to be targeted by Brain. Brain has spent a whole 10 years for Nirvana, and it is impossible for him to give up any clue. Although they haven't played against each other yet, Loya already regards Brain as the strongest enemy that Locke has encountered so far when he is in action. Even, its strength is more than silver. Oration Cease is certainly the first corner of Ramel and the 913 Alliance to be defeated. But as the leader of the three major dark powers, to reach that status, his strength is far from a magic book. What's more, because the time is too early, the other 6 demons have not yet grown up, and the current Brain can then be transformed into a personality without a leader. In that state, he can easily defeat Saint Ten. This shows the power of Brain. Facing such an opponent, Loya must shift the battle arena. In addition to that, he has reached an agreement with Robin Rue, who has unblocked the restrictions on his own as a link. Nirvana is about to be born soon, and he must get there first. And because of Nirvana, Loya will never allow this news to be revealed, affecting the reputation of the Fairy Tale Guild. He had to attract all the people around him to Nirvana to solve it. Either don't fight, and once you fight, you will never have trouble in the future. That's what Loya thinks. So, Loya has to go first, but in the next second, boom! Right in the center of the sea of trees, a terrifying magic power gushed out like a volcanic eruption. The magic power shot straight into the sky, and the huge momentum caused the entire sea of gas trees, and even the earth that looked at tens of thousands of meters, to vibrate violently. Nirvana is born. Chapter 132. Boom Boom. The dark beam of light shot straight into the sky. The deep and dark power produced a huge mutation in the moment it appeared. The world with clear skies was instantly shrouded in dark clouds. There is a kind of depression that cannot be counted, and the fundamental source of all this is the nirvana that appears in the center. What? Brain, who had been monitoring Loya, immediately noticed Loya's strange movements, and at the moment of Nirvana's birth, even his eyes fell into a sluggishness. Although he speculated that Loya's actions might have something to do with Nirvana, he didn't expect it to appear in the blink of an eye. But after just a few minutes of shock, Brain instantly fell into a state of ecstasy. Nirvana. What's left of the ancient Narabites? Reversing the great magic of good and evil. As long as you master it, Brain has enough confidence to dominate one side and even defeat the Magic Council. In addition to being excited, thinking that the long-sought Nirvana might be at hand, he quickly responded accordingly. He put his finger on his forehead, and the magic of reciting words was instantly conveyed. Hatai, Lisa, Angel, you all went to the battlefield first and arrested those girls for me, and the remaining 6 demons followed me. Since he betrayed the Magic Council and entered the Dark World, Brain has been training his own personnel in addition to searching for Nirvana news. That is, unless it is absolutely necessary, he will take the initiative. However, this situation basically does not exist. Most of the people in the Dark World are ordinary sand, and there is no real top-level magician. As soon as Brain, who is comparable to the King of Heaven, came forward, it was basically over. Even if Loya defeated Serena, Brain didn't have the other side in his heart. But this time, in order to ensure complete strength, he must be foolproof. Let Hatai, Lisa, and Angel, 3 candidates of the 6 demons, attack Mira Jane in order to obtain a hostage, so as to prevent the other party from getting Nirvana first. The more powerful, the more cautious. This is Brain's usual code of conduct. Carelessness, frivolity, and belligerence can all lead to the failure of the action. It is precisely because of this that he, as a new personality, was created by nothing to control and manage this dark world. Otherwise, do not show up. As early as when Loya drove the magic airship into the sea of gas trees, he started directly. It was this cautious character that kept Brain forbearing, waiting for Loya's further actions. Judging from the results, he did nothing wrong in waiting. At present, the remaining 6 demons have not yet been cultivated, but compared to other personnel, they have undoubtedly made too many shots. On the other hand, there are only a few girls in Mira Jane, and the oldest is Mira Jane, who is about the same age as Loya. He didn't think that a mere teenage, unknown girl could stop the oration cease that he cultivated. Cobra and Midnight took action to delay Loya's actions, consuming the opponent's strength by the way. After uttering the chanting, Brain also acted quickly to ensure that the action was foolproof. What is this? Is this a treasure for a long time? Nirvana appeared in this world, and Mira Jane also instantly saw the dark beam of light connecting the sky. In addition, she also found that with the appearance of this terrifying beam of light, the people who attacked them rushed towards Loya. Mira Jane was stunned for a moment. What's happening here? How to say withdraw, withdraw. She has just received Die Lion's pull, and she is ready to fight for a while to try the power of the devil. Thinking about it, the militant Mira Jane was suddenly ready to go out to fight, but at this moment a word entered her brain and stopped her actions. You stay in the village, within the range of my magic power perception, There are currently several good guys approaching you. You must protect Lysena and Wendy. Brain's words Loya couldn't catch. But with his super powerful brain, his magic perception has spread out long ago. When the remaining 6 demons acted, he found that Brain's plan was guessed by the actions of a few people, so he immediately gave it back to Mira Jane. And the next battle was too bloody. Loya didn't want them to see their brutal side. Even the magical world itself is dangerous. When the recitation was delivered, a battle broke out on Loya's side. Space hanging, distortion, compression, the storm hit. Among them, there is also a part of the dark red strange anger. In front of Loya, Midnight, son of Brain, took the lead in attacking Loya. At the same time, the two are currently the strongest among Oration Cease. But even if they were given a few more years in front of Loya, they were no different from children who had just learned to walk in. Using the power of dragon and space in front of me, are you courting death? Monument. Loya unleashes demonic power in an instant. He was naturally fully displayed, his body quickly demonized, and a pair of terrifying wings spread out behind him. The wings shook, and with lightning speed, they crossed the sky. Whether it was space or dragon slaying, they were directly smashed into pieces by the shot. What? Seeing that the attack of the two was directly smashed, Midnight and Cobra were also dumbfounded. This situation is obviously a result that the two of them completely did not expect. However, in the current situation, there is simply no time for them to think. In the moment of passing through the darkness, Loya has continued to speed towards their location, obviously not intending to leave them any chance. In a panic, the two immediately converged their magic power, but at the moment when they had just gathered, the terrifying magic power had already arrived. Give me death. Right. Darkness came, and there was no time for the two to react at all. Nerd good. The Devil's Claw has already held the heads of the two and collided with each other. Puff. Like a broken watermelon, the heads of the two collided, and a large amount of blood was poured down. After solving the two people, Loya then threw the two dead bodies away. It took almost 2 or 3 breaths to solve the two of them. During the whole process, Loya's complexion did not change at all. Just like killing 2 ants, it is not worth mentioning at all. In the dark, the despair of death should have been done long ago. This is the sorcerer. Has Midnight, Cobra been solved by that guy soon? The other side, Midnight and Cobra are linked as living bodies and are perceived by Brain at the moment of death. For a moment, Brain's face was ugly. Although he was young, he was the one whom he had painstakingly cultivated after all. It was somewhat unexpected for him to die so quickly. Chapter 133. Does the death of a subordinate make Brain sad? The answer is definitely no. Even if his biological son Midnight was among them, it would not cause a trace of sadness in his heart. If the son is not yet able to regenerate, if the subordinates are gone, find them again, and then recultivate them. These are all consumable items. What really made him care was that Loya killed 2 of his subordinates in just a split second, and the whole process didn't even stop him for a second. As expected of the person who defeated the double Saint 10, it seems that if you want to stop you, I have to go out in person. Boom. Mana surge, Brain with a skull scepter, release gravity and move towards Nirvana. As the former director of the Magic Development Bureau, Brain has mastered a lot of magic and has power beyond the Holy 10. Even if Natsu ate all of Jalal's magic power, plus the increase of the dragon's power, he did not completely suppress Brain, but was banished to the void space. If it weren't for the critical moment, the Flame Dragon King Igneal would take action, and the final winner would definitely belong to Oration Cease. The battle for Nirvana is imminent. At this time, Mira Jane and the others who were in the Narrabite clan also felt the power fluctuations coming from the front. There is already a battle ahead, and Loya is estimated to have collided with the opponent. Mira Jane looked up. This is what happened to the 913 situation. Who is outside? Why did the fight suddenly occur? Although he didn't know what happened, Carla, who had realized that something big happened, immediately asked. Those are the wizards of the Dark Guild, who like to destroy. They are the natural enemies of the wizards of the regular guild. It may be our arrival to attract their attention. Then Big Brother is okay. Wendy had a good impression of Loya because of the previous relationship, and when she heard the words of the Dark Sorcerer, she said worriedly. Seeing that little Wendy was in a panic, Lysana, who was kind-hearted, stepped forward and took her hand to comfort her and said, "Don't worry, Brother Luo is very strong. He will definitely be able to defeat the bad guys, and Sister Mila will also protect us. Lysana, you protect Wendy and the others from entering. Just leave it to me alone." Mira Jane, who is always ready to fight, has dark magic flowing in her hands and is always vigilant about her surroundings. According to what Loya said, someone was flying close to where he was. Since Loya said so, it must happen. Seemingly responding to Mira Jane's thoughts, several voices came from the forest in the next second. "Found, yes, it's these guys. I didn't expect that Mr. Brain would let us deal with a few little girls. This is too disappointing. Since it's the person who Brain explained, it's better to finish it well. I don't need to do it alone. How much time does it take for a few girls?" There are male and female voices, but the voice was full of the second atmosphere, and if Loya was there, he would definitely feel speechless. But in this case, the unexpected release of Wendy and Carla, who were still young, works. Carla yelled, "Who? Where are you hiding? It's really a strange cat that can speak, and I don't know how much it can sell." With a piercing sound, four figures rushed out of the forest, stood around the village, and surrounded Mira Jane and the others. Sawyer, Lisa, Konai, Angel, Richard, Watereye, they are the rest of Oration Cease, as the living link of Brain. A person selected from among the thousands of children in Tower of Heaven, although he is not yet grown up, has the strength close to an S-rank magician. Many of them were followed by a few other dark wizards. Magic Barrier. Looking at the surrounding dark wizards, Mira Jane quickly shot, using the magic stone left by Loya to create a magical barrier surrounding several people. "You stay inside and don't come out." After releasing the barrier, Mira Jane turned her head to Wendy and Lysana, turned and rushed out of the barrier to fight. "Leave it to I'll do it alone." Seeing Mira Jane taking the initiative to greet him, Angel in Oration Cease immediately started, released Angel Magic, and launched a summoning, magic circle. Roar! A giant with angel wings rushed out and took it out with a huge hammer in hand. Hercules Angel Key Scylla, the giant powerful angel summoned by 20 gold coins, is powerful. Under Angel's order, Chi Scylla flapped his wings, swung his sledgehammer towards the front, and smashed it down towards Mira Jane. The next second, a shocking scene of several Oration Cease appeared. I saw that Chi Scylla's attack was actually blocked, and it was the pair of demon arms that blocked the attack. Angel Magic? It seems to be better than the devil. Boom! With both hands raised, Mira Jane, like a violent witch, raised the hammer, and then punched out. The fist fell, and the huge force made Chi Scylla smashed and flew out. The huge body fell into the woods in the distance, causing a burst of smoke, and instantly lost the ability to fight. However, this was not over yet. Defeating an angel was obviously not enough to satisfy Mira Jane's desire to fight. After a punch, Mira Jane turned around and attacked Oration Cease. The faces of the three generals of the 6 demons instantly changed. Mira Jane's blow just now made them clearly aware of how strong Raj's strength is, and a slight touch could cause serious injuries in an instant. I thought it was a simple task, but I didn't expect it to become so difficult in a blink of an eye. "You can't fight her head-on," Lisa shouted loudly. However, a red armored motorcycle was summoned. Inject magic power into it, move on the ground at an extremely fast speed, and release a red light with your hands. A sense of speed greatly reduces the opponent's speed and sense of speed, making the opponent think that he is fast. Magic Cannon. In the speed of the motorcycle, Lisa moved to the rear to attack Wendy and Lysana behind Mira Jane. A gun muzzle was exposed in front of the car. Lisa pressed the switch, and the cannon blasted out. In the next second, a scene that shocked the rest of the people appeared. At the moment when the attack fell, an enchantment suddenly appeared, completely blocking the attack, and even the aftermath of the explosion bounced back to him. During this time, Mira Jane was surrounded by blue light. With an extremely quick reaction ability, he avoided the incoming attack and hit Lisa directly, without being affected by the sense of speed at all. There was a sound of bone shattering. Lisa, who was ready to win with speed, was directly knocked into the air, turned into a parabola, and turned into a pile of mud. With just one blow, Lisa was directly resolved. And this light comes from Wendy's magic. Being able to be selected as the 6 demons, Even though there is a big gap with his future strength, the talent is there, and no matter how bad it is still a level close to an S-rank magician. But it was so easily defeated by Mira Jane, to be precise, by Mira Jane, Lysana, and Wendy. Chapter 134. The reason why Loya leaves with confidence. A large part of the reason is based on the trust in Mira Jane. Mira Jane's strength increased significantly after getting Die Lion, while Wendy used Mira Jane to add various buffs to her. Although Lysana on the side cannot directly participate in the battle, she is Loya's most beloved angel and future sister-in-law. All kinds of magic tools gave her space, and the ring was full. What should be given? What should not be given? Loya gave everything. Lysana, who clearly realized that she had no talent for receiving magic, fortunately gave up learning to receive magic, and started to learn how to use magic tools. To this end, Loya also gave strong support. Even magic crystals have been purchased a lot. Not to mention that there are many routes, but the defense is directly full. Even if the Holy Ten came forward, Lysana could support it for a long time. It is precisely because of this that Mira Jane dares to attack at will. Of the three, one is responsible for defending the rear, one is responsible for stacking buffs, treating injuries, and the other is responsible for combat, a proper battle combination. It would be great if a powerful attack was added to it. As for why it is a strong attacker, the reason is simple. Of the three, Mira Jane, who was in charge of the battle, had the heaviest burden. Often a person needs to shoulder the battle on both sides, one from the rear, the other from the front, and is aware of the frenzied attacks around him. After all, if any enemy attacks the rear, even if there is a magic tool as a defense, there is always the possibility of being broken through if they keep attacking. It's best to have one person rotate with Mira Jane to share the pressure. In fact, this person already has the best candidate. That's Urza. Not weaker than Mira Jane's talent and strength, Urza's strength is extremely strong. Even in Loya's absence, she has the temperament of a leader, and she also takes command. Mira Jane, on the contrary, is closer to the role of the assassin, and the outbreak is extremely strong. Urza and Mira Jane are two powerful leaders and fighters. Wendy is in charge of support and treatment, and Lysana uses their magic tools to guard the backyard. This combination, even if placed in the 10 Wizard Saints ranking, can still squeeze into the top few. Even the king has the possibility of a battle. No one was willing to serve as a vase from beginning to end. Even among the few, Lysana, who is the weakest in talent, also hopes that she has the power to protect the person she loves, and she keeps working hard for this. Closer to home, just when the three Mira Jane attacked the 6 demons. At this time, Loya had already washed down the vicinity of the dark beam of light. At the same time, Brain on the other side also rushed to the battlefield. Curse unleashed. As soon as they met Loya, he didn't have any plans to talk. The white light condensed in his palm and shot out brazenly towards Brain, who also rushed over. A ray of light several meters thick roared out, swiping through the air, and the air was squeezed. The other side, Brain seems to have seen this too. Almost at the moment when Loya released the magic power, he raised his scepter and released a dark spiral column. The power is strong, not inferior to the power of Loya. Boom! In midair, 2 beams of light collided. Until it arrived at the center of the sea of trees, a huge explosion was sent out, and a powerful air wave was impacted by Jean. The towering trees in the dense sea of trees were squeezed by the impact of the air waves, and large tracts of trees were uprooted or directly destroyed. You are Loya. You can discover the secret of Nirvana as soon as you come. I can't deny your ability, but you still think too much to take away Nirvana. Shaking his body, Brain moved in the same way as a teleportation in space, leaving trails of afterimages in the air, and jumped to Loya in front of him. Multiple body shadows, very similar to the shadow clone technique. Dark skin, white hair, wearing a white coat, several lines of living links are imprinted on his face, and his eyes reveal a sinister and cunning gaze. He is the leader of the Eurasian Cease, Brain. Hearing Brain's words, Loya also smiled faintly. I'm sorry, no one can rob me of what I like. Just like Serena, she wanted to snatch my target, but she was still beaten by me. It's just because I didn't want to kill me directly in the Magic Council's realm, but you're different. Humph. If you have that ability. The undisguised killing intent made Brain's face turn cold, and he replied gloomily. But it was true that he responded with a direct attack from Loya. Asked for flowers. The claws of the devil. The right hand turned into a demon's claw, covered with a layer of black scales, and punched Brain directly. Like Loya, Brain also masters many of these magics. But in the end, someone who has been in the magic world for decades mastered only more magic than Loya, not less. In particular, his attainment in dark magic far exceeds that of the previous Saint Ten Jose, who does not know geometry. Therefore, as soon as he shoots Loya, he directly uses the power of destroying evil. In the same darkness, the magic power is far superior to ordinary magic, and even with the attribute of destroying evil, it has a certain restraint effect on dark magic. Obviously, Brain is no simple character. The moment Loya made his move, he immediately sensed the specificity of the opponent's shrinking power, and in the process of perception, Loya's body instantly came to him. Fist down, directly pierced Brain's body. However, Loya did not show an expression. At the moment of falling, his fist still failed. The penetrated body turned into an afterimage and slowly dissipated in the air. This is the power of the king. A lot of magic is in the grasp, and even the response and adaptability are top-notch. Even if there is only a little time, the magic can be released in time. With a speed comparable to teleportation, Brain's body turned into an afterimage and came to Loya's back, holding a scepter in one hand and facing Loya's back in the other. Ling Ran said, "Hand of ever darkness." Dark green magic power emerged from the palm, condensed into a huge palm, and slammed it towards Loya. The passion of the devil. However, Loya itself is not vegetarian. Just when Brain was behind him, his wings shook, dodging Brain's attack, and at the same time counterattacking. Similar to Dragon Slayer magic, dark beams condensed in Loya's mouth, and then turned into a beam of light. Boom boom. The two beams of light collided again, and the fire produced by the explosion illuminated the dark world that evolved due to the existence of Nirvana. The terrifying impact instantly drowned the two figures. The roar of the explosion resounded through the entire sea of gas trees. Big. Chapter 135. The impact of the Battle of the King continued to pour out, affecting the entire sea of gas trees. The personnel on the next side cannot get close at all, and even if they get close, they may be affected by the shock generated by the battle, and they will immediately evacuate the area at the moment of the outbreak. But still one person watched the entire fight. That is Robin Liu, the man who has survived from 400 years to the present. At this time, the old face of the soul body also showed a shocked expression. The guy really suppressed that dark wizard. Robin Liu knows nothing about Oration Cease and others hidden in the sea of gas trees. But he is only a soul, burning his soul to the extreme. At most, he has the strength close to the King of Heaven. Loya's approach to the door was completely beyond his September 13th expectations, and what was even more unexpected was that Loya knew everything. And even knowing that someone was eyeing Nirvana, he also asked him to liberate Nirvana. Out of desperation, Robin Liu can only follow Loya's choice. The result was beyond any expectation. Loya not only blocked Brain's attack, but even suppressed it. Central region, on the ground that was broken open by the scouring of the airflow, the two of them landed at the same time. At this time, Brain was in a state of embarrassment. His hair was disheveled, like a beggar, and Loya was relatively better. The second stage of demonization greatly improves his own defense, as well as the ability to defend against regeneration. The demon scales can help him offset most of the explosion impact, and the rest is easy enough to reach with Loya's powerful physique. So his body was not harmed in any way. Even if the two beams of light just now were enough to destroy a street of several hundred meters, they still couldn't ignore Loya's defense. You are very strong. This is the first time I have seen someone like you in the younger generation. It is no wonder that the previous Saint Ten will be defeated by you. But you're still too young. Brain suffered some injuries, but it didn't affect his state, but instead praised the arrival of Loya himself. The reason is that all the streaks on his face have disappeared. Obviously, in the process of the two people fighting just now. On the other hand, Mira Jane and others have successfully solved the remaining 6 demons, leaving only Brain. Also unexpectedly, all the locks have been released. Nothing is liberated. Now I'll show you the end of the darkness. As the voice fell, the scepter in his hand was directly crushed, and an explosion sounded. The smashed sawdust fell one after another. Brain slowly lowered his head. The originally dark skin began to turn white. The dark magic power that was almost like substance surged out. In an instant, it swept the entire battlefield. When he raised his head again, his black eyes were covered with scarlet eyes. This guy Brain is really useless. It's really shameful to be bullied on the head by a kid. Does it always come out? Loya said lightly. You don't seem surprised. After hearing Loya's voice, President Wu's eyes also shifted to Loya. Personality change does not mean that the memory has been completely hidden. In essence, the two belong to the same person. The battle between Brain and Loya is not naturally known. Does it make any difference? It's all people who are going to die anyway. After speaking, Loya suddenly raised his hand. The dark power covered it. The body and arms were completely demonized, and a double horn was revealed on the top of Loya's head, and even the body was huge for several times. Whole person if a small were lion pull. However, unlike Die Lion, there is an extra pair of demon wings on the back. Demonize. Are you a Tartaros man? Seeing this scene, President Wu immediately recognized it. During the battle just now, he had already seen through the power Loya used as a demon. But the number of magicians who transformed the power of demons into themselves was so large that no president would have cared about it. But now he had to be shocked. As one of the 3 leaders of the Dark Guild who signed the Balam Alliance, President Wu has naturally encountered the demon of Tartaros and seen the power of the demon. But the key is that Loya is clearly a wizard of the regular guild fairy tale. So why does he master the power of this demon? Wait, not just demon powers, but other powers? Loya Ling Ran said. You don't need to ask too much about these things. You only need to know that I am the one who killed you, and I will use all my strength so that you will not have a chance to escape. Without the shock of the president, he didn't care. He didn't care at all. At this time, he just wanted to try the thrill of fighting incisively and vividly. Loya has never fought in full force since learning magic. Even when he fought against Serena, Loya deliberately suppressed his own power in order to induce himself to absorb the opponent's dragon power. The magic that Loya has mastered is too complicated, and there are so many that sometimes he doesn't know which skills to use. Especially after obtaining the killing magic. Loya's magical properties are so numerous that it explodes, and his strength is also greatly improved. Dragon magic, god-killing magic, demon-killing magic, space magic, light magic. The rest of the more common modeling magic, psychic magic, and other magic have good attainments. Coupled with the supercomputing power and the breakthrough of the energy boundary endowed by the system, Loya has the strength of a king in an instant. But Loya has never truly integrated these powers and magic into one. It is rare to have such a good training object, and it is impossible for Loya to let go easily. Right now he has a good idea. That is the fusion of dragon seed and demon seed. In essence, the two kinds of magic in 3.3 are both killing magic, but this type of magic has the characteristics of the ability to swallow both. What would be the effect of combining the two forces here? Loya didn't know, but this almost crazy idea came up. But no matter how he suppressed it, or even used meditation to calm his heart, such thoughts still lingered in his heart. In any case, it is still lingering in his mind, like a demonic barrier. Under the ineffectiveness of such expulsion, Loya gradually became fascinated by this idea unconsciously. I even thought that if this was successful, I am afraid that the destructive power would surpass other magics with characteristics, right? Therefore, at the moment when the president list released, the idea of trying was born in his mind. Chapter 136. Hey, what do you think of me? Loya didn't say it clearly, but President Wu could still feel the consciousness conveyed in Loya's eyes, and clearly didn't take him seriously. As the head of Oration Cease, Wu, who is comparable to the King of Heaven, has never suffered such humiliation. Don't take my brains trash. That guy is just my replacement, and the so-called Oration Cease is just a part of it. The real existence of Oration Cease is only me. Give it a try then. Boom. The terrifying dragon power is accumulated in the body. The magic power in his hand is gathered in his hand. The next second, Loya was like a black streamer, rushing towards President Wu. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of President Wu. Shadow barrier. In the face of this galloping attack, President Wu did not dodge, but quickly activated magic, forming a dark green barrier in front of him. After 23 became a personality, the magic power skyrocketed several times. He doesn't think he's as embarrassed as his outsider brain. It was exactly as he imagined. Under the shape, the long spear with condensed magic power slammed into the dark green shield, sending out a strong arc. But just when he thought he had arrived, the next scene made him instantly stunned in place. Boom! Before he could react, the second golden power twisted up Loya's other hand and turned into a second spear, and this power was Loya's dragon power. Under Loya's control, the two spears began to touch and fuse. The powers of dragons and demons are intertwined and mutually exclusive, and an extremely amazing power is sent out. The strength has skyrocketed dozens of times. Even the surrounding space was squeezed, the ground beneath his feet sunk into a deep pit, and endless gusts of wind rushed towards Loya's location. Even the dark clouds with the sky are twisting because of his power. This is the power of the dragon? Damn it. How is this possible? How can you have these two different powers in your body? Feeling the terrifying momentum released by the second magic power, President Wu was sluggish for a moment, and then a sharp voice like being stepped on his tail rang out in the sky in exasperation. Standing thousands of meters away, Robin Liu, his sole body, was also looking at the power of one black and one gold rising from Loya's hands with a horrified face. Even though they are thousands of meters apart, he naturally felt more clearly that the terrifying oppression contained in the two different forces in Loya's hands. The power of dragons and demons is incredible. This guy really has two powers. After 400 years, Robin Liu has experienced the evolution from the Dragon Age to the Human Age and also witnessed the decline of the dragon and the rise of the human. In these long years, Robin Liu has seen countless wizard geniuses. These geniuses can use the power of dragons to turn into demons. But he has never seen a magician with two different magic powers in his body, which are magic powers with different origins. What's more, if two different magic powers exist in one person's body at the same time, Robin Liu can only imagine one ending. That is two extremely unstable magic powers colliding with each other in the body, and the final outcome, naturally, destroying each other in the continuous collision. Robin Liu didn't know. Right now, it's just one of Loya's forces. If it is known that there is a third power in the body, the power of God, I am afraid that my jaw will drop. Although Robin Liu doesn't know why Loya can have two magical powers with different origins at the same time. However, he clearly felt that at the moment when the two kinds of magic powers appeared, the docile magic power factors in their bodies suddenly became much more violent. Monument. In the collision, the power is broken. A thunder-like sound erupted from Loya's hands. The whole person flew out directly, knocking down a lot of big trees. On the other side, Wu's figure was blasted out and slid hundreds of meters on the ground, setting off waves of mist. Looking at the posture, if it wasn't for the protection of the dark shield in front of him, I am afraid that he would have been seriously injured on the spot. Likewise, Loya up close is nowhere near as good. The first fusion failed. Not only did he not break through the magic power of the leaderless, but he was also injured by the power. Exploding at close range, if it weren't for the blessing of his physique and blocking magic, he would be even more miserable than without the president. But this failure was nothing compared to the accident that happened to Loya. The fusion of dragon power and demon power is not as simple as imagined. Compared with the Sirius Island incident in the original novel, it was several times more difficult for Natsu to absorb the flame of God. The reason why Natsu can absorb, one is cohabitation, and the other is that Natsu's body structure is inherently different. The body of the devil and the power of the dragon have been integrated since birth, and the body is guarded by the flame dragon king Igneal. What Loya did was 100 times harder than him. When Loya devoured other dragon-killing attributes before, although he experienced risks, it was essentially the power of dragons, and there was a point of frequent fusion. The origin of the devil comes from the darkness of human nature. There is no common ground between the two sides, and the stronger the power, the more difficult it will be to integrate. But 913 is what makes Loya interesting. He doesn't have the natural powerful magic power like Laxus and Altair, and he doesn't have the special physique like Natsu and Urza. All he has is wisdom. The existence of the system just points his way forward. The setbacks on the road are still the ones that Loya has overcome step by step. In the underground library, he absorbed nutrients from all kinds of magic books and gained insight into the mysteries of magic. A mere setback would not affect him at all. What's more, in the moment just now, he realized something. This time, Loya was confident enough to combine the two forces. The result, like a farce, was beyond the expectations of the president, but he didn't show a smile because of this. It was more about being born after catastrophe. Because in the moment just now, he felt a dangerous aura on Loya's body, a dangerous aura that was enough to make him die. If Loya just fell down without any reason, the person who died must be himself. Don't say it's your own. Even the surrounding area is afraid of being wiped out in the power. But before he could be happy for a long time, Loya rushed out again within his sight. Two forces, one left and one right, condensed in his hands, and the destructive force that made him fear reappeared, and the condensed force even surpassed the previous one. Chapter 137. The second fusion of dragon power and demon power. At the moment when the two forces touched, the terrifying picture that had evolved earlier came to this world again, and further evolved as the power increased. Even Nirvana, who had just released the seal not far away, couldn't hide Loya himself. Crazy, you lunatic. Do you really want to die together? Looking at Loya's move in horror, the president cursed in unison, almost in unison, but at the same time he began to retreat violently and quickly distanced himself from Loya. However, this situation can ensure the safety of no president. In the midst of the retreat, Loya still did not stop. His attention was only on his own hands. Just merging a part of it just now produced the terrifying power over there, and even made the president woo fear. It would be unimaginable if they were fully integrated. If this thing is successful, the power has surpassed super magic, right? There was already some nervous murmur in my heart. Loya's hands trembled as the dragon's power and the demon's power merged further. At the moment when the two forces just merged, a strong resistance reappeared. At most, they could only fuse half of them, but they could not fuse. When they fuse with each other to every critical point, no matter how Loya compresses, they refuse to fuse anymore. And with Loya's forced oppression, the power of the two groups of energies began to gradually become violent, and a more terrifying collision broke out. Another thunder blast, an aftershock of energy leaked out, causing Loya's hands to tremble a little. In the area where a wave of energy fell, the area of several hundred meters completely collapsed and disappeared, and everything dissipated into the air. Loya looked down at the ball-like energy body that was constantly flashing black and gold electric lights. Seeing this, Loya's pupils contracted slightly. He knew that this was a precursor to the impending explosion of the energy frenzy. Oops, that power is beyond the scope of his fortress. Robin Liu, who was always watching Loya's actions, quickly noticed something was wrong. But at this time, he was aware of this situation, and he, as a soul body, couldn't help. Ha 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 ha, I'm really looking for death. Don't think that after defeating one or two enemies, you can do anything. Dragon power and demon power are not as simple as you think. Sensing those violent energy fluctuations, President Wu laughed proudly. In his opinion, he might be able to solve Loya without taking action. All he has to do is get sucked in by Loya and take over Nirvana in it. However, the lack of a president didn't affect Loya. On the contrary, a somewhat crazy smile gradually appeared on the handsome face of the young man. I can't do it by myself. I have to use the power of the superbrain. The thought made Loya a little crazy, but it wasn't enough to make him completely lose his mind. Thinking of this, Loya thought to himself, breakthrough of thinking boundaries. The deduction mode is on. Start to detect the energy in the host body. The current energy state is 80%. The energy is sufficient. Each database is ready, and the reasonable time is estimated to be 3 minutes. Thinking boundaries have been broken through. Boom. Almost instantly, a large amount of virtual data throbbed on the surface of Loya's eyeballs. The deduction ability of the explosion, the control power, is instantly improved. Under the control of consciousness, the two forces merged at an accelerated rate. During this period, Loya divided another consciousness and released modeling magic, like a pair of big hands, blending into it. With the infusion of modeling magic, the violent magic power gradually quieted down, and the decline of the two colors and different essences squirm-led slightly. Finally, in the shocking eyes of President Wu and Robin Liu, they slowly condensed into a gray spear. At the wife of the gray spear, everything between heaven and earth seemed to suddenly quiet down, and even the whistling of the wind disappeared. The space around the spear is constantly distorted, exuding spatial fluctuations. Even under the influence of power, the space collapsed and distorted little by little, and everything around it began to collapse. And at the moment when the goal reached this power, President Wu turned his head and fled. What's the plan? What nirvana? In the face of this power, President Wu doesn't want anything. As powerful as he is, he does not have enough confidence to take this blow, which is completely beyond the level of the king. Space transfer, speed magic, all kinds of escape magic, no president's crazy display, in order to leave Loya as far as possible. 10. How could Loya let him escape easily? For this blow, all the magic power in his body is almost required to be drained, and even now it is frantically consumed. A fusion of dragon power and demon power. Relying entirely on the calculation of the superbrain, they are forcibly merged together in the form of modeling magic. But even so, conflicts will still break out. If his physique is not strong enough, after being strengthened by the power of the dragon and the power of the magic, I am afraid that the power of the dragon and the power of the magic will cause internal injuries. But even so, the power of the forced fusion surprised Loya. Dozens of times the original strength, enough for Loya to go crazy. At the moment when no president chose to flee, Loya was almost a conditioned reflex. The gray spear in his hand slammed towards the fleeing President Wu in the distance. The gray spear slid silently through the air, through the void. Along the way, not even the slightest sound of wind was brought up. However, it was such a buoyant gesture that made President Wu, who was fleeing, so frightened that his hair stood upside down. Because in an instant, the gray spear has reached him, can't dodge, can't hide. Retire Wu, Nua Da Hao. The retreatable President Wu quickly shot, and the magic poured out wildly. With both hands in a Tai Chi-like battle, a circular black hole bloomed, and a large number of black ghosts were released from the black hole. Genesis, none the strongest move of none. A black hole that can open up a void space and banish all moves. After entering nothingness, everything will be submerged. As the darkness spreads and wraps up towards the gray spear, the black ghost tries to engulf it, but has not yet waited for it to approach. All the forces that try to get close to the spear will automatically destroy the posts. The gray spear went straight through the void, through the power of darkness. Just when it was about to reach the range of 20 meters without the president, a ray of light emerged from the tip of the dark power. And in the next second, the light blooms. An uncontrollable, earth-shattering and devastating explosion sounded in the sky above the sea of trees. Chapter 138. Boom. Destructive energy developed. The layers of energy roared out like a tsunami, and the droplets spread past. The mountain peaks in the sea of trees burst with a bang, and the entire large number of trees turned into virtual powder under the impact of the force, and even the surrounding peaks were instantly leveled. It took time. The temperature of this world suddenly increased a lot. The patriarch of the Narrabite clan, Robin Liu, looked up stupidly at the energy fluctuations swept across the sky. Even at a distance of thousands of meters, the terrifying energy was still felt. Is this the strength of that guy? It's terrifying. Although Robin Liu had expected this result at the moment of the shot, the result was beyond his imagination. With just one blow, most of the entire gas tree sea was destroyed, and some mountain peaks were directly destroyed by the explosion, turning into dust. Such power is almost comparable to that of a giant dragon. Crazy, just crazy. Robin Liu said these words unconsciously, and even immersed in the depths of his heart for 400 years, it turned out that he had a little fear of the teenager who was less than 20 years old. The energy diffusion lasted for a long time before it gradually dissipated. In the center of the battlefield, Loya, the attacker, did not escape from the blast. However, with his strong body, he still fell down, but it would not be so good without the president. I didn't expect to survive this 913-like situation. The Heavenly King is unbearably the Heavenly King. In the field of vision, I saw that the previously indomitable President Wu was already lying on the ground, no longer making a sound. Instead, it was a corpse that was completely terrifying at first glance, without the slightest pride and arrogance from before. Because it is the closest to the explosion point, President Wu has suffered the most severe energy impact. In the destructive fire wave that swept out, nearly half of President Wu's body was kicked to pieces, and the lower body disappeared directly. The dark red blood continued to seep out from the general body, and then formed a pool of blood, emitting this scarlet aura. Looking a little closer, several bloody intestines flowed out from the body. The head was broken, and under the reddish-white hair, it seemed that the white bones could still be faintly seen. CD finally solved it. Looking at the President Wu who was dying, Loya finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Nirvana in the distance, which was still in a state of unsealing. The darkness in Nirvana is the power he must obtain. For this reason, he also rarely showed a posture of fighting with all his strength. Although many of them fought with all-out efforts because of the fusion of the magic he had learned, it was undeniable that this was the only time he fought with all-out efforts since he learned magic. And obviously, the results are good. The fusion effect of dragon power and demon power is beyond his imagination. With all his strength, he was close to the Dragon Clan's blow. This is just the initial fusion, not the fusion of the power in the body. If it is the power of complete fusion, let alone fusion, it is a merger, and your body cannot bear it. The blow just now was barely considered a means, but it was enough, completely enough. Wings fluttered, and Loya walked towards the dark beam. The whole person rushed directly into the darkness, and at the moment of entering, a breath of time came oncoming. In front of Loya, a vast city appeared in front of him, and the city was supported by 6 huge stone pillars. A gray city, a gray world. And here is the city where the Nerebites lived 400 years ago, Nirvana. Loya started walking according to the memory in her head, following the magic perception into the interior of Nirvana. 6 core crystal balls were forcibly removed from the 6 stone pillars. These are the 6 core crystal balls that are the core of Nirvana, the place where darkness is stored. After spending a little time, Loya collected the 6 core crystal balls, ready to absorb them together. Hope won't let me down. Loya raised his eyes slightly and looked at Nirvana in the distance. From Dai Lionra to the sea of gas trees, he straddled the north and south of Ishgar in order to absorb this darkness. If it can't satisfy him, it would be too disappointing. After calming down for a while, Loya stretched out his hand and instantly activated the demon extermination technique. A dark vortex emerged in the hall of Loya. Under the pull of magic, the dark humanity inside the 6 core crystal balls poured into the dark vortex, converted into magic power, and amplified the weakest power in Loya's body. In the process of absorption, the negativity produced by darkness is also constantly affecting Loya. But under the power of the superbrain, no matter how strong this dark force is, it cannot affect Loya itself. But even so, the darkness inside the 6 core crystal balls was beyond his imagination. Originally, the power of the demon was the weakest in Loya's grasp. After obtaining the darkness in the 6 core crystal balls, it quickly swelled and increased. Seeing this, Loya's eyes showed infinite surprise. The darkness in Nirvana was beyond his imagination. In a short time, the magic power far surpassed the power of the gods and the magic power, chasing the strongest dragon power of Loya at present. Increase. It's still growing. Almost overtaken. So far, Loya has absorbed less than 1/3 of the power, and the darkness in the 4 core crystal balls has not yet been absorbed. It took a long time for Loya to absorb the power within. And because of the complete extraction of darkness, these 6 core crystal balls change from their original black appearance to a transparent color, indicating that the internal power has been completely evacuated. But relative. In Loya's body, the magic power has completely surpassed the power of the dragon, reaching an extremely amazing and terrifying level. At the same time, the demon seed was nourished and grew rapidly, and Loya's appearance also changed rapidly under its influence. Before the temples of the forehead grow out to the horror black double horns. The demonized black skin covered the whole body, The eyeballs and the whites of the eyes turned into darkness. The bone spurs grew on both sides of the hands, and the breath was full of black gas. The whole person has been completely demonized. In Loya's brain, the voice of the system sounded again. Devil destruction method, used to convert one's own physique into a demon physique, which has the characteristic of swallowing cohabitation substances and can absorb cohabitation energy to restore physical strength and enhance strength. Acquired feature, 3-stage demonization. 3 stages of demonization. Show the complete posture of the demon, transform into a real demon, strengthen the magic power and soul, improve the physical quality in all directions, and greatly improve the defense power. Brain development, 56%. Chapter 139. The opening of the 3-stage demonization. Loya did not feel surprised. The negative darkness in Nirvana far exceeded his expectations. After absorbing it, the power of the magic power skyrocketed dozens of times, and it is now more than several times the power of the dragon. In this case, if the demonization of the 3rd stage cannot be started, the real surprise is Loya himself. After 3 stages of demonization are activated, Loya can feel that his body has completed the final transformation of demonization, and his appearance has also undergone a huge transformation. The whole body, including the internal organs, skin, musculoskeletal, and internal organs, have been completely remodeled. After all, the method of destroying demons is based on demons, so it is not surprising to turn into a demon. In this state, Loya's magic power has been greatly improved. There should be the possibility of evolution, and the strength of the body can become stronger, but this... Loya stretched out that twisted and terrifying palm and touched his chest. At some point in time, another heart-like thing grew out of his body. The surging magic power flows in the heart and spreads to the whole body with the flow of blood. It is a combination of Loya magic power, and it is also something evolved from the seed of the devil, which is very wonderful. This time, the demon-killing method, the power of which has been completely separated from the category of ordinary demons, comes from magic and has a terrifying power that surpasses the power of dragons. It is no longer suitable to call it Devil Extinguishing Law. It should be changed to Demon Spell, Power Reason Spell. Demon Spell, the power of all demons collectively. On the surface of Loya's eyeballs, the demon extermination method on the system interface was quickly renamed to Demon Conjuration, revealing a slight smile. Clench your fists and experience your current state a little bit. Feeling the power beyond the current state, Loya showed a satisfied smile. After dispelling the demonization, he looked at the 6 transparent core crystal balls left behind. The core crystal ball is the energy storage point of Nirvana. Obviously, it can still store energy, and if it cooperates with Nirvana, it is obviously a very good killer. Although there is a danger of darkness leaking, the Narrabite tribe 400 years ago was also destroyed, but they are mainly unable to transfer the darkness inside. However, Loya is different. With the power of demons, he has the ability to absorb darkness and transfer darkness, so he doesn't have to worry about these problems. With that in mind, Loya added, maybe it can be remodeled. Such a huge, ancient city, whether attacking or moving, is extremely inconvenient, and it must be further simplified. Brother Loya, big brother. Suddenly, when Loya fell into deep thought, 2 shouts came from a distance, and only Lysana and Wendy could call Loya that way. When he turned his head, he could see that the 2 of them were hugged by Mira Jane, and Carla spread her wings and followed, heading towards her position. As soon as they landed, the little angels Lysana and Wendy rushed over, and Loya held the 2 little angels in her arms. Great, you're fine. The voices of the 2 angels had a hint of weeping, and their eyes were red. How is it possible? Those bad guys can't hurt me. After appeasing the 2 little angels, Loya looked at Mira Jane and asked, what's the matter? Didn't I let you stay in the village? I'm not worried about you yet. Mira Jane glanced at Loya angrily and let out a sigh of relief. The horror level of the previous battle was that they were all shocked at a distance of thousands of meters. If it wasn't for Loya asking them to stay in the village, they would have come here long ago. So as soon as the battle was over, several people rushed over in a hurry. Fortunately, everything was fine, and Mira Jane immediately asked who was fighting Loya. However, the moment she heard it from Loya, Mira Jane was stunned, and her beautiful eyes widened instantly. The head of the Eurasian Seas. You mean the head of the Eurasian Seas, one of the 3 guild leaders of the Balam Alliance? In fact, when she defeated the rest of the Eurasian Seas just now, she had some guesses in her heart. But when I actually found out, I couldn't help being shocked. It has been a while since Mira Jane officially stepped into the Magic Palace, and she naturally knows some things about the Dark World. Not to mention the Balam Alliance, the largest alliance of forces in the Dark World. A random guild or organization is enough to affect the entire Dark World, and it is the existence that really makes the Magic Council a headache. For Flowers, especially Brain, who has only betrayed the Magic Council in the last few years. As the previous director of the former Magic Development Bureau, he became the president of the Dark Guild, but the Magic Council's key arrest target. Unexpectedly, Loya was actually fighting with the people of Eurasian Seas just now, and judging from the situation, the battle has ended with Loya winning. No wonder the momentum was so big just now. It turned out to be fighting against such a person. Thinking of Loya defeating one of the 3 giants of the Dark World, Mira Jane's heart was extremely excited, as if she had defeated her. Loya's reaction was average, and there was not much excitement in his dark eyes. Brain's personality is indeed very strong, but in his eyes at most it is the bottom of the king's. It's not even as powerful as Father Ward's. He is also the weakest among the 3 major dark guilds. Compared with Grimoire Heart Hades and Tartaro's Hades Mardgear, there is a huge gap. By the way, is this what you call nirvana? In addition to being excited, Mira Jane looked at the ancient city under her feet curiously and said somewhat uncertainly. Loya said, "Yes, this is nirvana. What are you going to do? I'm afraid this thing can't hit the space and take it back." Mira Jane knows that Loya has a lot of magic, including space magic that can open up storage space, but there is an entire city in front of him, and it is completely impossible to fit in such a situation. What are you thinking? Loya gave Mira Jane a speechless look, not to mention installing it. Even if it was moved back, the entire Magnolia had no place to put it, enough to completely block the sky above the town and still have some leftovers. However, the transformation is not easy to complete. After the magic circle is branded, it is generally not easily changed. The reason is that the magic circle is a whole, and any changes may affect the magic circle itself. What's more, Loya itself doesn't know much about its principal structure, let alone change it. However, if you want to fix it, you need a professional to come forward. Thinking of this, Loya already has a good candidate. That's Robin Liu. Big. Chapter 140. Narabites. Loya and Robin Liu are discussing. What? You want me to help you transform Nirvana? No. Absolutely impossible. Hearing Loya's request, Robin Liu of the Soul Body widened his eyes and categorically rejected it. In order to destroy this dangerous weapon, he waited for 400 years. In the past 400 years, he wanted to destroy the darkness that he had created at every moment, and he did so just to obtain redemption. It was this obsession that kept him alive until now. Now Loya wants him to transform Nirvana into a weapon. How could Robin Liu possibly agree to this? Loya corrected. No, let you transform, but let you hand over the magic principle to me. I just do it myself. I am quite good at transforming things. Don't worry about me breaking your things. Isn't that also a 913 kind of thing, and it's a question of who reformed? Robin Liu shook his head frantically. The tragic situation of the Narabite tribe was still fresh in his memory even after 400 years, and he agreed to everything he could say. However, Loya is not one to give up easily, and continued to speak in the face of Robin Liu, who resisted repeatedly. I know you are worried that the tragic situation 400 years ago will happen again, but the existence of Nirvana has also continued for a long time. I believe that you have survived for so many years and know that the power itself is not sinful, and the real sin is the user himself. Like me, a person who accepts the darkness that has been accumulated for 400 years is not safe. Nirvana is important to Loya. In addition to the darkness that can accumulate humanity, it is also a powerful weapon. The reason why the Narabite tribe 400 years ago could become a neutral country and avoid the danger of invasion by the Dragon tribe was largely due to the existence of Nirvana. Counting the time, a war is about to break out in a few years. On the other side of the ocean, Zirif ordered the Albarez Empire to launch an invasion war against Ishgar in order to rob Meteor's Shining. The powerhouses of the Holy Shield level will also step into this land. Soon, the disaster will spread to the entire Ishgar. The Kingdom of Fiori, as a country on the west coast, is naturally the first among them. The Fairy Tale Guild is currently the strongest guild, and being involved is inevitable. Although the final result was that the Magic Council took out the forbidden weapon White Legacy Fez as a threat, forcing the Albarez Empire to withdraw its troops. But the sacrifices were all past. Although Loya has released a combat power that surpasses that of the king, and has a certain self-protection power, other guild members do not have such combat power. Nirvana is just a self-preservation weapon he prepared for the members of the Fairy Tale Guild. Of course, passive defense has never been Loya's character. Besides, Loya didn't want to put all his hopes on the Magic Council's weapons. After obtaining the darkness of Nirvana and improving his demon power, it is time for him to consider increasing his dragon power. The lost magic on Altair's side, he also needs to urge as much as possible. Before that battle comes, Loya needs to improve his strength as much as possible. You are right, but hearing Loya's words, Robin Liu also fell silent. He has lived for so long. Strength is the truth of innocence. He understands it, but the dark past has always made it impossible for her to step forward and let her go. Are you going to keep concealing the truth like this? Wendy is still so young. If you are willing to help me, I can help you extend her life so that you can watch her grow up and the transformed Nirvana is under your control. Suddenly, Loya spoke. What did you say? You can help me prolong my life. How is this possible? That is a taboo in life. Are you crazy? Hearing this answer, Robin Liu's eyes widened with disbelief in his eyes. However, under such gazes, Loya nodded and immediately corrected. It's nothing to touch taboos. It's just to provide you with a body, so that your soul has a place to warm up and achieve an alternative resurrection. The soul generally refers to a non-material thing that is attached to the human body as the master. When the soul leaves the body, the person dies. In this magical world, the existence of magic has unimaginable power. When this power reaches a certain level, people will undergo degeneration at the level of life. Their physique will become stronger, and their lifespan will be increased. Even the soul has achieved degeneration and even evolved some special calculations. Robin Liu, who was so powerful, and the undead of the giant dragon were preserved by a special method. Its method is very similar to a kind of magic. That is the mind-body, a special magic that divides itself and its own magic power. But the soul is the soul after all. After losing the body, there is no container for storage. No matter how strong the soul is, it will weaken little by little, and finally it will die. There is only one way to alleviate this situation. That is magic related to the soul. Like other lost magic, there is very little soul magic. After all, the fragility of the soul is unimaginable, and a slight injury will cause great pain to people. In the scope of Loya's cognition, there are very few people who can be slightly related to the soul. The most impressive is the Black Archbishop Keys of Tartaro's 9 demon gates. The silver that he encountered in the Northern Territory before was controlled by Keys with the undead conjuration, and he was forced to stay in this world as a dead person. Undead conjuration, Loya naturally can't, but that doesn't mean he can't help Robin Liu. The opening of 3 stages of demonization. Not only was it unexpected that Loya's strength had improved, but more directly, he felt the energy of his soul. In his perception, Robin Liu's soul power is disappearing little by little, and it is no accident that he will not be able to hold on for more than 3.3 years. In fact, if it wasn't for Robin Liu, he would forcibly create the missing body of the entire guild, and let each missing body have an independent personality. With his ability, he can support it for a longer time, but now he can only support it for a while. Absolute death is inevitable. Thinking of this, Loya's mind came up with a crazy idea when he was in the Northern Territory, that is, when he saw the absolutely frozen polar ice. Bringing the dead back to life in a demonic way. Through soul shaping, the soul that is about to be dissipated is gathered together, and a new container is selected to restore the original soul. This method has actually been tried for a long time, and that is the system created by Zirif, which is now kept in the core of Hell and Tartaros. Chapter 141. Our system, the Black Mage Zerif created Natsu for it. It was during this process that Zerif touched the taboo of life and death, which led to a series of subsequent events, including the evolution of demonic magic power. The difference is that the demonic magic power currently mastered by Loya, although it is obtained from the devil, also includes super brain calculation, which completely deviates from the calculation of magic power. In his hands, no matter how strong the devil's spell was, it was still a soul-like power. Loya can completely rely on the calculation ability to eliminate the internal negative forces, leaving only the pure soul power to create a container that can accept Robin Liu. However, a part of the magic power is injected into the container until Robin Liu gets a new body. This power does not need too much, as long as it is enough to maintain Robin Liu's state, which is easy for Loya and does not consume much power. In this way, it is not a taboo to touch at all. If Robin Liu can succeed, then there is hope for the resurrection of Ulu. Absorbing the absolutely frozen ice crystals pulled by Dai Lion, Loya did not discard it, but instead kept it in her own space. I promise you. Hearing Loya's words, Robin Liu suddenly fell silent, and finally nodded 23 in agreement. There is no doubt that Loya's words hit his heart all at once. If Nirvana is the obsession in his heart, then Wendy is the child he can't let go. He has been taking care of Wendy for more than a year, almost 2 years, and he has been living alone in this sea of trees, watching this child grow up. If she disappears, it means that Wendy is likely to have no one to take care of. And even if he refuses to accept it, Nirvana will still fall into Loya's hands, still possessing terrifying power, and it will not change anything. It would be better to master the power of Nirvana by yourself, and at the same time be able to accompany Wendy by the side, watching her grow up. When Loya heard Robin Liu's choice, a slight smile appeared on his face. I believe you won't regret it, but there are some things that you need to solve by yourself. I can't help you with this. After explaining the game, we will transform it immediately and then transfer it here. I know. Robin Liu nodded and walked out of the tent immediately. He knew what Loya was referring to. After a war, the sea of gas trees is obviously not suitable for life, and if you want to transfer, the truth of some things must be told to Wendy. Although a little cruel, the truth after the future is undoubtedly much better. At this point, Loya believes that Robin Liu knows what to do and will do it. Walking out of the door, Robin Liu quickly told the truth of everything, and when he learned the cause and the end of the matter, Wendy burst into tears instantly. Big brother, Wendy, you must help the Patriarch's grandpa. Wendy doesn't want the Patriarch's grandpa to leave me. Wendy, only grandpa. Wendy is afraid. Little Wendy's eyes were red, and both of them were not enough. Loya had a small hand the size of one hand, and the other grabbed the corner of Loya's clothes, and the tears could not stop flowing. Hearing this, Robin Liu showed kind eyes. Silly boy, grandpa will die one day. Even if he fails, it's just a little bit earlier, so don't worry about it. It's different. Wendy is going to be with grandpa. The disappearance of the tribe was inevitable, but Wendy could no longer accept that Robin Liu also disappeared, and looked up at Loya with pleading eyes. Brother Loya, can you help Wendy? Seeing Wendy like this, the kind-hearted Lisanna also looked at Loya. Mira Jane also turned her gaze to Loya. Seeing a girl younger than her sister, she was also very touched when she encountered such a situation. Wendy's experience is much more pitiful than her. Although she lost her parents since she was a child, and was even driven and oppressed by the villagers, she still wanted relatives and 2 younger brothers and sisters who were not alone in their hearts. Not to mention the loss of Wendy's parents. Now even the patriarch and grandpa who took care of her are about to disappear. This kind of experience is simply too pitiful. But while pity Wendy, she didn't want to force Loya to do something she couldn't do. Manpower is limited. This is what Mira Jane has learned from her past pains. Loya did not speak, but gave Mira Jane and Lisanna a reassuring look, lowered her head to look at the tearful Wendy, and rubbed her little head lightly, saying, "Don't worry. Okay, my brother will definitely save your grandfather, but after the rescue, you have to transfer out of here. Are you willing to join our guild? In Fairy Tale, I can take better care of you." Yes, Wendy is willing. As soon as she heard that there was still hope, Wendy quickly nodded in agreement. She didn't have too many ideas when she was small. As long as the patriarch's grandfather was alive, She was willing to endure any hardship. What's more, Loya has a familiar smell on her body, and she is willing to follow Loya's side. Carla put down Sundara's gesture and lowered her head in front of Loya. With me, if I save the Patriarch's grandpa, I can let you touch my hair. That's good. Loya also breathed a sigh of relief. When he came, he was thinking about how to kidnap Wendy and Carla, but now it seems to be going well. But, before that, there is one more thing to do at the moment. Loya looked at Robin Lu 913. His gaze speaks for itself. The demise of Oration Cease cannot be concealed after all. This time, Brain dispatched a large number of dark wizards. Most of these dark wizards died in this many battles for Nirvana, but some people still escaped from here. Far within the Magic Council, Altair is dealing with the disappearance of Dai Lionra and is troubled. Dai Lion pulls as the culprit who killed her own mother, although she longs to go back to the past, back to the time when she was not sent to the Magic Development Bureau. As the daughter of Alu, it is impossible for Dai Lion to have any hatred in her heart, and by the way, she also wants to study the power of demons. Therefore, with the help of the hatred of Lion and others, he prepared to use their hands to achieve the purpose of unblocking Dai Lion. It never occurred to me that the plan had just been launched when it was attacked. The personnel in charge of guarding the agent Dai Lionla were all dealt with, and Dai Lionla's body disappeared, and there was no news of the whole process left. The people who started have no information at all. Altair was troubled by this, thinking for a long time without a clue. However, when he fell into a deep sleep, the empty magic ball on the desk suddenly lit up. Chapter 142. Okay. The empty magic ball flashed suddenly, attracting Altair's attention. Loya has engraved many magic circles inside the empty magic ball, including communication magic, etc. After the empty magic ball, Altair saves a lot of magic. After getting it, it almost made Altair a little obsessed. Unfortunately, this empty magic ball is banned, and the owner is Loya. Altair also considered asking Hades to forcibly lift the ban, but she still underestimated the hardness of the empty magic ball. After several attempts, the empty magic ball had nothing at all, but instead launched the ability to automatically counterattack. Although the attack was not enough to hurt Hades, it also made Hades praise again and again. Seeing that even Hades couldn't forcibly lift the ban, Altair could only give up. In fact, it was the same whether she solved it or not. As long as she stayed in the Magic Council, the people of the Magic Council would not be able to escape Loya's vision for a day. But then again, Altair hadn't heard any new news from Loya since the regular meeting of the president, and he didn't even reply at all. This once made Altair suspicious. It stands to reason that after the two completed the transaction, Loya, with his character, should constantly urge himself to hand over the lost magic. But now there is a little reaction. There is no sound of Loya from the outside world. As if he hid when he returned to the guild, he can't help but have some doubts in his heart and a little bit of loss. Closer to home, when the frequency of the empty magic ball flickered, Altair immediately released magic to isolate the surrounding. Clearly, the other end of the message was very unusual. Infiltrating the Magic Council does not mean that Altair will be cut off from the dark world outside. The flow of information can be very necessary to allow her to better deal with the situation within the Magic Council. What's the matter? Didn't I explain that unless it is a particularly important situation, don't contact me easily? Cloth the isolation barrier. Altair opened the empty magic ball, and the figure of a dark wizard appeared. Hearing Altair's words, he quickly knelt down on one knee. I also ask for atonement, Lord Altair, but the matter is indeed urgent. Not long ago, the power of Oration Cease was completely eradicated, and its leader, no president, was also in danger and has been confirmed dead. What? Hearing this, Altair's voice rose instantly, and a hint of shock appeared in his red eyes. She knew the news might be unusual, but she didn't expect it to be so shocking. How is it possible? Is the source reliable? The three major dark guilds, Oration Cease, are the weakest, but they are also one of the three major guilds. How could Altair believe it when he was suddenly told that President Wu was dead? The other end of the message replied, "The corpse has been identified. Other than that, all the other 6 demons are dead, and the rest are unknown for the time being." Judging from the description of the people who escaped by begging, the one who killed the leader without the leader was a boy of no more than 15 years old. Using a method similar to the devil, there is some residual magic power around it. Demon? Could it be Tartaros? Altair was stunned for a moment when he heard the words, and then he subconsciously thought it was Tartaros' demon. But this idea was instantly rejected. The agreement of the Balam Alliance has long stipulated that the three major guilds are not allowed to kill each other. Moreover, she is also a dark force, and she doesn't think it will be any good for Tartaros to solve Oration Cease. Not to mention that a 13 or 14-year-old boy defeats the president of one party. Why is it too far-fetched? Etc. Under 15 years old? Is it him? When thinking of this, the figure of Loya once again appeared in Altair's mind. Has not appeared for a long time, super strength, no more than 15 years old. These conditions are quite consistent with Loya's. But what about the power of this demon? And, besides who defeated the President Wu at this age? In Altair's memory, she couldn't remember what kind of demon power Loya possessed, and even if Loya's talent was very strong, it would be a bit too amazing to defeat the leaderless leader. The president has just defeated God Serena in the regular meeting, and now he has defeated the president without him. Such talent is beyond Hades' imagination. Altair's mind was a little confused, unable to determine who the murderer was. But what she can be sure of is that President Wu's death will have a huge shock, whether in the dark world or in the magic world. It is true, as Altair thought. With the death of the President Wu, Oration Cease's gradual strength quickly collapsed, and its subordinate guild immediately left, and the entire Ishgar continent was directly shaken. There is no way. A corner of the dark world collapsed, beyond anyone's expectations. Countless people are wondering who is the one who started to eradicate Oration Cease, and when he learned that he was a boy under 15 years old, everyone in Een was shocked. Defeat a corner of the dark world before the age of 15. If you give a little more time, it is not impossible to surpass the king to reach the top of Ishgar. Usually, mages have a long lifespan and are well cultivated. Their strength will not be regressed because of age, but the older they get, the stronger they are. At the age of 15, there is still nearly 100 years of cultivation, and it is not a problem to reach the Heavenly King level. Some people even compared this teenager to Loya, who defeated Serena some time ago. Both of them are young and have super strength, and both have the potential to reach the top of Ishgar. A lot of people were talking about it, and they were all blushing and fighting because of this. No one thought of Loya. It is where Loya is located. The Fairy Tale Guild is located in the coastal kingdom of Fiori, which is 108,000 miles away from the Sea of Gas Trees. The second is that the regular meeting of the presidents of the Magic Council has just ended. They don't think that Loya will go to the southern region after returning and go shopping with Oration Cease. Not to mention the regular guild. Even the Magic Council is not that active. The other side, as the leader of the event, Loya took Mirajane and others back to Magnolia in a remodeled Nirvana. Under the guidance of Robin Liu, after obtaining the principle of magic, Loya set out to transform Nirvana with the shape of soil. Ugly and useless 6 stone pillars, optimized to increase flightability. Considering the load-bearing factor, the city above was also shortened on a large scale, and only 1/10 of the area remained, with a range of almost a few hundred meters, like a moving castle. In the process, Loya also got further improvement in the attainment of Robin Liu's pointing magic tool-making. Chapter 143. Robin Liu's strength is average. But when it comes to making magic tools, even Loya can't keep up. The former makes the forbidden weapon Nirvana. The latter's highest masterpiece is also a pair of empty magic balls made of dragon horns. Who is strong or weak, you can see at a glance. There is absolutely no comparison between the two. Loya whined over Robin Liu simply to appease Wendy and transform Nirvana, but she didn't expect such a surprise. After the transformation of Nirvana was completed, he took Robin Liu and began to discuss his research on making magic tools and drawing of magic circles. For a time, Loya regained his former happiness. But Loya is happy, but Robin Liu is miserable. Along the way, he was madly squeezed by Loya, and some whimsical questions could drive Robin Liu crazy and make a big talk. It was the first time he had suffered such torture in his 400 years of life. This situation did not end until the arrival at Magnolia. I'll take a break first. Leaving a sentence, Robin Lu's soul body was directly reduced to a magic stone to cultivate. This philosopher's stone was condensed by Loya's magic power, and the dark power was removed. It was the purest 913 magic power, and Robin Lu rested in it to a certain extent. When you recover, we will continue to shout. But at the moment when he was about to enter, Robin Lu's soul body trembled with a word from Loya, and he rushed in without answering. Wendy, who has always been worried about Grandpa, naturally noticed this scene, so she said worriedly, "What's wrong with Grandpa? He's okay. You can rest assured. Wendy, your grandfather has nothing to do. He's just a little tired. It'll be fine later." Mira Jane, who was on the side, gave Loya a blank look while explaining. Loya's words are well known in the guild, and she can't stop talking about magic. She's heard about it a long time ago, and it's the first time she's seen it today. Poor Robin Lu, an undead who lived for 400 years, was caught by Loya without knowing this, and he will be tortured in the future. Even if you become a soul body, you can't rest in peace, and the entire magic world is the first. Robin Lu's soul body entered the container to cultivate, and Loya also put away Nirvana before entering Magnolia. Entering such a huge magic tool is too ostentatious, and once the old man sees it, it is easy to look like the last time he borrowed without repaying it. This is the experience Loya has gained after suffering several losses. Into town, Loya led the three back to the guild, from childhood to adulthood. Wendy, who has been living in the sea of gas trees, saw the guild. Her round eyes twinkled with small stars. So big, the cherry mouth is slightly open. In Carlo above Wendy's head, the little head is indescribably cute. Is this the guild you're talking about? It's completely different from the demon cat's nest, and there are too many people here. It is true that there are a lot of people, but compared to other guilds, it is considered average. Loya explained. After becoming 10 wizard saints, Fairy Tail became the strongest guild in one fell swoop, and many people poured in, some of them for fame. After removing most of the beneficiaries, many people remained, even if the old man is carefully screened. "Stinky boy, where have you been in the past few days? You can't even see a figure. Don't you know how to help me, the president?" This is not. As soon as he reached the gate of the guild, Makarov, who noticed Loya's magic power, scolded and walked over. As soon as he walked in, he saw Wendy and Carla beside Loya. The words in his mouth stopped, and he gave Loya a questioning look. Wendy is a member of the guild I met when I was traveling and was about to join, and is also a dragon slayer. When he said the latter, Loya made a few words in his tone. Hearing this, Makarov's CED's eyes lit up, who was planning to settle accounts with Loya. He knew Loya's eyes. Urza and Mira Jane were both discovered by him, and now he has brought back a Wendy, which shows that the talent is not much worse. A kind smile appeared immediately, and it was completely two faces when dealing with Loya. Hello, Wendy Naoying said. Carla on the side looked defensive. Clearly, she had something to guard against Makarov. Under the initiative of Makarov, several people entered the guild, and they attracted a lot of attention as soon as they walked in. Wow, what a cute little sister. Little sister, how old are you? Welcome. Knowing that such a little lowly is going to join the guild, it caused quite a stir in an instant, and many people came together. Especially when he learned that Loya is also a dragon slayer, it caused a burst of exclamation. No, there are so many dragon slayers. Being counted as Natsu and Laxus, our guild already has 3 dragon slayers. Previously Mira Jane, now Wendy, Loya stays back a little monster every time. Wendy's talent caused a group of people to exclaim. Although they are still young, they can see that Wendy's talent is not bad, especially when they learn that Wendy's mastery of magic can heal. They are even more shocked. In this era, healing magic has basically disappeared. This one alone, Wendy's own value even surpasses some S-rank mages. With the warm welcome from the surrounding, she quickly blended in, and Loya, who was a little worried that she would not be able to adapt, also felt relieved, turned around, and walked directly towards the underground library. When he entered the guild, he could feel the aura of Urza in the guild, and in the underground library, he committed it once last time, and he won't do it again this time. Mira Jane also saw this scene, and naturally Loya was going to find someone. However, when she thought of occupying Loya by herself for a long time, She didn't say much. It's cheap for you. After he finished speaking, he took Lisena and went home. Into the library, a crimson figure came into view, sitting cross-legged. Who else could this person be besides Urza? Unlike Loya, who likes to read books, Urza chooses meditation to cultivate himself. Loya saw this scene and had an idea. A space teleportation appeared beside Urza, took off the armor on her body, and directly caught the delicate body. The sudden move made Urza withdraw from the state of meditation. Subconsciously preparing to shout out, it was blocked directly, and there was no chance to speak. After realizing it was Loya, those clear eyes instantly widened, revealing a look of surprise and shyness. Chapter 144. Lingering for a long time. When Urza was about to suffocate and slapped Loya's chest frantically, he was barely able to breathe. "Bowl me as soon as you come back, and believe it or not, I will ignore you for the next few days." The queen is still the queen, but with a little tsundere. Since the night in the underground library, the relationship between the two has been thoroughly clarified, and the relationship has become more intimate. Urza's words do not pose a threat to Loya at all. Loya said softly, "It's not that I miss you too much. I was staying in the underground library just now. Didn't I miss me very much?" Urza tsundere, who was caught, turned his back. Who misses you? I don't." Loya and Mirajane go out together. Urza doesn't have a lost heart at all? The answer is definitely no. During this period of time, she was waiting for Loya to come back every day. Whenever I think of Loya taking Mirajane to look for demons outside and staying in the guild by myself, it is inevitable that I feel a little wronged in my heart. So he stayed in the underground library to cultivate and didn't go out to do the task. But this grievance has completely disappeared in the long period of tenderness. Then Urza, Loya said softly, "I won't go out for the time being when I come back this time. I'll just stay with one of yours and go out after a while." With so much power gained, it should be time for him to settle down and further integrate what he has learned. Just like this time in the battle with President Wu. By the way, I also took this opportunity to teach Urza and Mirajane well. Although both of them have strengths comparable to the Holy Ten, they are not enough to deal with the next crisis. And the dragon blood in Urza, which almost helped her awaken further. Really. Hearing Urza's face also showed a smile, and said in a low voice, "It's all right. If you have something important to do, I won't mind if you continue to go out." Urza has never been a selfish person. The two have grown up since childhood. She knows Loya's character best, and has always maintained a love for magic in her heart, which has never been eliminated from beginning to end. She hopes that Loya can accompany her all the time, but she doesn't want to affect Loya's hobbies because of her own reasons. However, the more Urza is like this, the more guilty Loya feels in his heart, so he can only make amends in his own way. This time, the plant forcibly knocks the surface, crazy intake of water and nutrients in the soil, further growth. Every grain of sand it touched trembled, but it couldn't resist. After a long reunion, it takes time to melt a little bit. After the silence, Urza was enjoying the time quietly in Loya's arms. At the same time, he also told about what happened in the guild after Loya went out. Many things happened during this period. For example, Natsu picked up an egg and hatched the cat Happy. Many old acquaintances joined the guild, and Bishka, Vijeter, Alzak, etc. also joined the guild at this time. Except for one or two specific people, basically everyone has arrived. After chatting for a while, Loya took Urza's hand and walked out of the underground library. Wendy's welcome will start soon, and if the two stay alone for a long time, it will cause suspicion from others. Loya didn't care, but the thin-skinned Urza couldn't take it. Big brother. As soon as Loya came out, the banquet was almost held. In the same class, the sharp-eyed Wendy immediately found his position and trotted over. "How about it? The guild's food is still together." Loya rubbed Wendy's little head and said, "Well, everyone in the guild treats me very well. Wendy likes it here. Thank you, big brother." Although the people here are nice and take care of her everywhere, Wendy still likes Loya with the smell of dragons, which makes her feel extra at ease. After that, Loya also introduced Urza for Wendy. In fact, Loya did not need to be introduced. Little Wendy's cute appearance is enough to conquer anyone, even Urza. Teach Wendy a lot. "Loya, come with me first." While the two were chatting, they saw Makarov walking over with a slightly solemn expression on his face. Loya was slightly different. But looking at the old man's expression, he nodded slightly and walked towards the underground library. Back to the underground library, Makarov motioned for Loya to close the door of the library before he started talking. Loya, tell me the truth. You went there this time. Don't use Mira Jane as an excuse to fool me. If I'm not mistaken, the girl and cat you brought back are all from the demon cat's nest. And if I remember correctly, the one from the demon cat's nest should be in the sea of gas trees, right? Did you solve it? For flowers? The downfall of Oration cease. The magic world is not at peace. Makarov naturally knew that such a big thing had happened, but like the outside world, he didn't think of Loya, he just felt old. Even a Loya will do. In the blink of an eye, a girl who is not inferior to Loya appeared. Thinking back to my former self, I was still fighting monsters and doing quests at this age. But, just now, when he registered for Wendy, he asked the management about the above background experience. When he learns that Wendy and Carla are both from the Sea of Gas Trees, he quickly realizes that something is wrong. Isn't this the Sea of Gas Trees where all Oration Cease died? As a result, Makarov and Altair had the same idea. However, the idea belongs to the idea, and he still needs further confirmation. However, Loya nodded. He nodded without hesitation. In fact, he didn't want to admit it. Killing Oration Cease can certainly make a name for himself, but then because the situation is too high, trouble will follow. But he also knew that this matter could not be completely covered up. After all, the momentum at that time had completely exceeded Loya's expectations. He had planned to wipe out everyone, but after the battle with President Wu, he had no spare time to pay attention to it. It's fine for Loya to hide from others, but the old man has no need to hide. If Loya had to choose the most reassuring person, this person could not be Urza, nor Mira Jane, nor Gildarts, but Makarov. This has nothing to do with trust. It is simply something that can be negotiated with. Telling Urza them something about the future will only cause them to worry, but Makarov is able to reassure Loya to communicate boldly without thinking about anything. And even if Makarov knew that he was using demonic power, he would at most be scolded. What he insists is that magic has no high or low level, and he pursues his own magic way wholeheartedly. What really worries the old man is that Loya himself has too much contact with demons. Big. Chapter 145. A few minutes later, Loya told everything about this trip, including the beginning and end of obtaining the demon spell. Considering the importance of the matter, Loya still spoke out about Nirvana, even including his concerns about future wars. The existence of Nirvana is too involved. First, Oration Cease itself died because of this, and secondly, such a terrifying weapon needs a reasonable explanation when it is pulled out. Instead of explaining it later, it's better to make it clear now to save the magic later. But more than anything else, Makarov was more astounded by his talent. Loya's talent, he knows, born with an interest beyond ordinary people in magic, as well as super magic learning ability. I just mastered dragon slaying magic earlier, but now I have mastered even the power of demons. This is not counting the space magic and light magic before September 13th. Loya put any magic on any person, enough to make a person become 10 wizard saints. And Loya not only learned it, but also mastered it all. This powerful learning ability is far beyond the talent he imagined, and even the second-generation president cannot compare with it. In addition to being shocked, it is more emotion and relief. Ishgar and the Albarez Empire, about the impending war, Loya knew. How could Makarov, who has always been cautious, not know? Makarov is not a short-sighted person. For example, if the Magic Council placed his own eyeliner, he did it without hesitation. This is enough to prove that Makarov is not the same as the general leader of the Wizards Guild. What really moved him was that a child who had been brought back by himself and who only knew how to read every day had grown to a level where he did not need his protection at all. Even at the beginning, he knew how to think about his companions, had insight into the trend of the world situation, and was willing to give up his reputation for killing a corner of the dark world in order to protect his companions. Makarov considers himself at Loya's age, unable to make choices like Loya's side. As Gildart said, he no longer needs to worry about Loya's future. You did a good job this time, and the arrangement was good, but it's better that you don't go out recently. Makarov said with a look of relief. Aside from using demons, This time, Loya's eradication of Oration Cease is something that a regular guild should do, which is much better than staying in the guild every day. As for Loya's concealment, Nirvana did the right thing. This ancient forbidden magic is simply a magician's nightmare. It's fine if it falls into one's own hands, but if it falls into other hands, it may cause a catastrophe. However, if it is known by its strength that Loya has this taboo in hand, the Fairy Tale Guild is afraid that it will be targeted. At least the Magic Council couldn't be completely relieved when it learned that Fairy Tale had mastered such a weapon and would definitely pay more attention to Fairy Tale's actions. I don't need you to tell me. Loya smiled. That's good. By the way, I have a letter here for you. It was sent to you by Altair, a member of the Magic Council. Suddenly, Makarov changed his voice and brought up another thing. While speaking, he took out a letter. Member Altair, she has become an MP. Loya said differently. That's right. Makarov nodded, and then said in a sincere tone, Loya, although I don't know how your relationship with that Altair is, I think it's better for you to be careful with her. Her origins don't seem to be as simple as they seem. This girl is very unusual. During this time, a lot has happened not only to Fairy Tale. There was also a lot of movement on the Magic Council side. In response to the war, they began to promote a large number of talents. After Loya, the Magic Council successively promoted Yantila, and Altair became 10 Wizard Saints. Taking this opportunity, Altair took advantage of the opportunity to enter the top management of the Magic Council. His speed made him the youngest member of the Magic Council, the fastest in history. Naturally, Makarov was worried. If there is a reason, Loya can also guess a few points. Nothing more than worry. Altair's malicious intention is to cater to him on the surface, but in fact he is causing harm to himself. Although the old man usually has some bad habits, he treats Loya and everyone in the guild very seriously. Even the weak who can't control magic, he will fight this old life for the other party. Therefore, naturally, he wanted to eliminate any hidden dangers for the members of the guild. Makarov said seriously. Yajma told me that in just a few days, he passed the nomination for the congressman, and it was passed by one vote of all the congressmen. The ability of both sides is terrifying, and the ability and means are better than those of the old guys who have been in the magic world for many years. Doopy. Be strong. Although he believed in Loya's vision very much, he believed that he still had to be reminded. Others can be ignored. As the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, he will never be easily ignored. I see. Don't worry. I'm just doing some magic deals with her, and I'll keep making a loud noise. Loya said solemnly. Don't say Makarov reminds. Even if he doesn't say it, Loya himself knows what to do. However, there is still a deal to be had. As for whether it will be dragged down by Altair, he may have been worried before, but now it is different. Now he holds the soul of Ulu, and there is a high probability of resurrection. After knowing all the truth, Altair had to obey himself. That's good. Let's go up to the banquet. The person who should come will always come. Since it is unavoidable, let's greet it with a smile. After Makarov said that, he put on an excited expression and left the library with a big laugh. He knew that Loya, who was smarter than himself, would understand his own considerations. Undoubtedly, Loya is the person he worries about the most, but also, to some extent, the most worrying about. Seeing how Makarov looked different from before, Loya felt a little relieved while speechless. For the family, Makarov will always be kind. This is what he said to Loya in the underground library today. I was more worried about Loya's own safety, so I reminded Loya to keep a little bit of vigilance. On Altair's side, it completely exceeded Loya's expectations. In one fell swoop, he overtook Zekrian to become a member of parliament early on, and his future trajectory was completely deviated from it. For the future, Loya also has some expectations in his heart. Chapter 146. Altair's letter was full. Most of the words in the previous paragraph were full of complaints and ambiguous words, among which they also asked about the recent situation, which made Loya look at the cold sweat. If the letter fell on Urza and Mira Jane, he wouldn't be so happy. Loya skimmed the useless part quickly and looked back. He didn't think Altair just sent himself such a letter. As predicted, at the back of the letter, Altair presented a space ring. This ring is what Loya gave her at the beginning. There are 3 magic books in it. They are Flame Destruction Magic, the Magic of Lightning Destroyer, Gravity Magic, double destruction magic. Is this the background of the Grimoire Heart Guild? It's really amazing. The three lost magic Loya are very satisfied. In particular, the lightning destruction magic and the flame destruction magic. These two magics are exactly what Loya needs. In Loya's mastery, the magic of destroying the gods is the most helpless magic. Even if you know how to lift 23 liters, there is no way. The reason for this is that god-destroying magic is too rare. Dragon-killing magic and dragon crystals can be found. Demon-killing magic can absorb human darkness and demons, and god-killing magic has nothing to devour at all. Moreover, it evolved from the rare dragon-slaying magic, and the cardinal number is there, and the number can never exceed the dragon-slaying magic. The difficulty is twice that of the other two types of killing magic. Two kinds of god-destroying magic are enough for him to open the characteristics of god-destroying magic. In addition, gravity magic is also an extremely powerful magic, and magic that controls gravity is also a relatively rare type of magic. Of course, these three magics are not completely free. In the letter, he asked him to help build some magic tools, and the second was to find a demon wearing a lion pole and help him solve it. Don't think too much. Loya can see that Altair is testing himself. Loya put it aside with a slight smile, and immediately took out the quill that had not been used for a long time, and wrote a few lines. It's not that easy to test me. Looking at what she wrote, Loya smiled faintly. In my heart, I was looking forward to Altair's reaction. With that said, Loya put these three lost books into the space. Magic can be learned at any time, but the banquet only comes once a long time. And it was the banquet where Wendy joined the guild. Wendy would be very sad if she was absent. The banquet went on for a long time. Almost, it didn't end until late at night. Loya is also a rare indulgence, and she wanted to spend some time with Urza and Mira Jane. The next second, Urza offered to help take care of Wendy and Carla, help them go to the girls' dormitory, and tidy the room by the way. Mira Jane went back to rest early with Lysana in her arms. After running around for such a long time, she also needs a good rest. As a result, only Loya was left alone and lonely. Although Loya has been through a lot in the past, with Urza and Lysana breaking in, it's obviously not that simple to go back to the old days. Forget it. Just practice with no one to accompany you. Entering the underground library, Loya raised his hand slightly, and his magic power radiated. One after another magical runes appeared and twisted in front of him. Everything around began to twist, and the door of the room of requirement opened. Loya stepped in and started to practice in the middle. The first thing to practice and learn is the god-destroying magic. Among the three lost magics obtained this time, Loya is most looking forward to this magic. Turn on the learning mode and learn the magic of thunder and the magic of flame. Loya closed her eyes and thought silently. Unlike before, this time learning is simultaneous learning. After learning magic again and again, Loya's strength increased rapidly. In addition, the super brain has been developed to a level of 56% at once, and has been able to see through the essence of magic. Even if some difficult magics are placed in front of Loya, they can already master them easily. What's more, the magic of thunder and the magic of fire, these two magics are the same as the magic needed by Loya, and the difference is not too big in essence. As long as it is not deduction, then simple learning does not consume too much energy at all. Not to mention two kinds of magic. Three kinds of magic at the same time learning is not a problem. The voice fell, and the system quickly began to learn. Throughout the process, Loya's body also experienced some changes in the learning progress. Lightning Destroyer magic. It can release black thunder and lightning, and it has the characteristics of swallowing. Any thunder and lightning can increase the magic power, restore physical strength, and strengthen the attack. Can be deduced. Flame-killing magic. It can release black flames, and has the characteristics of devouring. Eating any flames can increase magic power, restore physical strength, and strengthen attacks. Can be deduced. Brain development. 58%, turn on game mode. In the last second, the magic learning ended. The next second, Loya directly started the deduction mode. The strength is so strong to him that the simple killing system is not enough to meet his needs. He needs more powerful strength. And he was also curious in his heart. What kind of power will be displayed when the god-destroying magic is deduced to the next level? In the original book, there are 3 people mastering the magic of destroying gods. Zankro, Sherry Blendy, Organ Nanagir 913. Although these three people have mastered the magic of destroying the gods, and even learned the mystery of destroying the gods, but none of them really activated the power of the gods. Loya is very curious about how strong the real power of God is. Learning the two great god-killing spells consumes about 3/10 of Loya's magic power, and less than 3/10 of spiritual power, and the remaining energy is completely enough to continue the deduction. Let me have a look. The voice fell, the system's prompt feedback. Ding. Deduction mode is on. Start to detect the energy in the host body. The current energy state is 70%. The energy state is normal. Each database is ready. A reasonable time is estimated to be 3 minutes. Thinking boundaries have been broken through. Boom. Almost instantly, Loya entered an extremely ethereal state. Masses of virtual data danced on the surface of Loya's eyeballs. At this time, he only felt that his brain was running at a high speed, and there was nothing to hide from him wherever his eyes could reach. The dark eyes seemed to be able to see everything in the world. With the breakthrough of thinking boundaries, Loya quickly began to deduce. There is not much time, and he must avoid unnecessary waste of time as much as possible. This is a conclusion that Loya has come to after practicing for many years. He has maintained it until now, whether the reasoning is simple or not. Chapter 147. This time the game is longer than ever. Almost after the deduction time was completely exhausted, and the energy in Loya's body was completely drained, the three kinds of god-destroying magics were merged. Then in front of Loya, a virtual window automatically appeared. Ding! The sky's god-destroying magic, the thunder's god-destroying magic, and the flame's god-destroying magic have been successfully merged, and a new god-destroying magic has been obtained. New god-extinguishing magic, used to convert one's own physique into a god's physique, with three characteristics of swallowing wind, fire, and thunder, able to absorb energy of the same attribute, restore physical strength, and enhance strength. Acquired feature, a period of divine power. One stage of divine power, manipulating the natural energy of the same attribute. It can be integrated into the natural environment to release the field, and the physical quality in the field will be improved in an all-round way, and the defense power will be greatly improved. Brain development, 60%. What? Loya, who was almost collapsed, was stunned when he saw this word. What's the situation? Field. Is this the evolution of divine power? Isn't it possible to affect the state of nature only in the realm of kings? At this moment, Loya looked bewildered. Due to the special nature of god-destroying magic, Loya is also unable to determine what the end of god-destroying magic is. The only thing he can be sure of is the ability to affect nature, and it is true that only when he reaches the king level can he create a scene. This is the symbol of kingship. But now, the awakening of the power of God has enabled Loya to obtain such special power early. In addition, with the fusion of god-destroying magic, the power of God in Loya is also changing. The originally incomparably slender power swelled up rapidly, and its appearance was no longer pure black, but a power closer to holiness. It does not belong to light. It does not belong to darkness. It is a very special energy. Although it is small, the energy contained in it almost chases the power of dragons and demons, and the power it emits is something that Loya has never felt before. Thinking of this, Loya is ready to try the effect of the power of God. No matter how much thinking, it is not as good as actual practice to get a sense of experience faster and directly, but you need to restore magic regeneration before trying. The game mode has drained Loya's current energy. Not to mention trying, there is no power to release magic. Loya sits cross-legged to restore her own magic power, and at the same time takes out hundreds of magic crystals to absorb the inner power. With the increase in strength, the magic crystals consumed by Loya can't be solved by a few pieces. It is almost hundreds of thousands of consumption. Luckily, Loya doesn't need to be fully recovered. In about half of the cases, it stopped absorbing the effect of preparing to try the power of God. Of course, the experimental site is naturally impossible to be in the underground library. He intends to use space magic to transfer directly to the sea thousands of meters away from the Magnolia Harbor. It was only there that Loya dared to try his new power with confidence. With the improvement of strength, The enchantment in the room of responsiveness has gradually become insufficient, and who knows how much movement will be generated when using it. If the entire guild is bombed, the old man will have to kill him. As soon as his mind moved, the space was instantly distorted, and Loya's figure also completely dived into the space. When it reappears, as well as above sea level. Wodash! In the darkness, the sea roared and the waves flowed slowly. There was no dark cloud in the silent night sky, and the light of the bright moon and the stars sprinkled on the surface of the sea without any cover, which was extraordinarily dreamy. Using psychic magic, Loya floated on the sea, took a deep breath, and began to guide the mysterious power of God within her body. Not long ago, one after another invisible waves swirled around Loya's body one after another. This time, the power of the gods was activated, and there was no change in any characteristic properties, which was completely different from dragon transformation and demon transformation. More of a natural force. Thinking of this, in order to gain more insights, Loya increased the energy output, and in the next second, something strange appeared. The power fluctuations scattered began to change, no longer invisible, but more substantial power. This other is connected to the surrounding space. The surrounding gravitational field was faintly pulled and destroyed, and gray-black lightning-like cracks appeared under Loya's feet, covering the surrounding area. At the same time, Loya's consciousness seemed to spread out. In this area, he seems to be the master of everything, and everything within the range is under his control. It is like entering the feeling of thinking breakthrough, but it is different from it. It made him close his eyes and immerse himself in it. The slow and wonderful feeling made him let go without restraint, and it was at this moment. Boom! An indescribably powerful force suddenly emerged from the void, wrapping the world within 100 meters. Closed eyes opened instantly. At this moment, the surging world came into view. The calm sea was roaring constantly. Originally, there were no clouds in the sky, and the starry sky was already covered with dark clouds, and no light could be put into it. Could it be that the power that the gods really control for a long time? Loya suddenly understood. Why didn't the three god-destroying wizards have any power to awaken the gods? After entering this state, the power in his body was flowing frantically, reaching an astonishing level. Just a single consumption would make him a heavenly king himself, not to mention that the deduction in this state still relies on the fusion of the three god-destroying magics in all the results. Any difficulty is the peak that ordinary mages can reach, and it is not much more difficult than dragon-slaying magic and demon-slaying magic. But it's normal to think about it. The Age of Gods was earlier than the Age of Dragon Rule, an era full of mystery. In today's world, the gods have long disappeared in this world. The only gods he knows, Nordo, are currently only Kronos, the god of time who protects Demaria Yesta, and the god Anxel Ramel, who cursed Zerif to cause pain. These two gods really existed. Gods. This realm is also the real ceiling of the fairy tale world. In the original work, only Liashenlong, Acnologia, and Zerif reached this level in the later period. These people are posts that clearly reach this level. After absorbing the power of Nirvana, Loya estimates that his own strength is at the top of the Heavenly King level. Strong action uses the fusion of dragon power and demon power to obtain the strength beyond the king. But there is a world of difference for the power of the gods. But now, Loya has obtained this wonderful power through superbrain deduction. Anyway, it's a good result. At least, the awakening of the power of God has given Loya an extra trump card, which can be more necessary to deal with the war that will break out next. Chapter 148. Loya tried the power of the gods a few more times, and then took out the gravitational magic from the accompanying space. After the fusion of God extinguishing magic, the next step is naturally the study of gravity magic, but compared with the power of God, the expectation is not as strong as imagined. After the study, the natural fusion is like space magic. It doesn't even help the supercomputer's progress. But this is a very normal thing for Loya. Although gravity magic is a type of lost magic, there are still many people who have mastered magic, and its release structure is similar to space compression. The benefits it can bring are naturally much inferior to other lost magic. Furthermore, with the breakthroughs made by the super brain again and again, he has increased from 40% to 60%, in a very short period of time. The speed was completely beyond his expectations. At this level, the difficulty of Ultra Brain development has reached a new bottleneck. Of course, the most important point is that the magic principle he has mastered is already stretched, unable to support better analysis and interpretation of magic. There are two processes in the superbrain learning magic. One is to determine the learning object, and the other is the theoretical reserve of magical knowledge. 913 The former is magic, the latter is the principle of magic. The principle of magic cannot be mastered through learning, but it is necessary to analyze magic, spy on the essence of magic, and transform and master its characteristics. No matter how deep magic is, there is magic contact, not overnight. The more you master the principles of magic, the easier it is to spy on the essence of magic. Thousands of tall buildings rise from the ground. Even the simplest magic contains magical principles. The principles of magic that Loya learned from the 100,000 magic books he learned in the underground library became increasingly unable to support the magic that Loya learned. Even after learning, it is also the surface fur. If you can't deeply grasp the essence of magic, even if a super magic is placed in front of Loya, it is useless to him. If this is the case, Loya would rather not learn new magic, but calm down, return to the original intention at the beginning, and return to the calmness of learning magic at the beginning. He needs a deeper magic theory to enrich himself and lay a new foundation. Loya said lightly, "It seems that it is time to go deeper into the study of magic. There are still more than 3 years left before the war. CE, 3 years, enough." Thinking of this, Loya put away the magic book and turned to practice meditation directly on the sea. This is the method of perception magic that he first deduced. While he's running meditation all the time, lost magic, such as dragon power, distracts most of his attention. The meditation method that was originally deduced was left behind. As everyone knows, this is the beginning of his learning magic. Slowly, accompanied by the most simple and familiar feeling spread throughout the body. In the past few months, the impetuousness accumulated in the heart has gradually calmed down, allowing the magic in the air to wrap around itself, completely silent and magic. And looking back again, Loya suddenly felt a little more sentimental. In the past, he considered it to be a perfect masterpiece, a near-perfect meditation method, but now it does not seem to be as perfect as he imagined. The loopholes still exist, and they are huge. This is the huge contrast formed after the strength reaches another level. Thinking, Loya unknowingly began to further improve the meditation method. This time, he did not use the power of the superbrain, but merged the magic he learned today to fill the gap. Magic has no end. Although it is impossible to achieve perfection no matter how much you fill it, the process is that he understands each other, which has long become his habit and instinct. Been learning magic for years. Magic has long been integrated into his blood and cannot be separated, and any progress can make him feel an indescribable joy. Time goes by little, Loya is always silent in the world of self. The sound of the sea surging sounded in his ears, and the sea breeze blew the tips of his hair, allowing the waves to beat on him. Loya didn't react at all, as if he had turned into a rock. The darkness of the night still shrouded the world, but the time of rotation will eventually come. When the stars in the sky gradually dimmed, the crescent moon fell on the sky, and a ray of light on the horizon passed through the clouds, dispelling the darkness of the night. The morning light reflected on Loya's clothes soaked by the sea, bringing a touch of temperature. The surrounding sea, the whole world stopped at this moment, and it became very silent. In Loya's ears, there was only the sound of his own heartbeat and the sound of breathing. These breathing sounds come from the seagulls in the sky, from the reefs on the sea, and from the whistling wind. At this moment, a whole new world unfolded in front of Loya. The world seems to come alive. Everything within a few kilometers is within his perception. Even under the body, the number of fish swimming in the depths of the sea can be clearly perceived. The tightly closed eyes slowly opened, revealing a pair of dark and deep black eyes. His eyes are like God's peeping at everything, and his calm eyes are like the sun of dawn, penetrating all the darkness. But if there is a close-up observation, you can see that a simple white magic circle is constantly circulating in the depths of the black pupils. Seemingly simple, but incredibly amazing. Loya smiled. Because, ding, meditation advanced successfully. New meditation method. Strengthen the soul's strength to obtain mental resistance. Greatly enhance the magic controllability and increase the affinity of the body magic factor. Acquired feature, Eye of Insight. The Eye of Insight. Insight into illusion ability. See through the essence of magic, decompose magic structure, and connect the formation principle. Brain development, 61%. Loya jokingly said, the Eye of Insight is somewhat similar to the superbrain. Of course, having said that, there are actually fundamental differences. As Loya's most powerful trump card, Ultra Brain essentially assists Loya to understand magic, strengthens logical operation thinking, so as to understand the essence of magic, so as to further deduce. The Eye of Insight is to see through the magic structure, unable to deduce magic, but it is scary enough. There are also many special pupil techniques in the fairy tale world. 2. Evergreen's Petrified Eye has the ability to petrify what it sees. Bixlow's Sculpted Eyes, manipulating monster souls, including Hotai's Celestial Eye in the Dead Oration Cease, which can see into the magic trail. But there has never been an eye that can understand the essence of magic like this. It is precisely the magic that Loya deduces, the magic that truly belongs to himself. A magic that no one can master unless he masters many magic principles and sublimates them, like Loya. Chapter 149. However, it would be a bit inappropriate to call it meditation magic, and the same is true for God-destroying magic. Every time the magic transforms, Loya will choose a new name to symbolize the birth of new magic. For example, the magic of killing dragons has been changed to magic of dragons, and the magic of destroying demons has been changed to magic of magic. Meditation and annihilation magic are naturally no exceptions. The magic of destroying the gods is simple, and the imitation of the magic of killing dragons is directly changed to magic of the gods, which means the fusion of the magic of destroying the gods. But the new meditation method Loya does not have very good thoughts. Not only has the new meditation method been greatly improved, it can sense the breath of everything, and even Loya has opened up his eyes of insight. These characteristics are completely different from previous meditation methods. What name should I choose? Loya fell straight down, dragged by a touch of magic, and he let his body lay on the sea and fell into contemplation. The waves surged under him, and Junyi's face showed the usual distressed expression. The new meditation method is a magic that he deduces by himself alone, and if he doesn't choose a good one, he will be completely sorry for himself all night. Penance. To be honest, if Makarov heard this, he would definitely grab it with a punch. A new magic was created overnight, and the eye magic was also activated. It was still a special eye magic that could see into magic. In exchange, he would be willing to soak in sea water for a month. After all, even the learning of gravity magic can't be improved, and the meditation method can improve the progress of the superbrain by 1%. This is enough to prove that the new meditation method is not weaker than any lost magic, and even surpasses some lost magic. But that's what made Loya think hard. Loya lay quietly on the sea alone, watching the fish beating on the sea, and continued to think. Until the morning sun completely rose from the sea level and hung above the sky, he didn't think of a suitable name in his heart. Until layers of waves poured out from the calm sea, and a huge fish monster broke through the sea, and then fell into the sea again, stirring up thousands of layers of waves. Loya finally had an idea. Since it comes from the beginning, it's better to call it the beginning method. The road is a little bit second, but it is the most suitable. With the answer in his heart, the trace of distress on Junyi's face instantly disappeared. Loya turned over. From turning over, he stood up from the sea, took a deep breath of the morning and slightly salty sea breeze, turned and flew back in the direction of the guild. And when he went back, there were already several figures in front of the gate of the guild, eager to look for something. These people are none other than Urza and Mirajane. Alongside them are Lisana and Wendy. Big Brother is there. Among the four, Wendy, who masters dragon-slaying magic, has a strong sense of smell, and her sky attribute strengthens her perception. As soon as Loya, who had returned from the sea, approached, little Wendy noticed. "What's the matter with you? Why did you find him early in the morning?" Loya said in surprise. "Counting the time, It is still very early when the genius is just lit up. Even if you are used to staying in the guild, there is no need to come early in the morning, and there are still so many people here. Where have you been? I can't find you when I look for you. The rest of the people heard Wendy's cry and immediately leaned over. Among them, Urza was especially angry. Her delicate face was covered with rain. However, as she spoke, her eyes suddenly lit up. He began to look up and down Loya with a strange look, as if he was meeting Loya for the first time. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why do you seem to be a different person? It wasn't just Urza who had the same wonderful feeling, but Mira Jane, Lisanna, Wendy, and Carla in their sense of waste. Loya is clearly standing in front of his eyes, but seems to be integrated into nature, exuding an indescribable detachment temperament. Such as magic practice can change a person's temperament. People who cultivate the fire attribute tend to be more enthusiastic, while those who cultivate the ice attribute tend to be more indifferent. This situation is not to say all, but it is also a portrayal of the great wizard. Loya can also understand the reactions of several people, most likely because of the awakening of God's power and some magical insights, which changed his temperament. It's just a new breakthrough in magic. Don't worry, I'm still me. Loya smiled. So it is. Hearing this, Urza and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They are aware of Loya's talent, and new insights can always appear every once in a while, and they have long been surprised by it. Wendy is different. In her cognition, Loya was already very strong, and when she heard Loya's words, the look of worship almost overflowed from those round eyes. No, I want to work as hard as my big brother. Little people, cheer up and cheer on your inner self. Closer to home, Loya said, By the way, you haven't asked me the question just now. Speaking of business, Urza's face turned dark, and he looked at Loya with a bad look. What's the matter? Have you forgotten that we didn't agree to cultivate? For flowers. Cultivation? There's nothing wrong with it. Loya froze slightly. At this time, he also recalled what he had promised Urza when he was alone with Urza yesterday. It's just that this is too fast. The next day after the banquet was over, they came up early in the morning, and they still attracted so many people. He intends to accompany Urza well, of course, by the way, to further enhance the relationship, but not to bring so many people. In fact, Urza was alone with Loya at first. However, because of Wendy's anxiety, he planned to bring Wendy and Carla along with him, just as Lisanna came to visit Wendy to play. Naturally, there are no secrets between the two children. After returning, Lisanna informed Mira Jane of the incident. A few people have known that Mira Jane, who is not to be outdone, naturally cannot let Loya and Urza get along alone. So, this is the situation now. Sometimes, fate is so wonderful. What's the matter? Are you very unwelcome to me? Or are you afraid that we will disturb your good deeds? Seemingly aware of Loya Nuyi, Mira Jane stuck her waist, and her whole body pressed down with a sense of oppression. Lisanna, who was standing beside Mira Jane, was about to cry. Brother Loya, do you not like Lisanna? Didn't my brother promise Lisanna to be your future bride? One big and one small double-layer attack. How could Loya have the power to parry? Waved his hands repeatedly and said, How could it be? I'm too happy to be happy. Saying that, Loya hugged Lisanna's delicate body and coaxed. Humph, that's about the same. Mira Jane rolled her eyes at Loya, but the corners of her lips raised her inner thoughts. Okay, now that we're all ready, let's go. Since you asked me to train you well and quit midway, I won't agree. We don't need you to tell us, but some people are too tired to stand up. Mira Jane Sundara said, her voice full of hints. How could Urza not hear it? Indeed, no matter how bad I am better than some women who like to show their navels. What did you say? You hard stinky woman. Why do you want to fight? Intense anger burned again in the two of them. The first time, Loya, who noticed something was wrong, ran away with Wendy, Lisanna, and Carla. But no matter what, the next journey will not be alone. Big. Chapter 150. Loya wrote back to Altair. The delivery method is naturally through Judah. The business scope of the Heart Philia Business Group not only covers the Kingdom of Fiori, but also involves more or less in other areas of the Ishgar continent. There is no shortage of Loya's credit for this. With the protection of the 10 wizard saints, especially a promising genius like Loya, the Heart Philia Business Group is basically unimpeded throughout the Fiori continent. Similarly, Upon learning of Loya's request to send a letter, Joda also arranged personnel for the first time and sent out the mail quickly. After about 10 days, the letter was delivered to Altair, who was in the Magic Council. At this time, Altair was sitting indifferently in the MP's office drinking hot black tea, watching since her promotion to a member of parliament. Her identity has undergone a huge reversal of September 13th, and she no longer needs to look at anyone's face. Even though he was clearly a subordinate and the leader behind his back, Chicrane didn't dare to get angry at her at will. As a result, the relationship between the two parties has become deviated, and there is no mutual trust as in the beginning. If it weren't for the fact that the two had the same interests in Altair's manipulative tactics, there would have been a crack between the two. However, these are irrelevant. In Altair's view, there are many ways to take advantage of the situation, and Crane is just a pawn in her hand, which can be discarded at any time. Previously, she was willing to be subservient because of Zikrian's talent and strength, which was useful to her, and she could better enter the top management of the Magic Council. However, now, she has a better choice. Therefore, whether Chicrane is angry or dissatisfied, she doesn't care anymore. It was just her best choice, which caused her plump mouth to undulate violently, and the hand holding the tea set was tightened directly. Monument. This guy is too much. Altair's innocent, seductive face flashed with anger. In the letter, Loya directly refused to say that the 3 lost magic books were the ransom of Zikrian and the loan of the empty magic ball. If you want to build a magic tool and chase down demons, you must spend 2 additional books of lost magic as costs. How could Altair endure having given 3 copies of lost magic just now, and now asking her to hand over 2 more? Really, when the lost magic is Husha cabbage. Still, Altair fought back his anger. She had already bet on Loya, and if she turned back, all the effort and time she had spent in the past would be in vain. Altair, who has always put interests first, still has a balance of interests. In spite of her anger, she burned the letter after leaving the attached space ring, and was not ready to reply. It is true that Loya builds a magic tool, but at the same time, she is also testing Loya's reaction, leaving a handle by the way to threaten Loya as evidence of collusion. But Loya is like a smooth stone, showing no flaws, and completely ignoring the hints of the content, even mentioning only some of the transactions individually. It is true that this is not a small stain, but with Loya's identity and strength, even holding such a handle has no effect at all. For a time, Altair couldn't help but doubt his own charm. Not to mention the best in the world, but at least there shouldn't be no reaction at all. Looking down, Altair instantly dismissed the idea and thought about other problems. Could it be that guy prefers to take the initiative and doesn't like girls who are too strong? Yes, it must be like this. Men are like this. Altair said firmly. Altair's thoughts. Loya doesn't know. If he knew her self-righteous thoughts, he would have to incite her to slap her twice and wake her up. Is he some kind of superficial person? Please be more proactive. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Altair was thinking about how to deal with the next situation, there was a knock on the door, followed by a frogman coming in to report. Lord Altair, President Crawford issued the summoning order, and now orders all members to gather immediately to discuss preparations for war. I see. The summoning was abrupt, but Altair reacted to the powerful qualities. She got up gently, and 7 empty magic balls emerged from the void space, emitting a soft light that reflected her body. In the next second, the surrounding space instantly shifted. Projection communication magic possessed the ability to communicate virtually. When Altair arrived, all the counselors were basically in place, and she was left alone. Altair, you are too slow. It is too slack to be a member of parliament now. You are still young. As soon as he took his place, the opposite Mikero phantom said in a deep voice. Apparently, Mikelo was still haunted by what happened to Loya before. Hate House and Uganda, Altair, who rose by Loya's momentum, is naturally within his striking range. Besides, Altair was only under 15 years old, and it was a shame for him to work with a child his age. It's just that even though he was young, Altair was not determined to be easily bullied. He raised his face slightly and said with a smile, "There is no way. There are too many things to deal with and things are delayed. But there are still too many people who rely on the old and sell the old and are careful." No one was mentioned in the words, but how could the people present hear who they were scolding? Relying on the old and selling the old, etc., is not pointing to Michelot. Hearing this, Michelle's face instantly flashed with anger. Seeing that the two sides were arguing again, Parliament Speaker Crawford immediately stopped. Enough. Now the war is over, and if we include it, then we should win this war. The Speaker of Parliament came forward, whether it is out of status or other circumstances. Face is still to be given. What's more, Altair is not her origin, and she doesn't want to make enemies instantly as soon as she enters the 3.3 high level. She just makes a relative counterattack. Too weak, in this cannibalistic world, usually does not end well. After calming down the situation, Crawford also signaled to Ogo in the second seat to report the situation. The frontline scouts sent back information that the Albarez Empire began to gather more than 600 mages in the next session to form an army of mages. It's expected to be over 1 million in the end. In addition to this, Emperor Shaparagon also summoned the top-level combat power and assembled the 10 shields of the Holy Protector. And so on, mobile large-scale magic airships, magic cluster guns, and other war weapons are also being built on a large scale. One news after another, everyone's faces turned gloomy. They knew that the situation was urgent, but they did not expect the Albarez Empire's troops to be so terrifying and so large.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.